is not the entire person that is reincarnated, it is only an emanation from him, but this difference is only a secondary interest, for when a separate being divides and duplicates itself, all of its essential characteristics are to be found again in each of the fragments into which it is broken up. So really the alter ego ancestor is entire in each part of himself, which becomes a ratapa. 297. The second mode of conception distinguished by Strelo has the same significance. In fact, the Turinga, and more especially the particular Turinga that is called the Namatuna, is considered a transformation of the ancestor. According to Strelo, 298, it is his body, just as the Nanja tree is. In other words, the personality of the ancestor, his Turinga and his Nanja tree, are separate things, inspiring the same sentiments and to which the same religious value is attributed, so they transmute themselves into one another. In the spot where an ancestor lost his Turinga, a separate tree or rock has come out of the soil, just the same as in those places where he entered the ground himself. So there is a mythological equivalence of a person of the Alturinga and his Turinga. Consequently, when the former throws an Amatuna into the body of a woman, it is as if he entered into it himself. In fact, we have seen that sometimes he does enter in person after the Namatuna. According to other stories he precedes it. It might be said that he opens up the way for it. 299. The fact that these two themes exist side by side in the same myth completes the proof that one is only a doublet of the other. Moreover, in what other way the conception may have taken place, there can be no doubt that each individual is united to some determined ancestor of the Alturinga by especially close bonds. In the first place, each man has his appointed ancestor. Two persons cannot have the same one simultaneously. In other words, a being of the Alturinga never has more than one representative among the living. More than that, the one is only an aspect of the other. In fact, as we already know, the Turinga left by the ancestor expresses his personality. If we adopt the interpretation of Strelo, which, perhaps, is the more satisfactory, we shall say that it is his body. But this same Turinga is related in the same way to the individual who is believed to have been conceived under the influence of this ancestor, and who is the fruit of his mystic works. When the young initiate is introduced into the sanctuary of the clan, he is shown the Turinga of his ancestor, and someone says to him, "You are this body, you are the same thing as this." 300. So, in Strelo's own expression, the Turinga is the body common to the individual and his ancestor. Now if they are to have the same body, it is necessary that on one side at least their two personalities be confounded. Strelo recognizes this explicitly. Moreover, when he says, by the Turinga, the individual is united to his personal ancestor, so for Strelo as well as for Spencer and Gillen, there is a mystic, religious principle in each new-born child, which emanates from an ancestor of the Alturinga. It is this principle which forms the essence of each individual, therefore it is his soul, or in any case the soul is made of the same matter and the same substance. Now it is only upon this one fundamental fact that we have relied in determining the nature and origin of the idea of the soul. The different metaphysics by means of which it may have been expressed have only a secondary interest for us. 301. Far from contradicting the data upon which our theory rests, the recent observations of Strelo bring new proofs confirming it. Our reasoning consisted in inferring the totemic nature of the human soul from the totemic nature of the ancestral soul, of which the former is an emanation and a sort of replica. Now, some of the new facts which we owe to Strelo show this character of both even more categorically than those we had at our disposal before do. In the first place, Strelo, like Spencer and Gillen, insists on the intimate relations uniting each ancestor to an animal, to a plant, or to some other natural object. Some of these Alturanga Mitjana, these are Spencer and Gillen's men of the Alturinga, should, he says, be manifested directly as animals. Others take the animal form in a way. Even now they are constantly transforming themselves into animals. In any case, whatever external aspect they may have, the special and distinctive qualities of the animal clearly appear in each of them. For example, the ancestors of the kangaroo clan eat grass just like real kangaroos, and flee before the hunter. Those of the emu clan run and feed like emus, etc. More than that, those ancestors who had a vegetable as totem become this vegetable itself on death. Moreover, this close kinship of the ancestor and the totemic being is so keenly felt by the natives that it is shown even in their terminology. Among the Iranta, the child calls the totem of his mother, which serves him as a secondary totem, Altjira. As filiation was at first in the uterine line, there was once a time when each individual had no other totem than that of his mother, so it is very probable that the term Altjira then designated the real totem. Now this clearly enters into the composition of the word, which means great ancestor, Altjarangamidjana. The idea of the totem and that of the ancestor are even so closely kindred that they sometimes seem to be confounded. Thus, after speaking of the totem of the mother, or Altjara, Strelo goes on to say, this Altjara appears to the natives in dreams and gives them warnings, just as it takes information concerning them to their sleeping friends. This Altjara, which speaks and which is attached to each individual personally, is evidently an ancestor, yet it is also an incarnation of the totem. A certain text in Roth, which speaks of invocations addressed to the totem, should certainly be interpreted in this sense. So it appears that the totem is sometimes represented in the mind in the form of a group of ideal beings or mythical personages who are more or less indistinct from the ancestors. In a word, the ancestors are the fragments of the totem. 302. But if the ancestor is so readily confused with the totemic being, the individual soul, which is so near the ancestral soul, cannot do otherwise. Moreover, this is what actually results from the close union of each man with his Chiringa. In fact, we know that the Chiringa represents the personality of the individual who is believed to have been born of it, but it also expresses the totemic animal. When the civilizing hero, Mangakunja, presented each member of the kangaroo clan with his personal totem, he spoke as follows: here is the body of the kangaroo. Thus the Chiringa is at once the body of the ancestor, of the individual himself and of the totemic animal. So, according to a strong and very just expression of Strelo, these three beings form a solid unity. They are almost equivalent and interchangeable terms. This is as much as to say that they are thought of as different aspects of one and the same reality, which is also defined by the distinctive attributes of the totem. Their common essence is the totemic principle. The language itself expresses this identity. The word Ratipa, and the Iratapi of the Larigja language, designate the mythical embryo which is detached from the ancestor and which becomes the child. Now these same words also designate the totem of this same child, such as is determined by the spot where the mother believes that she conceived. 3. Up to the present we have studied the doctrine of reincarnation only in the tribes of Central Australia, therefore the basis upon which our inference rests may be deemed too narrow, but in the first place, for the reasons which we have pointed out, the experiment holds good outside of the societies which we have observed directly. Also, there are abundant facts proving that the same or analogous conceptions are found in the most diverse parts of Australia, or, at least, have left very evident traces there. They are found even in America. How it mentions them among the Deri of South Australia. The word Muramura, which Gayson translates with good spirit and which he thinks expresses a belief in a God creator, is really a collective word designating the group of ancestors placed by the myth at the beginning of the tribe. They continue to exist today as formerly. They are believed to live in trees, which are sacred. For this reason certain irregularities of the ground, rocks and springs are identified with these Muramura, which consequently resemble the Altjarangamidjana of the Irunta in a singular way. The Kerne of Gippsland, though retaining only vestiges of totemism, also believe in the existence of ancestors called Mukkerne, and which they think of as beings intermediate between men and animals. Among the Nimbaldi, Taplin has observed a theory of conception similar to that which Strelo attributes to the Irunta. We find this belief in reincarnation held integrally by the Wotjobaluk in Victoria. The spirits of the dead, says Matthews, assemble in the Mi'ai 303 of their respective clans. They leave these to be born again in human form when a favorable occasion presents itself. Matthews even affirms that the belief in the reincarnation or transmigration of souls is strongly enrooted in all the Australian tribes. If we pass to the northern regions we find the pure doctrine of the Irunta among the Nile in the northwest. Every birth is attributed to the incarnation of a pre-existing soul, which introduces itself into the body of a woman. In northern Queensland myths, differing from the preceding only in form, express exactly the same ideas. Among the tribes on the Penfather River it is believed that every man has two souls. The one, called Guy, resides in the heart, the other, called Choi, remains in the placenta. Soon after birth the placenta is buried in a consecrated place. A particular genius, named Anjay, who has charge of the phenomena of procreation, comes to get this Choi and keeps it until the child, being grown up, is married. When the time comes to give him a son, Anjay takes a bit of the Choi of this man, places it in the embryo he is making, and inserts it into the womb of the mother. So it is out of the soul of the father that of the child is made. It is true that the child does not receive the paternal soul integrally at first, for the Guy remains in the heart of the father as long as he lives, but when he dies the Guy, being liberated, also incarnates itself in the bodies of the children. If there are several children, it is divided equally among them. Thus there is a perfect spiritual continuity between the generations. It is the same soul which is transmitted from a father to his children and from these to their children, and this unique soul, always remaining itself in spite of its successive divisions and subdivisions, is the one which animated the first ancestor at the beginning of all things. 304. Between this theory and the one held by the central tribes there is only one indifference of any importance. This is that the reincarnation is not the work of the ancestors themselves but that of a special genius who takes charge of this function professionally. But it seems probable that this genius is the product of a syncretism which has fused the numerous figures of the first ancestors into one single being. This hypothesis is at least made probable by the fact that the words Sanjay and Angira are evidently very closely related. Now the second designates the first man, the original ancestor from whom all men are descended. These same ideas are found again among the Indian tribes of America. Krauss says that among the Tlingit, the souls of the departed are believed to come back to earth and introduce themselves into the bodies of the pregnant women of their families. So when a woman dreams, during pregnancy, of some deceased relative, she believes that the soul of this latter has penetrated into her. If the young child has some characteristic mark which the dead man had before, they believe that it is the dead man himself come back to earth, and his name is given to the child. This belief is also general among the Haida. It is the shaman who reveals which relative it was who reincarnated himself in the child and what name should consequently be given to him. Among the Kwakiutl it is believed that the latest member of a family who died comes back to life in the person of the first child to be born in that family. It is the same with the Hurons, the Iroquois, the Tinne, and many other tribes of the United States. The universality of these conceptions extends, of course, to the conclusion which we have deduced from them, that is, to the explanation of the idea of the soul which we have proposed. Its general acceptability is also proved by the following facts. We know that each individual contains within him something of that anonymous force which is diffused in the sacred species. He is a member of this species himself, but as an empirical and visible being, he is not, for, in spite of the symbolic designs and marks with which he decorates his body, there is nothing in him to suggest the form of an animal or plant. So it must be that there is another being in him, in whom he recognizes himself, but whom he represents in the form of an animal or vegetable species. Now is it not evident that this double can only be the soul, since the soul is, of itself, already a double of the subject whom it animates? The justification of this identification is completed by the fact that the organs where the fragment of the totemic principle contained in each individual incarnates itself the most eminently are also those where the soul resides. This is the case with the blood. The blood contains something of the nature of the totem, as is proved by the part it takes in the totemic ceremonies, but at the same time, the blood is one of the seats of the soul, or rather, it is the soul itself, seen from without. When blood flows, life runs out and, in the same process, the soul escapes, so the soul is confused with the sacred principle which is immanent in the blood. Regarding matters from another point of view, if our explanation is well founded, the totemic principle, in penetrating into the individual as we suppose, should retain a certain amount of autonomy there, since it is quite distinct from the subject in whom it is incarnated. Now this is just what Howitt claims to have observed among the Yun, that in this tribe the totem is thought to be in some way part of a man is clearly seen by the case of Umbra, before mentioned, who told me that, many years ago, someone of the lace lizard totem sent it while he was asleep, and that it went down his throat and almost ate his totem, which was in his breast, so that he nearly died. So it is quite true that the totem is broken up in individualizing itself and that each of the bits thus detached plays the part of a spirit or soul residing in the body. 305. But there are other more clearly demonstrative facts. If the soul is only the totemic principle individualized, it should have, in certain cases at least, rather close relations with the animal or vegetable species whose form is reproduced by the totem, and, in fact, the Gilgal, a tribe of New South Wales, had a superstition that everyone had within himself an affinity to the spirit of some bird, beast or reptile, not that he sprung from the creature in any way, but that the spirit which was in him was akin to that of the creature. There are even cases where the soul is believed to emanate directly from the animal or vegetable serving as totem. Among the Iranta, according to Strello, when a woman has eaten a great deal of fruit, it is believed that she will give birth to a child who will have this fruit as totem. If, at the moment when she felt the first tremblings of the child, she was looking at a kangaroo, it is believed that the ratapo of the kangaroo has entered her body and fertilized her. 306 H. Basadar reported the same fact from the Wogate. We know, also, that the Ratapa and the soul are almost indistinguishable things. Now, such an origin could never have been attributed to the soul if men did not think that it was made out of the same substances as the plants and animals of the totemic species. Thus the soul is frequently represented in an animal form. It is known that in inferior societies, death is never considered a natural event. Due to the action of purely physical causes, it is generally attributed to the evil workings of some sorcerer. In a large number of Australian societies, in order to determine who is the responsible author of this murder, they work on the principle that the soul of the murderer must inevitably come to visit its victim. Therefore, the body is placed upon a scaffolding, then, the ground under the corpse and all around it is carefully smoothed off so that the slightest mark becomes easily perceptible. They return the next day. If an animal has passed by there during the interval, its tracks are readily recognizable. Their form reveals the species to which it belongs, and from that, they infer the social group of which the guilty man is a member. They say that it is a man of such a class or such a clan, according to whether the animal is the totem of this or that class or clan. So the soul is believed to have come in the form of the totemic animal. In other societies where totemism has weakened or disappeared, the soul still continues to be thought of in an animal form. The natives of Cape Bedford, North Queensland, believe that the child, at the moment of entering the body of its mother, is a curlew if it is a girl, or a snake if it is a boy. It is only later that it takes a human form. Many of the Indians of North America, says the Prince of Weed, say that they have an animal in their bodies. The Bororo of Brazil represent the soul in the form of a bird, and therefore believe that they are birds of the same variety. In other places, it is thought of as a snake, a lizard, a fly, a bee, etc. But it is especially after death that this animal nature of the soul is manifested. During life, this characteristic is partially veiled, as it were, by the very form of the human body, but when death has once set it free, it becomes itself again. Among the Omaha, in at least 2 of the buffalo clans, it is believed that the souls of the dead go to rejoin the buffalo, their ancestors. The Hopi are divided into a certain number of clans, whose ancestors were animals or beings with animal forms. Now Schoolcraft tells us that they say that at death, they take their original form again. Each becomes a Barordia, according to the clan to which he belongs. Very frequently the soul is believed to reincarnate itself in the body of an animal. 307 It is probably from this that the widely spread doctrine of metempsychosis was derived. We have already seen how hard-pressed Tyler is to account for it. If the soul is an essentially human principle, what could be more curious than this marked predilection which it shows, in so large a number of societies, for the animal form? On the other hand, everything is explained if, by its very constitution, the soul is closely related to the animal, for in that case, when it returns to the animal world at the close of this life, it is only returning to its real nature. Thus the generality of the belief in metempsychosis is a new proof that the constituent elements of the idea of the soul have been taken largely from the animal kingdom, as is presupposed by the theory which we have just set forth. Thus the notion of the soul is a particular application of the beliefs relative to sacred beings. This is the explanation of the religious character which this idea has had from the moment when it first appeared in history, and which it still retains today. In fact, the soul has always been considered a sacred thing. On this ground, it is opposed to the body which is, in itself, profane. It is not merely distinguished from its material envelope as the inside from the outside, it is not merely represented as made out of a more subtle and fluid matter, but more than this, it inspires those sentiments which are everywhere reserved for that which is divine. If it is not made into a god, it is at least regarded as a spark of the divinity. This essential characteristic would be inexplicable if the idea of the soul were only a pre-scientific solution given to the problem of dreams, for there is nothing in the dream to awaken religious emotions, so the cause by which these are explained could not have such a character. But if the soul is a part of the divine substance, it represents something not ourselves that is within us. If it is made of the same mental matter as the sacred beings, it is natural that it should become the object of the same sentiments, and the sacred character which men thus attribute to themselves is not the product of a pure illusion either. Like the notions of religious force and of divinity, the notion of the soul is not without a foundation in reality. It is perfectly true that we are made up of 2 distinct parts, which are opposed to one another as the sacred to the profane, and we may say that, in a certain sense, there is divinity in us. For society, this unique source of all that is sacred, does not limit itself to moving us from without and affecting us for the moment. It establishes itself within us in a durable manner. It arouses within us a whole world of ideas and sentiments which express it but which, at the same time, form an integral and permanent part of ourselves. When the Australian goes away from a religious ceremony, the representations which this communal life has aroused or re-aroused within him are not obliterated in a second. The figures of the great ancestors, the heroic exploits whose memory these rites perpetuate, the great deeds of every sort in which he, too, has participated through the cult, in a word, all these numerous ideals which he has elaborated with the co-operation of his fellows, continue to live in his consciousness and, through the emotions which are attached to them and the ascendancy which they hold over his entire being, they are sharply distinguished from the vulgar impressions arising from his daily relations with external things, moral ideas of the same character. It is society which forces them upon us, and as the respect inspired by it is naturally extended to all that comes from it, its imperative rules of conduct are invested, by reason of their origin, with an authority and a dignity which is shared by none of our internal states. Therefore, we assign them a place apart in our psychical life. Although our moral conscience is a part of our consciousness, we do not feel ourselves on an equality with it. In this voice which makes itself heard only to give us orders and establish prohibitions, we cannot recognize our own voices. The very tone in which it speaks to us warns us that it expresses something within us that is not of ourselves. This is the objective foundation of the idea of the soul. Those representations whose flow constitutes our interior life are of two different species which are irreducible one into another. Some concern themselves with the external and material world, others, with an ideal world to which we attribute a moral superiority over the first. So we are really made up of two beings facing in different and almost contrary directions, one of whom exercises a real preeminence over the other. Such is the profound meaning of the antithesis which all men have more or less clearly conceived between the body and the soul, the material and the spiritual beings who coexist within us. Moralists and preachers have often maintained that no one can deny the reality of duty and its sacred character without falling into materialism, and it is true that if we have no idea of moral and religious imperatives, our psychical life will all be reduced to one level. 308 All our states of consciousness will be on the same plane, and all feeling of duality will perish. To make this duality intelligible, it is, of course, in no way necessary to imagine a mysterious and unrepresentable substance, under the name of the soul, which is opposed to the body, but here, as in regard to the idea of sacredness, the error concerns the letter of the symbol employed, not the reality of the fact symbolized. It remains true that our nature is double. There really is a particle of divinity in us because there is within us a particle of these great ideas which are the soul of the group. So the individual soul is only a portion of the collective soul of the group. It is the anonymous force at the basis of the cult, but incarnated in an individual whose personality it espouses. It is manner individualized. Perhaps dreams aided in determining certain secondary characteristics of the idea. The inconsistency and instability of the images which fill our minds during sleep, and their remarkable aptitude for transforming themselves into one another, may have furnished the model for this subtle, transparent and protean matter out of which the soul is believed to be made. Also, the facts of swooning, catalepsy, etc., may have suggested the idea that the soul was mobile, and quitted the body temporarily during this life. This, in its turn, has served to explain certain dreams, but all these experiences and observations could have had only a secondary and complementary influence, whose very existence it is difficult to establish. All that is really essential in the idea comes from elsewhere, but does not this genesis of the idea of the soul misunderstand its essential characteristic? If the soul is a particular form of the impersonal principle which is diffused in the group, the totemic species and all the things of every sort which are attached to the is, at bottom it is impersonal itself. So, with differences only of degree, it should have the same properties as the force of which it is a special form, and particularly, the same diffusion, the same aptitude for spreading itself contagiously and the same ubiquity. But quite on the contrary, the soul is voluntarily represented as a concrete, definite being, wholly contained within itself and not communicable to others. It is made the basis of our personality, but this way of conceiving the soul is the product of a late and philosophic elaboration. The popular representation, as it is spontaneously formed from common experience, is very different, especially at first. For the Australian, the soul is a very vague thing, undecided and wavering in form, and spread over the whole organism, though it manifests itself especially at certain points. there are probably none from which it is totally absent, so it has a diffusion, a contagiousness and an omnipresence comparable to those of the manna. Like the manna, it is able to divide and duplicate itself infinitely, though remaining entire in each of its parts. It is from these divisions and duplications that the plurality of souls is derived. On the other hand, the doctrine of reincarnation, whose generality we have established, shows how many impersonal elements enter into the idea of the soul and how essential those are. For if the same soul is going to clothe a new personality in each generation, the individual forms in which it successively develops itself must all be equally external to it, and have nothing to do with its true nature. It is a sort of generic substance which individualizes itself only secondarily and superficially. Moreover, this conception of the soul is by no means completely gone. The cult of relics shows that for a host of believers even today, the soul of a saint, with all its essential powers, continues to adhere to his different bones, and this implies that he is believed to be able to diffuse himself, subdivide himself and incorporate himself in all sorts of different things simultaneously. Just as the characteristic attributes of the manna are found in the soul, so secondary and superficial changes are enough to enable the manna to individualize itself in the form of a soul. We pass from the first idea to the second with no break of continuity. Every religious force which is attached in a special way to a determined being participates in the characteristics of this being, takes on its appearance and becomes its spiritual double. Tregear, in his Maori Polynesian dictionary, has thought it possible to connect the word manna with another group of words, such as manor, manamana, etc., which seem to belong to the same family, and which signify heart, life, consciousness. Is this not equivalent to saying that some sort of kinship ought to exist between the corresponding ideas as well, that is to say, between the idea of impersonal force and those of internal life, mental force and, in a word, of the soul? This is why the question whether the Chiringa is sacred because it serves as the residence of a soul, as Spencer and Gillen believe, or because it has impersonal virtues, as Strello thinks, seems to us to have little interest and to be without sociological importance. Whether the efficacy of a sacred object is represented in an abstract form in the mind or is attributed to some personal agent does not really matter. The psychological roots of both beliefs are identical. An object is sacred because it inspires, in one way or another, a collective sentiment of respect which removes it from profane touches. In order to explain this sentiment, men sometimes fall back onto a vague and imprecise cause, and sometimes onto a determined spiritual being endowed with a name and a history. But these different interpretations are superadded to one fundamental phenomenon which is the same in both cases. This, moreover, is what explains the singular confusions, examples of which we have met with as we have progressed. The individual, the soul of the ancestor which he reincarnates or from which his own is an emanation, his Chiringa and the animals of the totemic species are, as we have said, partially equivalent and interchangeable things. This is because in certain connections, they all affect the collective consciousness in the same way. If the Chiringa is sacred, it is because of the collective sentiments of respect inspired by the totemic emblem carved upon its surface. Now the same sentiment attaches itself to the animals or plants whose outward form is reproduced by the totem, to the soul of the individual, for it is thought of in the form of the totemic being, and finally to the ancestral soul, of which the preceding one is only a particular aspect. So all these various objects, whether real or ideal, have one common element by which they arouse a single affective state in the mind, and through this, they become confused. Insofar as they are expressed by one and the same representation, they are indistinct. This is how the Iranta has come to regard a Chiringa as the body common to the individual, the ancestor and even the totemic being. It is his way of expressing the identity of the sentiments of which these different things are the object. However, it does not follow from the fact the idea of the soul is derived from the idea of manna that the first has a relatively later origin, or that there was a period in history when men were acquainted with religious forces only in their impersonal forms. When some wish to designate by the word preanimist an historical period during which animism was completely unknown, they build up an arbitrary hypothesis, for there is no people among whom the ideas of the soul and of manna do not coexist side by side. So there is no ground for imagining that they were formed at two distinct times. Everything, on the contrary, goes to show that the two are coeval. Just as there is no society without individuals, so those impersonal forces which are disengaged from the group cannot establish themselves without incarnating themselves in the individual consciousnesses where they individualize themselves. In reality, we do not have two different developments, but two different aspects of one and the same development. It is true that they do not have an equal importance, one is more essential than the other. The idea of manner does not presuppose the idea of the soul, for if the manner is going to individualize itself and break itself up into the particular souls, it must first of all exist, and what it is in itself does not depend upon the forms it takes when individualized, but on the contrary, the idea of the soul cannot be understood except when taken in connection with the idea of manner. So on this ground, it is possible to say that it is the result of a secondary formation, but we are speaking of a secondary formation in the logical, not the chronological, sense of the word. But how does it come that men have believed that the soul survives the body and is even able to do so for an indefinite length of time? From the analysis which we have made, it is evident that the belief in immortality has not been established under the influence of moral ideas. Men have not imagined the prolongation of their existence beyond the tomb in order that a just retribution for moral acts may be assured in another life, if it fails in this one, for we have seen that all considerations of this sort are foreign to the primitive conception of the beyond. Nor is the other hypothesis any better, according to which the other life was imagined as a means of escaping the agonizing prospect of annihilation. In the first place, it is not true that the need of personal survival was actively felt at the beginning. The primitive generally accepts the idea of death with a sort of indifference. Being trained to count his own individuality for little, and being accustomed to exposing his life constantly, he gives it up easily enough. More than that, the immortality promised by the religions he practices is not personal. In a large number of cases, the soul does not continue the personality of the dead man, or does not continue it long, for, forgetful of its previous existence, it goes away, after a while, to animate another body and thus becomes the vivifying principle of a new personality. Even among the most advanced peoples, it was only a pale and sad existence that shades led in Sheol or Erebus, and could hardly attenuate the regrets occasioned by the memories of the life lost. A more satisfactory explanation is the one attaching the conception of a posthumous life to the experiences of dreams. Our dead friends and relatives reappear to us in dreams, we see them act, we hear them speak, it is natural to conclude that they continue to exist, but if these observations were able to confirm the idea after it had once been born, they hardly seem capable of creating it out of nothing. Dreams in which we see departed persons living again are too rare and too short and leave only too vague recollections of themselves, to have been able to suggest so important a system of beliefs to men all by themselves. There is a remarkable lack of proportion between the effect and the cause to which it is attributed. What makes this question embarrassing is the fact that in itself, the idea of the soul does not imply that of its survival, but rather seems to exclude it. In fact, we have seen that the soul, though being distinguished from the body, is believed, nevertheless, to be closely united to it. It ages along with the body, it feels a reaction from all the maladies that fall upon the body, so it would seem natural that it should die with the body. At least, men ought to have believed that it ceased to exist from the moment when it definitely lost its original form, and when it was no longer what it had been. Yet it is at just this moment that a new life opens out before it. The myths which we have already described give the only possible explanation of this belief. We have seen that the souls of newborn children are either emanations of the ancestral souls, or these souls themselves reincarnated, but in order that they may either reincarnate themselves, or periodically give off new emanations, they must have survived their first holders. So it seems as though they admitted the survival of the dead in order to explain the birth of the living. The primitive does not have the idea of an all-powerful God who creates souls out of nothing. It seems to him that souls cannot be made except out of souls, so those who are born can only be new forms of those who have been. Consequently, it is necessary that these latter continue to exist in order that others may be born. In fine, the belief in the immortality of the soul is the only way in which men were able to explain a fact which could not fail to attract their attention. This fact is the perpetuity of the life of the group. Individuals die, but the clan survives, so the forces which give it life must have the same perpetuity. Now these forces are the souls which animate individual bodies, for it is in them and through them that the group is realized. For this reason, it is necessary that they endure. It is even necessary that in enduring, they remain always the same, for, as the clan always keeps its characteristic appearance, the spiritual substance out of which it is made must be thought of as qualitatively invariable. Since it is always the same clan with the same totemic principle, it is necessary that the souls be the same, for souls are only the totemic principle broken up and particularized. Thus there is something like a germinative plasm, of a mystic order, which is transmitted from generation to generation and which makes, or at least is believed to make, the spiritual unity of the clan through all time. and this belief, in spite of its symbolic character, is not without a certain objective truth, for though the group may not be immortal in the absolute sense of the word, still it is true that it endures longer than the individuals and that it is born and incarnated afresh in each new generation. A fact confirms this interpretation. We have seen that according to the testimony of Strello, the Irunta distinguish two sorts of souls, on the one hand those of the ancestors of the Outeringa, on the other, those of the individuals who actually compose the active body of the tribe at each moment in history. The second sort only survive the body for a relatively short time, they are soon totally annihilated. Only the former are immortal, as they are uncreated, so they do not perish. It is also to be noticed that they are the only ones whose immortality is necessary to explain the permanence of the group, for it is upon them, and upon them alone, that it is incumbent to assure the perpetuity of the clan, for every conception is their work. In this connection, the others have no part to play, so souls are not said to be immortal except in so far as this immortality is useful in rendering intelligible the continuity of the collective life. Thus the causes leading to the first beliefs in a future life had no connections with the functions to be filled at a later period by the institutions beyond the tomb, but when that had once appeared, they were soon utilized for other purposes besides those which had been their original reasons for existence. Even in the Australian societies, we see them beginning to organize themselves for this other purpose. Moreover, there was no need of any fundamental transformation for this. How true it is that the same social institution can successively fulfill different functions without changing its nature. 6. The idea of the soul was for a long time, and still is in part, the popular form of the idea of personality. 309. So the genesis of the former of these ideas should aid us in understanding how the second one was formed. From what has already been said, it is clear that the notion of person is the product of two sorts of factors. One of these is essentially impersonal. It is the spiritual principle serving as the soul of the group. In fact, it is this which constitutes the very substance of individual souls. Now this is not the possession of anyone in particular, it is a part of the collective patrimony. In it and through it, all consciousnesses communicate. But on the other hand, in order to have separate personalities, it is necessary that another factor intervene to break up and differentiate this principle. In other words, an individualizing factor is necessary. It is the body that fulfills this function. As bodies are distinct from each other, and as they occupy different points of space and time, each of them forms a special center about which the collective representations reflect and color themselves differently. The result is that even if all the consciousnesses in these bodies are directed towards the same world, to wit, the world of the ideas and sentiments which brings about the moral unity of the group, they do not all see it from the same angle, each one expresses it in its own fashion. Of these two equally indispensable factors, the former is certainly not the less important, for this is the one which furnishes the original matter for the idea of the soul. Perhaps some will be surprised to see so considerable a role attributed to the impersonal element in the genesis of the idea of personality, but the philosophical analysis of the idea of person, which has gone far ahead of the sociological analysis, has reached analogous results on this point. Among all the philosophers, Leibniz is one of those who have felt most vividly what a personality is, for before all, the nomad is a personal and autonomous being. Yet, for Leibniz, the contents of all the monads is identical. In fact, all are consciousnesses which express one and the same object, the world, and as the world itself is only a system of representations, each particular consciousness is really only the reflection of the universal consciousness. However, each one expresses it from its own point of view, and in its own manner. We know how this difference of perspectives comes from the fact that the monads are situated differently in relation to each other and to the whole system which they constitute. Kant expresses the same sentiment, though in a different form. For him, the cornerstone of the personality is the will. Now the will is the faculty of acting in conformity with reason, and the reason is that which is most impersonal within us, for reason is not my reason, it is human reason in general. It is the power which the mind has of rising above the particular, the contingent and the individual, to think in universal forms. So from this point of view, we may say that what makes a man a personality is that by which he is confounded with other men, that which makes him a man, not a certain man, the senses, the body and, in a word, all that individualizes, is, on the contrary, considered as the antagonist of the personality by Kant. This is because individuation is not the essential characteristic of the personality. A person is not merely a single subject distinguished from all the others. It is especially a being to which is attributed a relative autonomy in relation to the environment with which it is most immediately in contact. It is represented as capable of moving itself, to a certain degree. This is what Leibniz expressed in an exaggerated way when he said that the monad was completely closed to the outside. Now our analysis permits us to see how this conception was formed and to what it corresponds. In fact, the soul, a symbolic representation of the personality, has the same characteristic. Although closely bound to the body, it is believed to be profoundly distinct from it and to enjoy, in relation to it, a large degree of independence. During life, it may leave it temporarily, and it definitely withdraws at death. Far from being dependent upon the body, it dominates it from the higher dignity which is in it. It may well take from the body the outward form in which it individualizes itself, but it owes nothing essential to it, nor is the autonomy which all peoples have attributed to the soul a pure illusion. We know now what its objective foundation is. It is quite true that the elements which serve to form the idea of the soul and those which enter into the representation of the body come from two different sources that are independent of one another. One sort are made up of the images and impressions coming from all parts of the organism, the others consist in the ideas and sentiments which come from and express society, so the former are not derived from the latter. There really is a part of ourselves which is not placed in immediate dependence upon the organic factor. This is all that which represents society in us, the general ideas which religion or science fix in our minds, the mental operations which these ideas suppose, the beliefs and sentiments which are at the basis of our moral life, and all these superior forms of psychical activity which society awakens in us. These do not follow in the trail of our bodily states, as our sensations and our general bodily consciousness do. As we have already shown, this is because the world of representations in which social life passes is superimposed upon its material substratum, far from rising from it. The determinism which reigns there is much more supple than the one whose roots are in the constitution of our tissues, and it leaves with the actor a justified impression of the greatest liberty. The medium in which we thus move is less opaque and less resistant. We feel ourselves to be, and we are, more at our ease there. In a word, the only way we have of freeing ourselves from physical forces is to oppose them with collective forces. But whatever we receive from society, we hold in common with our companions, so it is not at all true that we are more personal as we are more individualized. The two terms are in no way synonymous. In one sense, they oppose more than they imply one another. Passion individualizes, yet it also enslaves. Our sensations are essentially individual, yet we are more personal the more we are freed from our senses and able to think and act with concepts. So those who insist upon all the social elements of the individual do not mean by that to deny or debase the personality, they merely refuse to confuse it with the fact of individuation. 310. 9. The idea of spirits and gods. When we come to the idea of the soul, we have left the circle of purely impersonal forces. But above a soul, the Australian religions already recognize mythical personalities of a superior order, spirits, civilizing heroes and even gods who are properly so called. While it will be unnecessary to enter into the detail of the mythologies, we must at least see the form in which these three categories of spiritual beings are presented in Australia, and the way in which they are connected with the whole religious system. A soul is not a spirit. In fact, it is shut up in a determined organism, though it may leave it at certain moments. It is ordinarily a prisoner there. It definitely escapes only at death, and we have already seen the difficulties under which the separation is accomplished. A spirit, on the contrary, though often tied by the closest bonds to some particular object, such as a spring, a rock, a tree, a star, etc., and though residing there by preference, may go away at will and lead an independent existence in free space, so it has a more extended circle of action. It can act upon the individuals who approach it or whom it approaches. The soul, on the contrary, has almost no influence except over the body it animates. It is very exceptional that it succeeds in influencing outside objects during the course of its terrestrial life, but if the soul does not have the distinctive characteristics of the spirit, it acquires them, at least in part, at death. In fact, when it has been disincarnated, so long as it does not descend into a body again, it has the same liberty of movement as a spirit. Of course, after the rites of mourning have been accomplished, it is thought to go to the land of souls, but before this it remains about the tomb for a rather long time. Also, even after it has definitely departed, it is believed to prowl about in the brush near the camp. It is generally represented as a rather beneficent being, especially for the surviving members of its family, We have seen that the soul of the father comes to aid the growth of his children or his grandchildren, but it also happens sometimes that it shows signs of a veritable cruelty. Everything depends upon its humor and the manner in which it is treated by the living. So it is recommended, especially to women and children, not to venture outside of the camp during the night so as not to expose oneself to dangerous encounters. However, a ghost is not a real spirit. In the first place, it generally has only a limited power of action. Also, it does not have a definite province. It is a vagabond, upon whom no determined task is incumbent, for the effect of death has been to put it outside of all regular forms. As regards the living, it is a sort of exile. A spirit, on the other hand, always has a power of a certain sort, and it is by this that it is defined. It is set over a certain order of cosmic or social phenomena. It has a more or less precise function to fulfill in the system of the universe, but there are some souls which satisfy this double condition and which are consequently spirits, in the proper sense of the word. These are the souls of the mythical personages whom popular imagination has placed at the beginning of time, the old Durango Mitjina or the men of the Outringa among the Irunta, the Muramura among the tribes of Lake Eyre, the Muk, Kone among the Kone, etc. In one sense, they are still souls, for they are believed to have formerly animated bodies from which they separated themselves at a certain moment, but even when they led a terrestrial life, they already had, as we have seen, exceptional powers. They had a manner superior to that of ordinary men, and they have kept it. Also, they are charged with definite functions. In the first place, whether we accept the version of Spencer and Gillen or that of Strello, it is to them that the care of assuring the periodical recruiting of the clan falls. They have charge of the phenomena of conception. Even when the conception has been accomplished, the task of the ancestor is not yet completed. It is his duty to guard over the newborn child. Later, when the child has become a man, he accompanies him in the hunt, brings game to him, warns him by dreams of the dangers he may run, protects him against his enemies, etc. On this point, Strello is entirely in accord with Spencer and Gillen. It is true that someone may ask how it is possible, according to the version of these latter, for the ancestor to fulfill this function, for, since he reincarnates himself at the moment of conception, it seems as though he should be confounded with the soul of the child and should therefore be unable to protect it from without. But the fact is that he does not reincarnate himself entirely, he merely duplicates himself. One part of him enters the body of the woman and fertilizes her, another part continues to exist outside and, under the special name of Irimbiringa, fulfills the office of guardian genius. Thus we see how great a kinship there is between this ancestral spirit and the genius of the Latins or the Famen of the Greeks. The identification of function is complete. In fact, at first the genius is the one who begets, he gignit, he expresses and personifies the powers of generation, but at the same time, he is the protector and director of the particular individual to whose person he is attached. He is finally confused with the personality itself of this individual. He represents the totality of the proclivities and tendencies which characterize him and give him a distinctive appearance among other men. Hence come the well-known expressions indulgia genio, defraudio genium, with the sense of to follow one's natural temperament. At bottom, the genius is another form or double of the soul of the individual. This is proved by the partial synonymy of genius and manes. The manes is the genius after death, but it is also all that survives of the dead man, that is to say, his soul. In the same way, the soul of the Irunta and the ancestral spirit which serves as his genius are only two different aspects of one and the same being, but it is not only in relation to persons that the ancestor has a definite situation, he also has one in relation to things. Though he is believed to have his real residence under the ground, they think that he is always haunting the place where his nanja tree or rock is, or the water hole which was spontaneously formed at the exact spot where he disappeared into the ground, having terminated his first existence. As this tree or rock is believed to represent the body of the hero, they imagine that the soul itself is constantly coming back there, and lives there more or less permanently. It is by the presence of this soul that they explain the religious respect inspired by these localities. No one can break the branch of a nanja tree without a risk of falling sick. Formerly the act of breaking it down or injuring it was punished with death. An animal or bird taking refuge there could not be killed. Even the surrounding bushes had to be respected. The grass could not be burned. The rocks also had to be treated with respect. It was forbidden to remove them or break them. As this sacred character is attributed to the ancestor, he appeared as the spirit of this tree or rock, of this water hole or spring. If the spring is thought of as having some connection with rain, he will become a spirit of rain. Thus, the same souls which serve as protecting geniuses for men also fulfill cosmic functions at the same time. It is undoubtedly in this sense that we must understand the text of Roth where he says that in northern Queensland, the spirits of nature are the souls of the dead who have chosen to live in the forests or caves. So we have here some spiritual beings that are different from the wandering souls with no definite powers. Strelo calls them gods, but this expression is inexact, at least in the great majority of cases. If it were true, then in a society like the Irunta where each one has his protecting ancestor, there would be as many or more gods than there are individuals. It would merely introduce confusion into our terminology to give the name of God to a sacred being with only one worshipper. It may be, of course, that the figure of the ancestor grows to a point where it resembles a real divinity. Among a warmonger, as we have already pointed out, the clan as a whole is thought to be descended from one sole and unique ancestor. It is easily seen how this collective ancestor might, under certain circumstances, become the object of a collective devotion. To choose a notable example, this is what has happened to the snake Wallanqua. This mythical beast, from whom the clan of the same name is held to be descended, continues to live, they believe, in waterholes which are therefore surrounded with a religious respect. Thus it becomes the object of a cult which the clan celebrates collectively. Through determined rites, they attempt to please him and to win his favors, and they address to him all sorts of prayers, etc. So we may say that he is like a god of the clan, but this is a very exceptional case, or even, according to Spencer and Gillen, a unique one. Normally, the word spirits is the only one suitable for designating these ancestral personages. As to the manner in which this conception has been formed, we may say that it is evident from what is preceded. As we have already shown, the existence of individual souls, when once admitted, cannot be understood unless one imagines an original supply of fundamental souls at the origin of things, from which all the others were derived. Now these archetype souls are to be conceived as containing within them the source of all religious efficacy, for, since the imagination does not go beyond them, it is from them and only from them that all sacred things are believed to come. Both the instruments of the cult, the members of the clan and the animals of the totemic species, they incarnate all the sacredness diffused in the whole tribe and the whole world, and so they are attributed powers noticeably superior to those enjoyed by the simple souls of men. Moreover, time by itself increases and reinforces the sacred character of things. A very ancient Turinga inspires much more respect than a new one, and is supposed to have more virtues, the sentiments of veneration of which it has been the object during the series of successive generations who have handled it are, as it were, accumulated in it. For the same reason, the personages who for centuries have been the subject of myths respectfully passed on from mouth to mouth, and periodically put into action by the rites, cannot fail to take a very especial place in the popular imagination. But how does it happen that, instead of remaining outside of the organized society, they have become regular members of it? This is because each individual is the double of an ancestor. Now when two beings are related as closely as this, they are naturally conceived as incorporated together. Since they participate in the same nature, it seems as though that which affects one ought to affect the other as well. Thus the group of mythical ancestors became attached to the society of the living, the same interests and the same passions were attributed to each, they were regarded as associates. However, as the former had a higher dignity than the latter, this association takes, in the public mind, the form of an agreement between superiors and inferiors, between patrons and clients, benefactors and recipients. Thus comes this curious idea of a protecting genius who is attached to each individual. The question of how this ancestor came to have relations not only with men, but also with things, may appear more embarrassing, for, at the first glance, we do not see what connection there can be between a personage of this sort and a rock or tree, but a fact which we owe to Strelo furnishes us with a solution of this problem, which is at least probable. These trees and rocks are not situated at any point in the tribal territory, but, for the most part, they are grouped around the sanctuaries, called Ernachilunga by Spencer and Gillen and Arknanoa by Strelo, where the Turinga of the clan is kept. We know the respect with which these localities are enhallowed from the mere fact that the most precious instruments of the cult are there. Each of these spreads sanctity all about it. It is for this reason that the neighboring trees and rocks appear sacred, that it is forbidden to destroy or harm them, and that all violence used against them is a sacrilege. This sacred character is really due to a simple phenomenon of psychic contagiousness, but in order to explain it, the native must admit that these different objects have relations with the different beings in whom he sees the source of all religious power, that is to say, with the ancestors of the Outrenger. Hence comes the system of myths of which we have spoken. They imagined that each Erdnachilunga marked the spot where a group of ancestors entered into the ground. The mounds or trees which covered the ground were believed to represent their bodies, but as the soul retains, in a general way, a sort of affinity for the body in which it dwelt, they were naturally led to believe that these ancestral souls continued to frequent these places where their material envelope remained, so they were located in the rocks, the trees or the waterholes. Thus each of them, the remaining attached to some determined individual, became transformed into a sort of genius loci and fulfilled its functions. 311 The conceptions thus elucidated enable us to understand a form of totemism which we have left unexplained up to the present. This is individual totemism. An individual totem is defined, in its essence, by the two following characteristics. 1. It is a being in an animal or vegetable form whose function is to protect an individual. 2. The fate of this individual and that of his patron are closely united. All that touches the latter is sympathetically communicated to the former. Now the ancestral spirits of which we have just been speaking answer to this same definition. They also belong, at least in part, to the animal or vegetable kingdoms. They, too, are protecting geniuses. Finally, a sympathetic bond unites each individual to his protecting ancestor. In fact, the Nanja tree, representing the mystical body of this ancestor, cannot be destroyed without the man's feeling himself menaced. It is true that this belief is losing its force today, but Spencer and Gillen have observed it, and in any case, they are of the opinion that formerly it was quite general. The identity of these two conceptions is found even in their details. The ancestral souls reside in trees or rocks which are considered sacred. Likewise, among the Uali, the spirit of the animal serving as individual totem is believed to inhabit a tree or stone. 312 This tree or stone is sacred. No one may touch it except the proprietor of the totem, when it is a stone or rock. This interdiction is still absolute. The result is that they are veritable places of refuge. Finally, we have seen that the individual soul is only another aspect of the ancestral spirit. According to Strello, this serves after a fashion, as a second self. Likewise, following an expression of Mrs. Parker, the individual totem of the Uali, called Yunbi, is the alter ego of the individual. The soul of a man is in his Yunbi and the soul of his Yunbi is in him, so at bottom, it is one soul in two bodies. The kinship of these two notions is so close that they are sometimes expressed by one and the same word. This is the case in Melanesia and in Polynesia, Ate in the island Mutta, Tamaniu in the island Aurora, and Tolegia and Motla all designate both the soul of the individual and his personal totem. It is the same with Atu in Samoa. This is because the individual totem is merely the outward and visible form of the ego or the personality, of which the soul is the inward and invisible form. Thus the individual totem has all the essential characteristics of the protecting ancestor and fills the same role. This is because it has the same origin and proceeds from the same idea. Each of them, in fact, consists in a duplication of the soul. The totem, as the ancestor, is the soul of the individual, but externalized and invested with powers superior to those it is believed to possess while within the organism. Now this duplication is the result of a psychological necessity, for it only expresses the nature of the soul which, as we have seen, is double. In one sense, it is ours, it expresses our personality, but at the same time, it is outside of us, for it is only the reaching into us of a religious force which is outside of us. We cannot confound ourselves with it completely, for we attribute to it an excellence and a dignity by which it rises far above us and our empirical individuality. So there is a whole part of ourselves which we tend to project into the outside. This way of thinking of ourselves is so well established in our nature that we cannot escape it, even when we attempt to regard ourselves without having recourse to any religious symbols. Our moral consciousness is like a nucleus about which the idea of the soul forms itself, yet when it speaks to us, it gives the effect of an outside power, superior to us, which gives us our law and judges us, but which also aids and sustains us. When we have it on our side, we feel ourselves to be stronger against the trials of life, and better assured of triumphing over them, just as the Australian who, when trusting in his ancestor or his personal totem, feels himself more valiant against his enemies. 313 So there is something objective at the basis of these conceptions, whether we have in mind the Roman genius, the individual totem, or the Outrenger ancestor, and this is why they have survived, in various forms, up to the present day. everything goes just as if we really had two souls, one which is within us, or rather, which is us, the other which is above us, and whose function it is to control and assist the first one. Fraser thought that the individual totem was an external soul, but he believed that this exteriority was the result of an artifice and a magic ruse. In reality, it is implied in the very constitution of the idea of the soul. 314 The spirits of which we have just been speaking are essentially benefactors. Of course they punish a man if he does not treat them in a fitting manner, but it is not their function to work evil. However, a spirit is in itself just as capable of doing evil as good. This is why we find a class of evil geniuses forming itself naturally, in opposition to these auxiliary and protecting spirits, which enables men to explain the permanent evils that they have to suffer, their nightmares and illnesses, whirlwinds and tempests, etc. Of course, this is not saying that all these human miseries have appeared as things too abnormal to be explained in any way except by supernatural forces, but it is saying that these forces are thought of under a religious form, as it is a religious principle which is considered the source of life. So, all the events which disturb or destroy life ought logically to be traced to a principle of the same sort. These harmful spirits seem to have been conceived on the same model as the good spirits of which we have just been speaking. They are represented in an animal form, or one that is half animal, half man, but men are naturally inclined to give them enormous dimensions and a repulsive aspect. Like the souls of the ancestors, they are believed to inhabit trees, rocks, waterholes and subterranean caverns. Taking the Irunta as a particular example, Spencer and Gillen say expressly that these evil geniuses, known under the name of Orantia, are beings of the Outer 315 Many are represented as the souls of persons who had led a terrestrial life. Among the personages of the fabulous epoch, there were, in fact, many different temperaments. Some had cruel and evil instincts which they retained, others were naturally of a bad constitution. They were thin and emaciated, so after they had entered into the ground, the Nandi rocks to which they gave birth were considered the homes of dangerous influences, yet they are distinguished by special characteristics from their confreres, the heroes of the Outer. They do not reincarnate themselves. Among living men, there is no one who represents them. They are without human posterity. When, judging from certain signs, they believe that a child is the result of their work, it is put to death as soon as born. Also, these belong to no determined totemic group. They are outside the social organization. By all these traits, they are recognized as magic powers rather than religious ones, and in fact, it is especially with the magician that they have relations. Very frequently it is from them that he gets his powers. So we have now arrived at the point where the world of religion stops and that of magic commences, and as this latter is outside the field of our research, we need not push our researches further. 316 The appearance of the notion of spirits marks an important step in advance in the individualization of religious forces. However, the spiritual beings of whom we have been speaking up to the present are as yet only secondary personages. They are either evil working geniuses who belong to magic rather than religion, or else, being attached to determined individuals or places, they cannot make their influence felt except within a circle of a very limited radius, so they can only be the objects of private and local rites. But after the idea has once been established, it naturally spreads to the highest spheres of the religious life, and thus mythical personalities of a superior order are born. Though the ceremonies of the different clans differ from one another, they all belong to the same religion. Nonetheless, also, a certain number of essential similarities exist between them. Since all the clans are only parts of one and the same tribe, the unity of the tribe cannot fail to make itself felt through this diversity of particular cults. In fact, there is no totemic group that does not have Turinga and Bulroras, and these are used everywhere in the same way. The organization of the tribe into phratries, matrimonial classes and clans, and the exogamic interdictions attached to them, are veritable tribal institutions. The initiation celebrations all include certain fundamental practices, the extraction of a tooth, circumcision, subincision, etc., which do not vary with the totems within a single tribe. The uniformity on this point is the more easily established as the initiation always takes place in the presence of the tribe, or at least, before an assembly to which the different clans have been summoned. The reason for this is that the object of the initiation is to introduce the neophyte into the religious life, not merely of the clan into which he was born, but of the tribe as a whole. So it is necessary that the various aspects of the tribal religion be represented before him and take place, in a way, under his very eyes. It is on this occasion that the moral and religious unity of the tribe is affirmed the best. Thus, in each society there are a certain number of rites which are distinguished from all the others by their homogeneity and their generality. So noticeably a harmony seemed to be explicable only by a unity of origin, so they imagined that each group of similar rites had been founded by one and the same ancestor, who came to reveal them to the tribe as a whole. Thus, among the Arunta, it was an ancestor of the Wildcat clan, named Pusha 317, who is thought to have taught men the way of making Turinga and using it ritually. Among the Warramunga, it was Murtu. Among the Yurubana, Witurna, it was Atnatu. Among the Katish and Tendon among the Kerme. Likewise, the practice of circumcision is attributed by the Eastern Diri and many other tribes to two special Muramura, and by the Irunta to a hero of the Alturinga, of the lizard totem, named Mangakunja. To this same personage are ascribed the foundation of the matrimonial institutions and the social organization they imply, the discovery of fire, the invention of the spear, the buckler, the boomerang, etc. It also happens very frequently that the inventor of the bull roarer is also considered a founder of the rites of initiation. These special ancestors cannot be put in the same rank as the others. On the one hand, the sentiments of veneration which they inspire are not limited to one clan, but are common to the whole tribe. On the other hand, it is to them that men ascribe all that is most esteemed in the tribal civilization. For this double reason, they became the object of a special consideration. For example, they say of Atnatu that he was born in heaven at an epoch even prior to the times of the Alturinga, that he made himself and that he gave himself the name he bears. The stars are his wives and daughters. Beyond the heaven where he lives, there is another one with another sun. His name is sacred, and should never be pronounced before women or non-initiated persons. Yet, howsoever great the prestige enjoyed by these personages may be, there was no occasion for founding special rites in their honor, for they themselves are only rites personified. They have no other reason for existence than to explain existing practices. They are only another aspect of these. The Turinga and the ancestor who invented it are only one, sometimes, both of the same name. When someone makes the bull roar resound, they say that it is the voice of the ancestor making himself heard. But, for the very reason that each of these heroes is confounded with the cult he is believed to have founded, they believe that he is attentive to the way in which it is celebrated. He is not satisfied unless the worshippers fulfill their duties exactly. He punishes those who are negligent, so he is thought of as the guardian of the rite, as well as its founder, and for this reason, he becomes invested with a veritable moral role. 318 IV. However, this mythological formation is not the highest which is to be found among the Australians. There are at least a certain number of tribes who have arrived at a conception of a god who, if not unique, is at least supreme, and to whom is attributed a preeminent position among all the other religious entities. The existence of this belief was pointed out long ago by different observers, but it is Howitt has contributed the most to establishing its relative generality. In fact, he has verified it over a very extended geographical area embracing the state of Victoria and New South Wales and even extending up to Queensland. In all this entire region, a considerable number of tribes believe in the existence of a veritable tribal divinity, who has different names, according to the district. The ones most frequently employed are Bunjil or Punjil, Daramulan and Bayame, but we also find Nurali or Nurel, Cohen and Mangangoa. The same conception is found again farther west, among the Nuraniari, where the great god is called Nurundri or Ngarundri. Among the Diri, it is probable that there is one of the Muramura, or ordinary ancestors, who enjoys a sort of supremacy over the others. Finally, in opposition to the affirmations of Spencer and Gillen, who declare that they have observed no belief in real divinity among the Irunta, Strello assures us that this people, as well as the Larija, recognize, under the name Altjira, a veritable good god. 319 The essential characteristics of this personage are the same everywhere. It is an immortal, and even an eternal being, for it was not derived from any other. After having lived on earth for a certain length of time, he ascended to heaven, or else was taken up there, and continues to live there, surrounded by his family, for generally he is said to have one or several wives, children and brothers, who sometimes assist him in his functions. Under the pretext of a visit he is said to have made to them, he and his family are frequently identified with certain stars. Moreover, they attribute to him a power over stars. It is he who regulates the journey of the sun and moon. He gives them orders. It is he who makes the lightning leap from the clouds and who throws the thunderbolts. Since he is the thunder, he is also connected with the rain. It is to him that men address themselves when there is a scarcity of water, or when too much falls. They speak of him as a sort of creator, He is called the father of men, and they say that he made them. According to a legend current around Melbourne, Bunjil made the first man in the following manner. He made a little statue out of white clay. Then, after he had danced all around it several times and had breathed into its nostrils, the statue became animated and commenced to walk about. According to another myth, he lighted the sun, thus the earth became heated and men came out of it. At the same time that he made men, 320 this divine personage made the animals and trees. It is to him that men owe all the arts of life, arms, language and tribal rights. He is the benefactor of humanity. Even yet, he plays the role of a sort of providence for them. It is he who supplies his worshippers with all that is necessary for their existence. He is in communication with them, either directly or through intermediaries, but being at the same time guardian of the morals of the tribe, he treats them severely when these are violated. If we are to believe certain observers, he will even fulfill the office of judge. After this life, he will separate the good from the bad, and will not reward the ones like the others. In any case, they are often represented as ruling the land of the dead, and as gathering the souls together when they arrive in the beyond. As the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is to the rites of initiation that he is attached especially. He is their center. He is very frequently represented by an image cut on a piece of bark or soaked into the ground. They dance around it, they sing in its honor, they even address real prayers to it. They explain to the young men who the personage is whom this image represents. They tell them his secret name, which the women and the uninitiated cannot know. They relate to them his history and the part attributed to him in the life of the tribe. At other times they raise their hands towards the heaven where he is thought to dwell, or else they point their arms or the ritual instruments they have in hand in this direction. This is a way of entering into communication with him. They feel his presence everywhere. He watches over the neophyte when he had withdrawn into the forest. He is attentive to the manner in which the ceremonies are celebrated. The initiation is his cult, so he gives special attention to seeing that these are carried out exactly. If there are any faults or negligences, he punishes them in a terrible manner. Moreover, the authority of each of these supreme gods is not limited to a single tribe. It is recognized equally by a number of neighboring tribes. Bunjil is adored in nearly all of Victoria, Bayame in a considerable portion of New South Wales, etc. This is why there are so few gods for a relatively extended geographical area, so the cults of which they are the object of an international character. It even happens sometimes that mythologies intermingle, combine and make mutual borrowings. Thus the majority of the tribes who believe in Bayame also admit the existence of Diramulan. However, they accord him a slighter dignity. They make him a son or brother of Bayame, and subordinate to this latter. Thus the faith in Diramulan has spread in diverse forms, into all of New South Wales. So it is far from true that religious internationalism is a peculiarity of the most recent and advanced religions. From the dawn of history, religious beliefs have manifested a tendency to overflow out of one strictly limited political society. It is as though they had a natural aptitude for crossing frontiers, and for diffusing and internationalizing themselves. Of course there have been peoples and times when this spontaneous aptitude has been held in check by opposed social necessities, but that does not keep it from being real and, as we see, very primitive. To Tyler this conception has appeared to be a part of so elevated a theology that he refuses to see in it anything but the product of a European importation. He would have it be a more or less denatured Christian idea. Andrew Lang, on the contrary, considers them autochthonous, but as he also admits that it is contrasted with all the other Australian beliefs and rests on completely different principles, he concludes that the religions of Australia are made up of two heterogeneous systems, superimposed one upon the other, and consequently derived from a double origin. On the one hand, there were ideas relative to totems and spirits, which had been suggested to men by the sight of certain natural phenomena, but at the same time, by a sort of intuition as to the nature of which he refuses to make himself clear. The human intelligence succeeded at the first onset in conceiving a unique God, creator of the world and legislator of the moral order. Lang even estimates that this idea was pure of foreign elements at the beginning, and especially in Australia, than in the civilizations which immediately followed. With time, it was covered over and obscured little by the ever-growing mass of animistic and totemic superstitions. Thus it underwent a sort of progressive degeneration up to the day when, as the effect of a privileged culture, it succeeded in coming into its own and restated itself again with more force and clarity than it had in the first place. 321 But the facts allow neither the skeptical hypothesis of Tyler nor the theological interpretation of Lang. In the first place, it is certain today that the ideas relative to the great tribal god are of indigenous origin. They were observed before the influence of the missionaries had as yet had time to make itself felt, but it does not follow that it is necessary to attribute them to a mysterious revelation, far from being derived from a different source than the regular totemic beliefs. They are, on the contrary, only the logical working out of these beliefs in their highest form. We have already seen how the notion of mythical ancestors is implied in the very principles upon which totemism rests, for each of them is a totemic being. Now, though the great gods are certainly superior to these, still, there are only differences of degree between them. We pass from the first to the second with no break of continuity. In fact, the great god is himself an ancestor of especial importance. They frequently speak to us about him as though he were a man, endowed, to be sure, with more than human powers, but one who lived a human life upon the earth. He is pictured as a great hunter, a powerful magician, or the founder of the tribe. He was the first man. One legend even represents him in the form of a worn-out old man who could hardly move about. If a supreme god named Muramura had existed among the Diri, the very word is significant, for it serves to designate the class of the ancestors. Likewise, Urali, the name of a great god among the tribes on the Murray River, is sometimes used as a collective expression which is applied to the group of mythical beings whom tradition places at the origin of things. 322 They are personages wholly comparable to those of the Outreringda. In Queensland, we have already met with the god Angie or Angie, who made men but who seems, nevertheless, to be only the first man, a fact that has aided Australian thought to pass from the numerous ancestral geniuses to the idea of the tribal god. Is that between the two extremes a middle term has been inserted, which has served as a transition. These are the civilizing heroes. The fabulous beings whom we call by this name are really simple ancestors to whom mythology has attributed an eminent place in the history of the tribe, and whom it has, for this reason, set above the others. We have even seen that they ordinarily form a part of the totemic organization. Manga Kunja belongs to the lizard totem and Pusha to the wild cat totem, but on the other hand, the functions which they are believed to fulfill, or to have fulfilled, are closely similar to those incumbent upon a great god. He, too, is believed to have introduced the arts of civilization among men, to have been the founder of the principal social institutions and the revealer of the great religious ceremonies which still remain under his control. If he is the father of men, it is because he manufactured them rather than begat them, but Manga Kunja also made them. Before his time, there were no men, but only informed masses of flesh, in which the different members and even the different individuals were not yet separated from one another. It was he who cut up this original matter and made real human beings out of it. 323 Between this mode of fabrication and the one the myth we have spoken of attributes to Benjal, there are only shades of difference. Moreover, the bonds uniting these two sorts of figures to each other are well shown by the fact that a relationship of descent is sometimes established between them. Among the Kone, the hero of the bull roarer, Tundan, is the son of the great god Mungangor. Likewise, among the Uali, Daramulan, the son or brother of Bayame, is identical with Gayandi, who is the equivalent of the Tundan of the Kone. 324 Of course it is not necessary to conclude from these facts that the great god is nothing more than a civilizing hero. There are cases where these two personages are carefully differentiated, but if they are not confounded, they are at least relatives, so it sometimes happens that we find it hard to distinguish them. There are some who could be classified equally well in one category or the other. Thus, we have spoken of Atnatu as a civilizing hero, but he comes very near to being a great god. The notion of a supreme god even depends so closely upon the entire system of the totemic beliefs that it still bears their mark. Tundan is a divine hero, as we have just seen, who is very close to the tribal divinity. Now among the Kone, the same word means totem. Similarly, among the Arunta, Altjira is the name of the great god. It is also the name of the maternal totem. 325 But there is more to be said than this. Many great gods have an obviously totemic aspect. Daramulan is an eagle hawk, his mother, an emu. It is also under the features of an emu that Bayame is represented. 326 The Altjira of the Arunta has the legs of an emu. Before being the name of the great god, Urali designated, as we just saw, the ancestor founders of the tribe. Now some of these were crows, the others hawks. According to Howitt, Bunjil is always represented in a human form. However, the same word serves to designate the totem of a phratry, the eagle hawk. At least one of his sons is among the totems included in the phratry to which he has given, or from which he has taken his name. His brother is Palion, the bat. Now this latter serves as sexual totem for the men in many tribes in Victoria. We can even go farther and state more definitely the connection which these great gods have with the totemic system. We have just seen that Bunjil is the totem of a phratry. Duramulan, like Bunjil, is an eagle hawk, and we know that this bird is the totem of phratries in a large number of southeastern tribes. We have already pointed out that Nurali seems to have originally been a collective term designating indistinctly either eagle hawks or crows. Now in the tribes where this myth has been observed, the crow is the totem of one of the two phratries, the eagle hawk, that of the other. Also, the legendary history of the great gods resembles that of the totems of the phratries very closely. The myths, and sometimes the rites, commemorate the struggles which each of these divinities fought against a carnivorous bird, over which it triumphed only with the greatest difficulty. Bunjil, the first man, after making the second man, Carween, entered into a conflict with him, and in the course of a sort of duel, he wounded him severely and changed him into a crow. The two species of Nurtaili are represented as two hostile groups which were originally in a constant state of war. Bayame, on his side, had to fight against Mullion, the cannibal eagle hawk, who, by the way, is identical with Duramulan. Now, as we have seen, there is also a sort of constitutional hostility between the totems of the phratries. This parallelism completes the proof that the mythology of the great gods and that of these totems are closely related. This relationship will appear still more evident if we notice that the rival of the god is regularly either a crow or an eagle hawk, and that these are quite generally the totems of the phratries. So Bayame, Duramulan, Nurali and Bunjil seem to be phratry totems who have been deified, and we may imagine that this apotheosis took place as follows. It is obviously in the assemblies which take place in regard to the initiation that the conception was elaborated, for the great gods do not play a role of any importance except in these rites, and are strangers to the other religious ceremonies. Moreover, as the initiation is the principal form of the tribal cult, it is only on this occasion that a tribal mythology could arise. We have already seen how the rituals of circumcision and subincision spontaneously tend to personify themselves under the form of civilizing heroes. However, these heroes exercised no supremacy, they were on the same footing as the other legendary benefactors of society, but wherever the tribe acquired a livelier sentiment of itself, this sentiment naturally incarnated itself in some personage, who became its symbol, in order to account for the bonds uniting them to one another. No matter what clan they belonged to, men imagined that they were all descended from the same stock and that they were all descended from a single father, to whom they owe their existence, though he owed his to no one. The god of the initiation was predestined to this role, for, according to an expression frequently coming to the lips of the natives, the object of the initiation is to make or manufacture men, so they attributed a creative power to this god, and for all these reasons, he found himself invested with a prestige setting him well above the other heroes of the mythology. These others became his auxiliaries, subordinate to him, they were made his sons or younger brothers, as was the case with Turndan, Gayandi, Carween, Palayan, etc., but other sacred beings already existed, who occupied an equally eminent place in the religious system of the clan. These were the totems of the phratries. Wherever these are maintained, they are believed to keep the totems of the clans dependent upon them. Thus they had all that was necessary for becoming tribal divinities themselves, so it was only natural that a partial confusion should arise between these two sorts of mythical beings. It is thus that one of the two fundamental totems of the tribe gave his traits to the great god. But as it was necessary to explain why only one of them was called to this dignity and the other excluded, they supposed that this latter, in the course of a fight against his rival, was vanquished and that his exclusion was the consequence of his defeat. This theory was the more readily admitted because it was in accord with the rest of the mythology, where the totems of the phratries are generally considered enemies of one another. A myth observed by Mrs. Parker among the Uala'i 327 may serve to confirm this explanation, for it merely translates it into figurative language. It is related that in this tribe, the totems were only the names given to the different parts of Bayame's body at first, so the clans were, in a sense, the fragments of the divine body. Now is this not just another way of saying that the great god is the synthesis of all the totems and consequently the personification of the tribal unity? But at the same time, it takes an international character. In fact, the members of the tribe to which the young initiates belong are not the only ones who assist at the ceremonies of initiation. Representatives from the neighboring tribes are specially summoned to these celebrations, which thus become sorts of international fairs, at once religious and laical. 328 beliefs elaborated in social environments thus constituted could not remain the exclusive patrimony of any special nationality. The stranger to whom they are revealed carries them back to his own tribe when he returns home, and as, sooner or later, he is forced to invite his former hosts, there is a continual exchange of ideas from tribe to tribe. It is thus that an international mythology was established, of which the great god was quite naturally the essential element, for it had its origin in the rites of initiation which it is his function to personify. So his name passed from one language to another, along with the representations which were attached to it. The fact that the names of the phrases are generally the same in very different tribes could not fail to facilitate this diffusion. The internationalism of the totems opened the way for that of the great god. We thus reach the highest conception to which totemism has arrived. This is the point where it touches and prepares the religions which are to follow, and aids us in understanding them. But at the same time, we are able to see that this culminating idea is united without any interruption to the crudest beliefs which we analyzed to start with. In fact, the great tribal god is only an ancestral spirit who finally won a preeminent place. The ancestral spirits are only entities forged in the image of the individual souls whose origin they are destined to explain. The souls, in their turn, are only the form taken by the impersonal forces which we found at the basis of totemism. As they individualize themselves in the human body, the unity of the system is as great as its complexity. In this work of elaboration, the idea of the soul has undoubtedly played an important part. It is through it that the idea of personality has been introduced into the domain of religion. But it is not true that, as the theorists of animism maintain, it contains the germ of the whole religion. First of all, it presupposes the notion of mana or the totemic principle of which it is only a special form. Then, if the spirits and gods could not be conceived before the soul, they are, nevertheless, more than mere human souls, liberated by death, else whence would come their supernatural powers? The idea of the soul has merely served to direct the mythological imagination in a new way and to suggest to it constructions of a new sort, but the matter for these conceptions has been taken, not from the representation of the soul, but from this reservoir of the anonymous and diffused forces which constitute the original foundation of religions. The creation of mythical personalities has only been another way of thinking of these essential forces. As for the notion of the great god, it is due entirely to the sentiment whose action we have already observed in the genesis of the most specifically totemic beliefs. This is the tribal sentiment. In fact, we have seen that totemism was not the work of isolated clans, but that it was always elaborated in the body of a tribe which was to some degree conscious of its unity. It is for this reason that the different cults peculiar to each clan mutually touch and complete each other in such a way as to form a unified whole. Now it is this same sentiment of a tribal unity which is expressed in the conception of a supreme god, common to the tribe as a whole. So they are quite the same causes which are active at the bottom and at the top of this religious system. However, up to the present, we have considered the religious representations as if they were self-sufficient and could be explained by themselves, but in reality, they are inseparable from the rites, not only because they manifest themselves there, but also because they, in their turn, feel the influence of these. Of course the cult depends upon the beliefs, but it also reacts upon them, so in order to understand them better, it is important to understand it better. The moment has come for undertaking its study. Book 3, The Principal Ritual Attitudes, the Negative Cult and Its Functions, the Ascetic Rites. We do not have the intention of attempting a complete description of the primitive cult in what is to follow, being preoccupied especially with reaching that which is most elementary and most fundamental in the religious life. We shall not attempt to reconstruct in detail the frequently confused multiplicity of all the ritual forms, but out of the midst of this extreme diversity of practices we should like to touch upon the most characteristic attitudes which the primitive observes in the celebration of his cult, to classify the most general forms of his rites, and to determine their origins and significance, in order that we may control and, if there is occasion, make more definite the results to which the analysis of the beliefs has led us. 329 Every cult presents a double aspect, one negative, the other positive. In reality, of course, the two sorts of rites which we denominate thus are closely associated. We shall see that they suppose one another, but still, they are different and, if it is only to understand their connection, it is necessary to distinguish them. By definition, sacred beings are separated beings. That which characterizes them is that there is a break of continuity between them and the profane beings. Normally, the first are outside the others. A whole group of rites has the object of realizing this state of separation which is essential. Since their function is to prevent undue mixings and to keep one of these two domains from encroaching upon the other, they are only able to impose abstentions or negative acts. Therefore, we propose to give the name negative cult to the system formed by these special rites. They do not prescribe certain acts to the faithful, but confine themselves to forbidding certain ways of acting, so they all take the form of interdictions, or as is commonly said by ethnographers, of taboos. This latter word is the one used in the Polynesian languages to designate the institution in virtue of which certain things are withdrawn from common use. It is also an adjective expressing the distinctive characteristic of these kinds of things. We have already had occasion to show how hard it is to translate a strictly local and dialectical expression like this into a generic term. There is no religion where there are no interdictions and where they do not play a considerable part, so it is regrettable that the consecrated terminology should seem to make so universal an institution into a peculiarity of Polynesia. 330 The expression interdicts or interdictions seems to us to be much more preferable. However, the word taboo, like the word totem, is so customary that it would show an excess of purism to prohibit it systematically. Also, the inconveniences it may have are attenuated when its real meaning and importance have once been definitely stated, but there are interdictions of different sorts which it is important to distinguish, for we shall not have to treat all kinds of interdictions in this chapter. First of all, beside those coming from religion, there are others which are due to magic. The two have this in common, that they declare certain things incompatible, and prescribe the separation of the things whose incompatibility is thus proclaimed. But there are also very grave differences between them. In the first place, the sanctions are not the same in the two cases. Of course, the violation of the religious interdicts is frequently believed, as we shall presently see, to bring about material disorders mechanically, from which the guilty man will suffer, and which are regarded as a judgment on his act. But even if these really come about, this spontaneous and automatic judgment is not the only one. It is always completed by another one, supposing human intervention. A real punishment is added to this, if it does not anticipate it, and this one is deliberately inflicted by men, or at least there is a blame and public reprobation, even when the sacrilege has been punished, as it were, by the sickness or natural death of its author. It is also defamed, it offends opinion, which reacts against it, it puts the man who did it in fault. On the contrary, the magic interdiction is judged only by the material consequences which the forbidden act is believed to produce, with a sort of physical necessity. In disobeying, a man runs risks similar to those to which an invalid exposes himself in not following the advice of his physician, but in this case disobedience is not a fault, it creates no indignation. There is no sin in magic. Moreover, this difference in sanction is due to a profound difference in the nature of the interdictions. The religious interdiction necessarily implies the notion of sacredness. It comes from the respect inspired by the sacred object, and its purpose is to keep this respect from failing. On the other hand, the interdictions of magic suppose only a wholly lay notion of property. The things which the magician recommends to be kept separate are those which, by reason of their characteristic properties, cannot be brought together and confused without danger. Even if he happens to ask his clients to keep at a distance from certain sacred things, it is not through respect for them and fear that they may be profaned, for, as we know, magic lives on profanations. It is merely for reasons of temporal utility. In a word, religious interdictions are categorical imperatives, others are useful maxims, the first form of hygienic and medical interdictions. We cannot study two orders of facts as different as these simultaneously, or even under the same name, without confusion. We are only concerned with the religious interdictions here. 331 But a new distinction is necessary between these latter. There are religious interdictions whose object is to separate two sacred things of different species from each other. For example, it will be remembered that among the Wackelbia the scaffold upon which the corpse is exposed must be made exclusively of materials belonging to the phratry of the dead man. This is as much as to say that all contact between the corpse, which is sacred, and the things of the other phratry, which are also sacred, but differently, is forbidden. Elsewhere, the arms which one uses to hunt an animal with cannot be made out of a kind of wood that is classed in the same social group as the animal itself. But the most important of these interdictions are the ones which we shall study in the next chapter. They are intended to prevent all communication between the purely sacred and the impurely sacred, between the sacredly auspicious and the sacredly inauspicious. All these interdictions have one common characteristic: they come, not from the fact that some things are sacred while others are not, but from the fact that there are inequalities and incompatibilities between sacred things, so they do not touch what is essential in the idea of sacredness. The observance of these prohibitions can give place only to isolated rites which are particular and almost exceptional, but it could not make a real cult, for before all, a cult is made by regular relations between the profane and the sacred as such. But there is another system of religious interdictions which is much more extended and important. This is the one which separates, not different species of sacred things, but all that is sacred from all that is profane. So it is derived immediately from the notion of sacredness itself, and it limits itself to expressing and realizing this. Thus it furnishes the material for a veritable cult, and even of a cult which is at the basis of all the others, for the attitude which it prescribes is one from which the worshipper must never depart in all his relations with the sacred. It is what we call a negative cult. We may say that its interdicts are the religious interdicts par excellence. 332. It is only these that we shall discuss in the following pages, but they take multiple forms. Here are the principal ones which we observe in Australia. Before all are the interdictions of contact. These are the original taboos, of which the others are scarcely more than particular varieties. They rest upon the principle that the profane should never touch the sacred. We have seen already that the uninitiated may not touch the chiringa or the bulroras under any circumstances. If adults are allowed the free use of them, it is because initiation has conferred a sacred character upon them. Blood, and especially that which flows during the initiation, has a religious virtue. It is under the same interdict. It is the same with the hair. A dead man is sacred because the soul which animated the body stays with the corpse. For this reason it is sometimes forbidden to carry the bones of a dead man about unless they are wrapped up in a piece of bark. Even the place where the death took place should be avoided, for they believe that the soul of the dead man continues to haunt the spot. That is why they break camp and move some distance away. In certain cases they destroy it along with everything it contains, and a certain time must elapse before they can come back to the same place. Thus it comes about that a dying man creates an empty space about him. They abandon him after they have installed him as comfortably as possible. An exceptionally intimate contact is the one resulting from the absorption of food. Hence comes the interdiction against eating the sacred animals or vegetables, and especially those serving as totems. 333. Such an act appears so very sacrilegious that the prohibition covers even adults, or at least, the majority of them. Only the old men attain a sufficient religious dignity to escape this interdict sometimes. This prohibition has sometimes been explained by the mythical kinship uniting the man to the animals whose name he bears. They are protected by the sentiment of sympathy which they inspire by their position as kin. But the fact that the consumption of the forbidden flesh is believed to cause sickness or death automatically shows that this interdiction does not have its origin in the simple revolt of the feeling of domestic relationship. Forces of another sort are in action which are analogous to those in all religions and which are believed to react against sacrileges. Moreover, if certain foods are forbidden to the profane because they are sacred, certain others, on the contrary, are forbidden to persons of a sacred character, because they are profane. Thus it frequently happens that certain animals are specially designated as the food of women. For this reason, they believe that they partake of the feminine nature and that they are consequently profane. On the other hand, the young initiate is submitted to a series of rites of particular severity, to give him the virtues which will enable him to enter into the world of sacred things, from which he had up till then been excluded. They center an exceptionally powerful group of religious forces upon him. Thus he enters into a state of sanctity which keeps all that is profane at a distance. Then he is not allowed to eat the game which is regarded as the special food of women. 334. But contact may be established by other means than the touch. One comes into relations with a thing by merely regarding it. A look is a means of contact. This is why the sight of sacred things is forbidden to the profane in certain cases. A woman should never see the instruments of the cult. The most that is permitted her is to catch a glimpse of them from afar. It is the same with the totemic paintings executed on the bodies of the officiants in the exceptionally important ceremonies. The exceptional solemnity of the rites of initiation prevents the women in certain tribes from seeing the place where they were celebrated or even the neophyte himself. The sacred character which is immanent in the ceremony as a whole is naturally found in the persons of those who directed it or took some part in it. The result of this is that the novice may not raise his eyes to them, and this interdiction continues even after the rite is accomplished. A dead man is also removed from view sometimes. His face is covered over in such a way that it cannot be seen. The word is another way of entering into relations with persons or things. The breath expired establishes a communication. This is a part of us which spreads outwards. Thus it is forbidden to the profane to address the sacred beings or simply to speak in their presence. Just as the neophyte must not regard either the operators or the assistants, so it is forbidden to him to converse with them except by signs, and this interdiction keeps the place to which it has been raised, by means of a special rite. In a general way, there are, among the Arunta, moments in the course of the great ceremonies when silence is obligatory. As soon as the Chiringa are exposed, everyone keeps still, or if someone talks, he does so in a low voice or with his lips only. Besides the sacred things, there are words and sounds which have the same character. They should not pass the lips of the profane or into their ears. There are ritual songs which women must not hear under pain of death. They may hear the noise of the bull roarers, but only from a distance. Every proper name is considered an essential element of the person who bears it, being closely associated in the mind to the idea of this person. It participates in the sentiments which this latter inspires, so if the one is sacred, the other is, therefore, it may not be pronounced in the course of the profane life. Among the Warramunga there is one totem which is particularly venerated. This is the snake called Wallanqua. Its name is taboo. It is the same with Bayame, Duramulan and Bunjil. The esoteric form of their name must not be revealed to the uninitiate. During mourning, the name of the dead man must not be mentioned, at least by his parents, except when there is an absolute necessity, and even in this case it must be whispered. This interdiction is frequently perpetual for the widow and certain relatives. Among certain peoples, this even extends beyond the family. All the individuals whose name is the same as that of the dead man must change it temporarily, but there is more than this. The relatives and intimate friends sometimes abstain from certain words in the usual language, undoubtedly because they were employed by the dead man. These gaps are filled in by means of periphrases or words taken from some foreign dialects. In addition to their public and everyday names, all men have another which is kept a secret. The women and children do not know it. It is never used in the ordinary life. This is because it has a religious character. There are even ceremonies during which it is necessary to speak a special language which must not be used for profane purposes. It is the beginning of a sacred language. Not only are the sacred beings separated from the profane, but also nothing which either directly or indirectly concerns the profane life should be confused with the religious life. Complete nudity is frequently demanded of the native as a prerequisite to being admitted to participation in the rites. He is required to strip himself of all his habitual ornaments, even those to which he is the most attached, and from which he separates himself the least willingly because of the protecting virtues he attributes to them. If he is obliged to decorate himself to play his part in the ritual, this decoration has to be made specially for the occasion. It is a ceremonial costume, a gala dress. As these ornaments are sacred, owing to the use made of them, he is forbidden to use them in profane affairs. When the ceremony is finished, they are buried or burned. The men must even wash themselves in such a way as to carry away with them no trace of the decorations with which they were adorned. In general, all acts characteristic of the ordinary life are forbidden while those of the religious life are taking place. The act of eating is, of itself, profane, for it takes place every day. It satisfies essentially utilitarian and material needs, and it is a part of our ordinary existence. 335 This is why it is prohibited in religious times. When one totemic group has loaned its Chiringa to a foreign clan, it is an exceptionally solemn moment when they are brought back and put into the Chilunga. All those who take part in the ceremony must fast as long as it lasts, and it lasts a long time. The same rule is observed during the rites, of which we shall speak in the next chapter, as well as at certain moments of the initiation. 336 For this same reason, all temporal occupations are suspended while the great religious solemnities are taking place. According to a remark of Spencer and Gillen, which we have already had occasion to cite, the life of the Australian is divided into two very distinct parts. The one is devoted to hunting, fishing and warfare, the other is consecrated to the cult, and these two forms of activity mutually exclude and repel one another. It is on this principle that the universal institution of religious days of rest reposes. The distinctive character of the feast days in all known religions is the cessation of work and the suspension of public and private life, insofar as it does not have a religious objective. This repose is not merely a sort of temporary relaxation which men have given themselves in order to give themselves up more freely to the sentiments of joy ordinarily awakened by the feast days, for they are sad feasts, consecrated to mourning and repentance, and during which this cessation is no less obligatory. This is because work is an eminent form of profane activity. It has no other apparent end than to provide for the temporal necessities of life. It puts us in relations with ordinary things only. On feast days, on the contrary, the religious life attains an exceptional degree of intensity, so the contrast between the two forms of existence is especially marked at this moment. Consequently, they cannot remain near to each other. A man cannot approach his God intimately while he still bears on him marks of his profane life. Inversely, he cannot return to his usual occupations when a rite has just sanctified him, so the ritual day of rest is only one particular case of the general incompatibility separating the sacred from the profane. It is the result of an interdiction. It would be impossible to enumerate here all the different interdictions which have been observed, even in the Australian religions alone. Like the notion of sacredness upon which it rests, the system of interdicts extends into the most diverse relations. It is even used deliberately for utilitarian ends. 337. But howsoever complex it may be, it finally rests upon two fundamental interdictions, which summarize it and dominate it. In the first place, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same place. If the former is to develop, a special spot must be placed at its disposition, from which the second is excluded. Hence comes the founding of temples and sanctuaries. These are the spots awarded to sacred beings and things and serve them as residences, for they cannot establish themselves in any place except on the condition of entirely appropriating to themselves all within a certain distance. Such arrangements are so indispensable to all religious life that even the most inferior religions cannot do without them. The Erdnachulunga, the spot where the Churinga are deposited, is a veritable sanctuary, so the uninitiated are not allowed to approach it. It is even forbidden to carry on any profane occupation whatsoever there. As we shall presently see, there are other holy places where important ceremonies are celebrated. Likewise, the religious life and the profane life cannot coexist in the same unit of time. It is necessary to assign determined days or periods to the first, from which all profane occupations are excluded. Thus feast days are born. There is no religion, and, consequently, no society which has not known and practiced this division of time into two distinct parts, alternating with one another according to a law varying with the peoples and the civilizations. As we have already pointed out, it was probably the necessity of this alternation which led men to introduce into the continuity and homogeneity of duration certain distinctions and differentiations which it does not naturally have. Of course, it is almost impossible that a religious life should ever succeed in concentrating itself hermetically in the places and times which are thus attributed to it. It is inevitable that a little of it should filter out. There are always some sacred things outside the sanctuaries. There are some rites that can be celebrated on work days, but these are sacred things of the second rank and rites of the lesser importance. Concentration remains the dominating characteristic of this organization. Generally this concentration is complete for all that concerns the public cult, which cannot be celebrated except in common. The individual, private cult is the only one which comes very near to the temporal life. Thus the contrast between these two successive phases of human life attains its maximum of intensity in the inferior societies, for it is there that the individual cult is the most rudimentary up to the present. The negative cult has been presented to us only as a system of abstentions, so it seems to serve only to inhibit activity, and not to stimulate it or to modify it. And yet, as an unexpected reaction to this inhibitive effect, it is found to exercise a positive action of the highest importance over the religious and moral nature of the individual. In fact, owing to the barrier which separates the sacred from the profane, a man cannot enter into intimate relations with sacred things except after ridding himself of all that is profane in him. He cannot lead a religious life of even a slight intensity unless he commences by withdrawing more or less completely from the temporal life. So the negative cult is in one sense a means in view of an end. It is a condition of access to the positive cult. It does not confine itself to protecting sacred beings from vulgar contact. It acts upon the worshipper himself and modifies his condition positively. The man who has submitted himself to its prescribed interdictions is not the same afterwards as he was before. Before, he was an ordinary being who, for this reason, had to keep at a distance from the religious forces. Afterwards, he is on a more equal footing with them. He has approached the sacred by the very act of leaving the profane. He has purified and sanctified himself by the very act of detaching himself from the base and trivial matters that debased his nature. So the negative rites confer efficient powers just as well as the positive ones. The first, like the second, can serve to elevate the religious tone of the individual. According to a very true remark which has been made, no one can engage in a religious ceremony of any importance without first submitting himself to a sort of preliminary initiation which introduces him progressively into the sacred world. Unctions, lustrations, benedictions or any essentially positive operation may be used for this purpose, but the same result may be attained by means of fasts and vigils or retreat in silence, that is to say, by ritual abstinences, which are nothing more than certain interdictions put into practice. When there are only particular and isolated negative rights, their positive action is generally too slight to be easily perceptible. But there are circumstances when a whole system of interdictions is concentrated on one man. In these cases, their effects accumulate, and thus become more manifest. This takes place in Australia at the time of the initiation. The neophyte is submitted to a great variety of negative rights. He must withdraw from the society in which his existence has been passed up till then, and from almost all human society. Not only is it forbidden for him to see women and uninitiated persons, but he also goes to live in the brush, far from his fellows, under the direction of some old men who served him as godfathers. So very true is it that the forest is considered his natural environment, that in a certain number of tribes, the word with which the initiation is designated signifies that which is from the forest. For this same reason, he is frequently decorated with leaves during the ceremonies at which he assists. In this way he passes long months, interspersed from time to time with rites in which he must take a part. This time is a period of all sorts of abstinences for him. A multitude of foods are forbidden him. He is allowed only that quantity of food which is absolutely indispensable for the maintenance of life. He is even sometimes bound to a rigorous fast, or must eat impure foods. When he eats, he must not touch the food with his hands. His godfathers put it into his mouth for him. In some cases, he must go to beg his food. Likewise, he sleeps only as much as is indispensable. He must abstain from talking, to the extent of not uttering a word. It is by signs that he makes known his needs. He must not wash. Sometimes he must not move. He remains stretched out upon the earth, immobile and without clothing of any sort. Now the result of the numerous interdictions is to bring about a radical change of condition in the initiate. Before the initiation, he lived with the women. He was excluded from the cult. After it, he is admitted to the society of men. He takes part in the rites, and has acquired a sacred character. The metamorphosis is so complete that it is sometimes represented as a second birth. They imagine that the profane person, who was the young man up till then, has died, that he has been killed and carried away by the god of the initiation, Bunjil, Bayam or Duramulin, and that quite another individual has taken the place of the one that no longer is. So here we find the very heart of the positive effects of which negative rights are capable. Of course we do not mean to say that these latter produced this great transformation all by themselves, but they certainly contributed to it, and largely. In the light of these facts, we are able to understand what asceticism is, what place it occupies in the religious life and whence come the virtues which have generally been attributed to it. In fact, there is no interdict, the observance of which does not have an ascetic character to a certain degree. Abstaining from something which may be useful or from a form of activity which, since it is usual, should answer to some human need, is, of necessity, imposing constraints and renunciations. So in order to have real asceticism, it is sufficient for these practices to develop in such a way as to become the basis of a veritable scheme of life. Normally, the negative cult serves only as an introduction and preparation for the positive cult, but it sometimes happens that it frees itself from this subordination and passes to the first place, and that the system of interdicts swells and exaggerates itself to the point of usurping the entire existence. Thus a systematic asceticism is born which is consequently nothing more than a hypertrophy of the negative cult. The special virtues which it is believed to confer are only an amplified form of those conferred, to a lesser degree, by the practice of any interdiction. They have the same origin, for they both rest on the principle that a man sanctifies himself only by efforts made to separate himself from the profane. The pure ascetic is a man who raises himself above men and acquires a special sanctity by fasts and vigils, by retreat and silence, or in a word, by privations, rather than by acts of positive piety, offerings, sacrifices, prayers, etc. History shows to what a high religious prestige one may attain by this method. The Buddhist saint is essentially an ascetic, and he is equal or superior to the gods. It follows that asceticism is not a rare, exceptional and nearly abnormal fruit of the religious life, as some have supposed it to be. On the contrary, it is one of its essential elements. Every religion contains it, at least in germ, for there are none in which a system of interdicts is not found. The only difference in this regard which there may be between cults is that this germ is more or less developed in different ones. It should also be added that there probably is not a single one in which this development does not take, at least temporarily, the characteristic traits of real asceticism. This is what generally takes place at certain critical periods when, for a relatively short time, it is necessary to bring about a grave change of condition in a subject. Then, in order to introduce him more rapidly into the circle of sacred things with which he must be put in contact, he is separated violently from the profane world. But this does not come without many abstinences and an exceptional recrudescence of the system of interdicts. Now this is just what happens in Australia at the moment of initiation. In order to transform youths into men, it is necessary to make them live a life of a veritable ascetic. Mrs. Parker very justly calls them the monks of Balaam, 338. But abstinences and privations do not come without suffering. We hold to the profane world by all the fibers of our flesh, our senses attach us to it, our life depends upon it. It is not merely the natural theatre of our activity, it penetrates us from every side, it is a part of ourselves, so we cannot detach ourselves from it without doing violence to our nature and without painfully wounding our instincts. In other words, the negative cult cannot develop without causing suffering. Pain is one of its necessary conditions. Some have been led to think of it as constituting a sort of right in itself. They have seen in it a state of grace which is to be sought and aroused, even artificially, because of the powers and privileges which it confers in the same way as these systems of interdicts, of which it is the natural accompaniment. So far as we know, Preuss is the first who has realized the religious rule 339 which is attributed to suffering in the inferior societies. He cites the case of the Europeans who inflict veritable torments upon themselves in order to become immune from the dangers of battle, of the big-belly Indians who submit to actual tortures on the eve of military expeditions, of the Hupa who swim in icy rivers and then remain stretched out on the bank as long as possible, in order to assure themselves of success in their enterprises, of the Karaya who from time to time draw blood from their arms and legs by means of scratches made out of the teeth of fish, in order to strengthen their muscles, of the men of Dalmanhafn, Emperor William's land in New Guinea, who combat the sterility of their women by making bloody incisions in the upper part of their thighs, 340. But similar facts may be found without leaving Australia, especially in the course of the initiation ceremonies. Many of the rites practiced on this occasion consist in systematically inflicting certain pains on the neophyte in order to modify his condition and to make him acquire the qualities characteristic of a man. Thus, among the Lirakia, while the young men are in retreat in the forest, their godfathers and guardians give them violent blows at any instant, without warning and without cause. Among the Yurubana, at a certain time, the novice is stretched out on the ground, his face against the earth. All the men present beat him rudely, then they make 4 or 8 gashes on his back, arranged on each side of the dorsal spine and one on the meridial line of the nape of his neck. Among the Irunta, the first rite of the initiation consists in tossing the subject in a blanket. The men throw him into the air and catch him when he comes down, to throw him up again, 341. In the same tribe, at the close of this long series of ceremonies, the young man lies down on a bed of levers under which they have placed live coals. He remains there, immobile in the midst of a heat and suffocating smoke. A similar rite is observed among the Yurubana, but in addition, while the patient is in this painful situation, they beat him on the back. In a general way, all the exercises to which he is submitted have this same character to such an extent that when he is allowed to re-enter the ordinary life, he has a pitiful aspect and appears half stupefied. It is true that all these practices are frequently represented as ordeals destined to prove the value of the neophyte and to show whether he is worthy of being admitted into the religious society or not, but in reality, the probational function of the rite is only another aspect of its efficacy, for the fact that it has been undergone is proved by its producing its effect, that is to say, by its conferring the qualities which are the original reason for its existence. In other cases, these ritual cruelties are executed, not on the organism as a whole, but on a particular organ or tissue, whose vitality it is their object to stimulate. Thus, among the Arunta, the Warramunga and many other tribes, at a certain moment in the initiation, certain persons are charged with biting the novice severely in the scalp. This operation is so painful that the patient can hardly support it without uttering cries. Its object is to make the hair grow. 342. The same treatment is applied to make the beard grow. The rite of pulling out hairs, which Howitt mentions in other tribes, seems to have the same reason for existence. According to Eelman, the men and women of the Irunta and the Katish make small wounds on their arms with sticks red with fire, in order to become skillful in making fire to acquire the strength necessary for carrying heavy loads of wood. According to this same observer, the Warramunga girls amputate the second and third joints of the index finger on one hand, thinking that the finger thus becomes better fitted for finding yams. It is not impossible that the extraction of teeth was sometimes destined to produce effects of this sort. In any case, it is certain that the cruel rites of circumcision and subincision have the object of conferring particular powers on the genital organs. In fact, the young man is not allowed to marry until after he has undergone them, so he owes them special virtues. What makes this initiation sui generis indispensable is that in all inferior societies, the union of the sexes is marked with a religious character. It is believed to put redoubtable forces into play which a man cannot approach without danger, until after he has acquired the necessary immunity, by ritual processes. For this, a whole series of positive and negative practices is used, of which circumcision and subincision are the forerunners. By painfully mutilating an organ, a sacred character is given to it, since by that act, it is put into shape for resisting the equally sacred forces which it could not meet otherwise. At the beginning of this work, we said that all the essential elements of religious thought and life are to be found, at least in germ, in the most primitive religions. The preceding facts confirm this assertion. If there is any one belief which is believed to be peculiar to the most recent and idealistic religions, it is the one attributing a sanctifying power to sorrow. Now this same belief is at the basis of the rites which have just been observed. Of course, it is understood differently at the different moments of history when it is studied. For the Christian, it acts especially upon the soul, it purges it, ennobles it, spiritualizes it. For the Australian, it is the body over which it is efficient, it increases its vital energies, it makes its beard and hair grow, it toughens its members, but in both cases the principle is the same. In both it is admitted that suffering creates exceptional strength, and this belief is not without foundation. In fact, it is by the way in which he braves suffering that the greatness of a man is best manifested. He never rises above himself with more brilliancy than when he subdues his own nature to the point of making it follow a way contrary to the one it would spontaneously take. By this, he distinguishes himself from all the other creatures who follow blindly wherever pleasure calls them. By this, he makes a place apart for himself in the world. Suffering is the sign that certain of the bonds attaching him to his profane environment are broken, so it testifies that he is partially freed from this environment, and, consequently, it is justly considered the instrument of deliverance. So he who is thus delivered is not the victim of a pure illusion when he believes himself invested with a sort of mastery over things. He really has raised himself above them. By the very act of renouncing them, he is stronger than nature, because he makes it subside. Moreover, it is by no means true that this virtue has only an aesthetic value. The whole religious life supposes it. Sacrifices and privations do not come without privations which cost the worshipper dear. Even if the rites do not demand material gifts from him, they require his time and his strength. In order to serve his gods, he must forget himself. To make for them a fitting place in his own life, he must sacrifice his profane interests. The positive cult is possible only when a man is trained to renouncement, to abnegation, to detachment from self, and consequently to suffering. It is necessary that he have no dread of them. He cannot even fulfill his duties joyfully unless he loves them to some extent. But for that, it is necessary that he train himself, and it is to this that the ascetic practices tend. So the suffering which they impose is not arbitrary and sterile cruelty, it is a necessary school, where men form and temper themselves, and acquire the qualities of disinterestedness and endurance without which there would be no religion. If this result is to be obtained, it is even a good thing that the ascetic ideal be incarnated eminently in certain persons, whose speciality, so to speak, it is to represent, almost with excess, this aspect of the ritual life, for they are like so many living models, inciting to effort. Such is the historic role of the great ascetics. When their deeds and acts are analyzed in detail, one asks himself what useful end they can have. He is struck by the fact that there is something excessive in the disdain they profess for all that ordinarily impassions men, but these exaggerations are necessary to sustain among the believers a sufficient disgust for an easy life and common pleasures. It is necessary that an elite put the end too high, if the crowd is not to put it too low. It is necessary that some exaggerate, if the average is to remain at a fitting level. But asceticism does not serve religious ends only. Here, as elsewhere, religious interests are only the symbolic form of social and moral interests. The ideal beings to whom the cults are addressed are not the only ones who demand of their followers a certain disdain for suffering. Society itself is possible only at this price. Though exalting the strength of man, it is frequently rude to individuals, it necessarily demands perpetual sacrifices from them, it is constantly doing violence to our natural appetites, just because it raises us above ourselves. If we are going to fulfill our duties towards it, then we must be prepared to do violence to our instincts sometimes and to ascend the decline of nature when it is necessary. So there is an asceticism which, being inherent in all social life, is destined to survive all the mythologies and all the dogmas. It is an integral part of all human culture. At bottom, this is the asceticism which is the reason for the existence of and the justification of that which has been taught by the religions of all times. 3. Having determined what the system of interdicts consists in and what its positive and negative functions are, we must now seek the causes which have given it birth. In one sense, it is logically implied in the very notion of sacredness. All that is sacred is the object of respect, and every sentiment of respect is translated, in him who feels it, by movements of inhibition. In fact, a respected being is always expressed in the consciousness by a representation which, owing to the emotion it inspires, is charged with a high mental energy. Consequently, it is armed in such a way as to reject to a distance every other representation which denies it in whole or in part. Now the sacred world and the profane world are antagonistic to each other. They correspond to two forms of life which mutually exclude one another, or which at least cannot be lived at the same time with the same intensity. We cannot give ourselves up entirely to the ideal beings to whom the cult is addressed and also to ourselves and our own interests at the same time. We cannot devote ourselves entirely to the group and entirely to our own egoism at once. Here there are two systems of conscious states which are directed and which direct our conduct towards opposite poles. So the one having the greater power of action should tend to exclude the other from the consciousness. When we think of holy things, the idea of a profane object cannot enter the mind without encountering grave resistance. Something within us opposes itself to its installation. This is because the representation of a sacred thing does not tolerate neighbors, but this psychic antagonism and this mutual exclusion of ideas should naturally result in the exclusion of the corresponding things. If the ideas are not to coexist, the things must not touch each other or have any sort of relations. This is the very principle of the interdict. Moreover, the world of sacred things is, by definition, a world apart. Since it is opposed to the profane world by all the characteristics we have mentioned, it must be treated in its own peculiar way. It would be a misunderstanding of its nature and the confusion of it with something that it is not. To make use of the gestures, language and attitudes which we employ in our relations with ordinary things, when we have to do with the things that compose it, we may handle the former freely. We speak freely to vulgar beings, so we do not touch the sacred beings, or we touch them only with reserve. We do not speak in their presence, or we do not speak the common language there. All that is used in our commerce with the one must be excluded from our commerce with the other. But if this explanation is not inexact, it is, nevertheless, insufficient. In fact, there are many beings which are the objects of respect without being protected by systems of rigorous interdictions such as those we have just described. Of course, there is a general tendency of the mind to localize different things in different places, especially when they are incompatible with each other. But the profane environment and the sacred one are not merely distinct, but they are also close to one another. Between them there is an abyss. So there ought to be some particular reason in the nature of sacred things, which causes this exceptional isolation and mutual exclusion, and, in fact, by a sort of contradiction, the sacred world is inclined, as it were, to spread itself into this same profane world which it excludes elsewhere. At the same time that it repels it, it tends to flow into it as soon as it approaches. This is why it is necessary to keep them at a distance from one another and to create a sort of vacuum between them. What makes these precautions necessary is the extraordinary contagiousness of a sacred character. Far from being attached to the things which are marked with it, it is endowed with a sort of elusiveness. Even the most superficial or roundabout contact is sufficient to enable it to spread from one object to another. Religious forces are represented in the mind in such a way that they always seem ready to escape from the points where they reside and to enter everything passing within their range. The Nanja tree where the spirit of an ancestor lives is sacred for the individual who considers himself the reincarnation of this ancestor, but every bird which alights upon this tree participates in this same nature. It is also forbidden to touch it. We have already had occasion to show how simple contact with the Chiringa is enough to sanctify men and things. It is also upon this principle of the contagiousness of sacredness that all the rites of consecration repose. The sanctity of the Chiringa is so great that its action is even felt at a distance. It will be remembered how this extends not only to the cave where they are kept, but also to the whole surrounding district, to the animals who take refuge there, whom it is forbidden to kill, and to the plants which grow there, which must not be touched. The snake totem has its center at a place where there is a water hole. The sacred character of the totem is communicated to this place, to the water hole and even to the water itself, which is forbidden to all the members of the totemic group. The initiate lives in an atmosphere charged with religiousness, and it is as though he were impregnated with it himself. 343 Consequently all that he possesses and all that he touches is forbidden to the women, and withdrawn from their contact, even down to the bird he has struck with his stick, the kangaroo he has pierced with his lance or the fish which he has bit on his hook. But, on the other hand, the rights to which he is submitted and the things which have a part in them have a sanctity superior to his own. This sanctity is contagiously transmitted to everything which evokes the idea of one or the other. The tooth which has been knocked out of him is considered very holy. For this reason, he may not eat animals with prominent teeth, because they make him think of his own lost tooth. The ceremonies of the Kuringal terminate with a ritual washing. Aquatic birds are forbidden to the neophyte because they make him think of this rite. Animals that climb to the tops of trees are equally sacred for him, because they are too near to Dharamulan, the god of the initiation, who lives in heaven. The soul of a dead man is a sacred thing. We have already seen how this same property passes to the corpse in which the soul resided, to the spot where this is buried, to the camp in which he lived when alive, and which is either destroyed or quitted, to the name he bore, to his wife and to his relations. They, too, are invested, as it were, with a sacred character. Consequently, men keep at a distance from them. They do not treat them as mere profane beings. In the societies observed by Dawson, their names, like that of the dead man, cannot be pronounced during the period of mourning. Certain animals which he ate may also be prohibited. This contagiousness of sacredness is too well known a phenomenon to require any proof of its existence from numerous examples. We only wish to show that it is as true in totemism as in the more advanced religions. When once established, it quickly explains the extreme rigor of the interdicts separating the sacred from the profane, since, in virtue of this extraordinary power of expansion, the slightest contact, the least proximity, either material or simply moral, suffices to draw religious forces out of their domain, and since, on the other hand, they cannot leave it without contradicting their nature, a whole system of measures is indispensable for maintaining the two worlds at a respectful distance from one another. This is why it is forbidden to the profane, not only to touch, but even to see or hear that which is sacred, and why these two sorts of life cannot be mixed in their consciousnesses. Precautions are necessary to keep them apart because, though opposing one another, they tend to confuse themselves into one another. When we understand the multiplicity of these interdicts, we also understand the way in which they operate and the sanctions which are attached to them. Owing to the contagiousness inherent in all that is sacred, a profane being cannot violate an interdict without having the religious force, to which he has unduly approached, extend itself over him and establish its empire over him. But as there is an antagonism between them, he becomes dependent upon a hostile power, whose hostility cannot fail to manifest itself in the form of violent reactions which tend to destroy him. This is why sickness or death are considered the natural consequences of every transgression of this sort, and they are consequences which are believed to come by themselves, with a sort of physical necessity. The guilty man feels himself attacked by a force which dominates him and against which he is powerless. Has he eaten the totemic animal? Then he feels it penetrating him and gnawing at his vitals. He lies down on the ground and awaits death. Every profanation implies a consecration, but one which is dreadful, both for the subject consecrated and for those who approach him. It is the consequences of this consecration which sanction, in part, the interdict. It should be noticed that this explanation of the interdicts does not depend upon the variable symbols by the aid of which religious forces are conceived. It matters little whether these are conceived as anonymous and impersonal energies or figured as personalities endowed with consciousness and feeling. In the former case, of course, they are believed to react against profane transgressions in an automatic and unconscious manner, while in the latter case, they are thought to obey passionate movements determined by the offense resented. But at bottom, these two conceptions, which, moreover, have the same practical effect, only express one and the same psychic mechanism in two different languages. The basis of both is the antagonism of the sacred and the profane, combined with the remarkable aptitude of the former for spreading over to the latter. Now this antagonism and this contagiousness act in the same way, whether the sacred character is attributed to blind forces or to conscious ones. Thus, so far is it from being true that the real religious life commences only where there are mythical personalities, that we see that in this case the rite remains the same, whether the religious beings are personified or not. This is a statement which we shall have occasion to repeat in each of the chapters which follow. But if this contagiousness of sacredness helps to explain the system of interdicts, How is it to be explained itself? Some have tried to explain it with the well-known laws of the association of ideas. The sentiments inspired in us by a person or a thing spread contagiously from the idea of this thing or person to the representations associated with it, and thence to the objects which these representations express. So the respect which we have for a sacred being is communicated to everything touching this being, or resembling it, or recalling it. Of course, a cultivated man is not deceived by these associations. He knows that these derived emotions are due to mere plays of the images and to entirely mental combinations, so he does not give way to the superstitions which these illusions tend to bring about, but they say that the primitive naively objectifies his impressions, without criticizing them. Does something inspire reverential fear in him? He concludes that an august and redoubtable force really resides in it, so he keeps at a distance from this thing and treats it as though it were sacred, even though it has no right to this title. But whoever says this forgets that the most primitive religions are not the only ones which have attributed this power of propagation to the sacred character. Even in the most recent cults, there is a group of rites which repose upon this principle. Does not every consecration by means of anointing or washing consist in transferring into a profane object the sanctifying virtues of a sacred one? Yet it is difficult to regard an enlightened Catholic of today as a sort of retarded savage who continues to be deceived by his associations of ideas, while nothing in the nature of things explains or justifies these ways of thinking. Moreover, it is quite arbitrarily that they attribute to the primitive this tendency to objectify blindly all his emotions. In his ordinary life, and in the details of his lay occupations, he does not impute the properties of one thing to its neighbors, or vice versa. If he is less careful than we are about clarity and distinction, still it is far from true that he has some vague, deplorable aptitude for jumbling and confusing everything. Religious thought alone has a marked leaning towards these sorts of confusions, so it is in something special to the nature of religious things, and not in the general laws of the human intelligence, that the origin of these predispositions is to be sought. When a force or property seems to be an integral part or constituent element of the subject in which it resides, we cannot easily imagine its detaching itself and going elsewhere. A body is defined by its mass and its atomic composition, so we do not think that it could communicate any of these distinctive characteristics by means of contact. But, on the other hand, if we are dealing with a force which has penetrated the body from without, since nothing attaches it there and since it is foreign to the body, there is nothing inconceivable in its escaping again. Thus the heat or electricity which a body has received from some external source may be transmitted to the surrounding medium, and the mind readily accepts the possibility of this transmission. So the extreme facility with which religious forces spread out and diffuse themselves has nothing surprising about it, if they are generally thought of as outside of the beings in which they reside. Now this is just what the theory we have proposed implies. In fact, they are only collective forces hypostatized, that is to say, moral forces. They are made up of the ideas and sentiments awakened in us by the spectacle of society, and not of sensations coming from the physical world. So they are not homogeneous with the visible things among which we place them. They may well take from these things the outward and material forms in which they are represented, but they owe none of their efficacy to them. They are not united by external bonds to the different supports upon which they alight. They have no roots there, according to an expression we have already used and which serves best for characterizing them. They are added to them. So there are no objects which are predestined to receive them, to the exclusion of all others. Even the most insignificant and vulgar may do so. Accidental circumstances decide which are the chosen ones. The terms in which Codrington speaks of the manner should be borne in mind. It is a force, he says, which is not fixed in anything and can be conveyed in almost anything. Likewise, the Dakota of Miss Fletcher represented the Wakan as a sort of surrounding force which is always coming and going through the world, alighting here and there, but definitely fixing itself nowhere. Even the religious character inherent in men does not have a different character. There is certainly no other being in the world of experience which is closer to the very source of all religious life. None participates in it more directly, for it is in human consciousnesses that it is elaborated. Yet we know that the religious principle animating men, to wit, the soul, is partially external. But if religious forces have a place of their own nowhere, their mobility is easily explained. Since nothing attaches them to the things in which we localize them, it is natural that they should escape on the slightest contact, in spite of themselves, so to speak, and that they should spread afar. Their intensity incites them to this spreading, which everything favors. This is why the soul itself, though holding to the body by very personal bonds, is constantly threatening to leave it, All the apertures and pores of the body are just so many ways by which it tends to spread and diffuse itself into the outside, but we shall account for this phenomenon which we are trying to understand, still better if, instead of considering the notion of religious forces as it is when completely formulated, we go back to the mental process from which it results. We have seen, in fact, that the sacred character of a being does not rest in any of its intrinsic attributes. It is not because the totemic animal has a certain aspect or property that it inspires religious sentiments. These result from causes wholly foreign to the nature of the object upon which they fix themselves. What constitutes them are the impressions of comfort and dependence which the action of the society provokes in the mind. Of themselves, these emotions are not attached to the idea of any particular object, but as these emotions exist and are especially intense, they are also eminently contagious. So they make a stain of oil, they extend to all the other mental states which occupy the mind. They penetrate and contaminate those representations especially in which are expressed the various objects which the man had in his hands or before his eyes at the moment, the totemic designs covering his body, the bull, roarers which he was making roar, the rocks surrounding him, the ground under his feet, etc. It is thus that the objects themselves get a religious value which is really not inherent in them but is conferred from without. So the contagion is not a sort of secondary process by which sacredness is propagated, after it has once been acquired. It is the very process by which it is acquired. It is by contagion that it establishes itself. We should not be surprised, therefore, if it transmits itself contagiously. What makes its reality is a special emotion. If it attaches itself to some object, it is because this emotion has found this object in its way. So it is natural that from this one it should spread to all those which it finds in its neighborhood, that is to say, to all those which any reason whatsoever, either material contiguity or mere similarity, has mentally connected with the first. Thus, the contagiousness of sacredness finds its explanation in the theory which we have proposed of religious forces, and by this very fact, it serves to confirm our theory, 344 and, at the same time, it aids us in understanding a trait of primitive mentality to which we have already called the attention. We have seen the facility with which the primitive confuses kingdoms and identifies the most heterogeneous things, men, animals, plants, stars, etc. Now we see one of the causes which has contributed the most to facilitating these confusions. Since religious forces are eminently contagious, it is constantly happening that the same principle animates very different objects equally. It passes from some into others as the result of either a simple material proximity or of even a superficial similarity. It is thus that men, animals, plants and rocks come to have the same totem, the men because they bear the name of the animals because they bring the totemic emblem to mind, the plants because they nourish these animals, the rocks because they mark the place where the ceremonies are celebrated. Now religious forces are therefore considered the source of all efficacy, so beings having one single religious principle ought to pass as having the same essence, and as differing from one another only in secondary characteristics. This is why it seemed quite natural to arrange them in a single category and to regard them as mere varieties of the same class, transmutable into one another. When this relation has been established, it makes the phenomena of contagion appear under a new aspect. Taken by themselves, they seem to be quite foreign to the logical life. Is their effect not to mix and confuse beings, in spite of their natural differences? But we have seen that these confusions and participation have played a role of the highest utility in logic. They have served to bind together things which sensation leaves apart from one another. So it is far from true that contagion, the source of these connections and confusions, is marked with that fundamental irrationality that one is inclined to attribute it at first. It has opened the way for the scientific explanations of the future. 2. The positive cult. I. The elements of the sacrifice. Whatever the importance of the negative cult may be, and though it may indirectly have positive effects, it does not contain its reason for existence in itself. It introduces one to the religious life, but it supposes this more than it constitutes it. If it orders the worshipper to flee from the profane world, it is to bring him nearer to the sacred world. Men have never thought that their duties towards religious forces might be reduced to a simple abstinence from all commerce. They have always believed that they upheld positive and bilateral relations with them, whose regulation and organization is the function of a group of ritual practices. To this special system of rites we give the name of positive cult. For some time we almost completely ignore the positive cult of the totemic religion and what it consists in. We knew almost nothing more than the initiation rites, and we do not know those sufficiently well even now, but the observations of Spencer and Gillen, prepared for by those of Schulze and confirmed by those of Strello, on the tribes of Central Australia, have partially filled this gap in our information. There is one ceremony especially which these explorers have taken particular pains to describe to us and which, moreover, seems to dominate the whole totemic cult. This is the one that the Arunta, according to Spencer and Gillen, call the Intichiuma. It is true that Strello contests the meaning of this word. According to him, Intichiuma, or, as he writes it, Intigiuma, means to instruct and designates the ceremonies performed before the young man to teach him the traditions of the tribe. The feast which we are going to describe bears, he says, the name Bat Jorkatiuma, which means to fecundate or to put into a good condition, but we shall not try to settle this question of vocabulary, which touches the real problem but slightly, as the rites in question are all celebrated in the course of the initiation. On the other hand, as the word Intichiuma now belongs to the current language of ethnography, and has almost become a common noun, it seems useless to replace it with another. The date on which the Intichiuma takes place depends largely upon the season. There are two sharply separated seasons in Australia, one is dry and lasts for a long time, the other is rainy and is, on the contrary, very short and frequently irregular. As soon as the rains arrive, vegetation springs up from the ground as though by enchantment and animals multiply, so that the country which had recently been only a sterile desert is rapidly filled with a luxurious flora and fauna. It is just at the moment when the good season seems to be close at hand that the Intichiuma is celebrated, but as the rainy season is extremely variable, the date of the ceremonies cannot be fixed once for all. It varies with the climatic circumstances, which only the chief of the totemic group, the Alatunja, is qualified to judge. On the day which he considers suitable, he informs his companions that the moment has arrived. Each totemic group has its own Intichiuma. Even if this rite is general in the societies of the centre, it is not the same everywhere. Among the Warramunga, it is not what it is among the Arunta. It varies, not only among the tribes, but also within the tribe, among the clans, but it is obvious that the different mechanisms in use are too closely related to each other to be dissociated completely. There is no ceremony, perhaps, which is not made up of several, though these are very unequally developed. What exists only as a germ in one, occupies the most important place in another, and inversely, yet they must be carefully distinguished, for they constitute just so many different ritual types to be described and explained separately, but afterwards we must seek some common source from which they were derived. Let us commence with those observed among the Arunta. The celebration includes two successive phases. The object of the rites which take place in the first is to assure the prosperity of the animal or vegetable species serving the clan as totem. The means employed for this end may be reduced to two principal types. It will be remembered that the fabulous ancestors from whom each clan is supposed to be descended, formerly lived on earth and left traces of their passage there. These traces consist especially in stones and rocks which they deposited at certain places, or which were formed at the spots where they entered into the ground. These rocks and stones are considered the bodies or parts of the bodies of the ancestors, whose memory they keep alive. They represent them. Consequently, they also represent the animals and plants which served these same ancestors as totems, for an individual and his totem are only one. The same reality and the same properties are attributed to them as to the actually living plants or animals of the same species, but they have this advantage over these latter, that they are imperishable, knowing neither sickness nor death, so they are like a permanent, immutable and ever-available reserves of animal and vegetable life. Also, in a certain number of cases, it is this reserve that they annually draw upon to assure the reproduction of the species. Here, for example, is how the Witchetty Grub clan, at Alice Springs, proceeds at its Intichiuma. On the day fixed by the chief, all the members of the totemic group assemble in the principal camp. The men of the other totems retire to a distance, 345 for among the Arunta. They are not allowed to be present at the celebration of the rite, which has all the characteristics of a secret ceremony. An individual of a different totem, but of the same phratry, may be invited to be present, as a favor, but this is only as a witness. In no case can he take an active part. After the men of the totem have assembled, they leave the camp, leaving only 2 or 3 of their number behind. They advance in a profound silence, one behind another, all naked, without arms and without any of their habitual ornaments. Their attitude and their pace are marked with a religious gravity. This is because the act in which they are taking part has an exceptional importance in their eyes. Also, until the end of the ceremony they are required to observe a rigorous fast. The country which they traverse is all filled with souvenirs left by the glorious ancestors. Thus they arrive at a spot where a huge block of quartz is found, with small round stones all around it. This block represents the Witchetty grub as an adult. The Alaturnger strikes it with a sort of wooden tray called Apmara, 346, and at the same time he intones a chant, whose object is to invite the animal to lay eggs. He proceeds in the same fashion with the stones which are regarded as the eggs of the animal, and with one of which he rubs the stomach of each assistant. This done, they all descend a little lower, to the foot of a cliff also celebrated in the myths of the Alaturnger, at the base of which is another stone, also representing the Witchetty grub. The Alaturnger strikes it with his Apmara, the men accompanying him do so as well, with branches of a gum tree which they have gathered on the way, all of which goes on in the midst of chants renewing the invitation previously addressed to the animal. About 10 different spots are visited in turn, some of which are a mile or more from the others. At each of them there is a stone at the bottom of a cave or hole, which is believed to represent the Witchetty grub in one of his aspects or at one of the phases of his existence, and upon each of these stones, the same ceremonies are repeated. The meaning of the rite is evident. When the Alaturnger strikes the sacred stones, it is to detach some dust. The grains of this very holy dust are regarded as so many germs of life. Each of them contains a spiritual principle which will give birth to a new being, when introduced into an organism of the same species. The branches with which the assistants are provided serve to scatter this precious dust in all directions. It is scattered everywhere, to accomplish its fecundating work. By this means, they assure, in their own minds, an abundant reproduction of the animal species over which the clans guard, so to speak, and upon which it depends. The natives themselves give the rite this interpretation. Thus, in the clan of the Isle Perla, a kind of manner, they proceed in the following manner. When the day of the Intichiuma arrives, the group assembles near a huge rock, about 50 feet high. On top of this rock is another, very similar to the first in aspect and surrounded by other smaller ones. Both represent masses of manna. The Alaturnger digs up the ground at the foot of this rock and uncovers a chiringa which is believed to have been buried there in Alaturnger times, and which is, as it were, the quintessence of the manna. Then he climbs up to the summit of the high rock and rubs it, first with the chiringa and then with the smaller stones which surround it. Finally, he brushes away the dust which has thus been collected on the surface of the rock, with the branches of a tree. Each of the assistants does the same in his turn. Now Spencer and Gillen say that the idea of the natives is that the dust thus scattered will settle upon the mulga trees and so produce manna. In fact, these operations are accompanied by a hymn sung by those present, in which this idea is expressed, with variations. This same rite is found in other societies. Among the Yurubana, there is a rock representing an ancestor of the lizard clan. Bits are detached from it which they throw in every direction, in order to secure an abundant production of lizards. In this same tribe, there is a sand bank which mythological souvenirs closely associate with the louse totem. At the same spot are two trees, one of which is called the ordinary louse tree, the other, the crab louse tree. They take some of this sand, rub it on these trees, throw it about on every side and become convinced that, as a result of this, lice will be born in large numbers. The Mara perform the Intichiuma of the bees by scattering dust detached from sacred rocks. For the kangaroo of the plains, a slightly different method is used. They take some kangaroo dung and wrap it up in a certain herb of which the animal is very fond, and which belongs to the kangaroo totem for this reason. Then they put the young, thus enveloped, on the ground between two bunches of this herb and set the whole thing on fire. With the flame thus made, they light the branches of trees and then whirl them about in such a way that sparks fly in every direction. These sparks play the same role as the dust in the preceding cases. In a certain number of clans, men mix something of their own substance with that of the stone, in order to make the rite more efficacious. Young men open their veins and let streams of blood flow onto the rock. This is the case, for example, in the Intichiuma of the Hakia flower among the Irunta. The ceremony takes place in a sacred place around an equally sacred rock which, in the eyes of the natives, represents Hakia flowers. After certain preliminary operations, the old leader asks one of the young men to open a vein in his arm, which he does, and allows the blood to sprinkle freely, while the other men continue the singing. The blood flows until the stone is completely covered. The object of this practice is to revivify the virtues of the stone, after a fashion, and to reinforce its efficacy. It should not be forgotten that the men of the clan are relatives of the plant or animal whose name they bear. The same principle of life is in them, and especially in their blood, so it is only natural that one should use this blood and the mystic germs which it carries to assure the regular reproduction of the totemic species. It frequently happens among the Irunta that when a man is sick or tired, one of his young companions opens his veins and sprinkles him with his blood in order to reanimate him. If blood is able to reawaken life in a man in this way, it is not surprising that it should also be able to awaken it in the animal or vegetable species with which the men of the clan are confounded. The same process is employed in the Intichiuma of the Undira kangaroo among the Irunta. The theatre of the ceremony is a water hole vaulted over by a peaked rock. This rock represents an animal kangaroo of the Outringa which was killed and deposited there by a man kangaroo of the same epoch. Many kangaroo spirits are also believed to reside there. After a certain number of sacred stones have been rubbed against each other in the way we have described, several of the assistants climb up on the rock upon which they let their blood flow. The purpose of the ceremony at the present day, so say the natives, is by means of pouring out the blood of kangaroo men upon the rock, to drive out in all directions the spirits of the kangaroo animals and so to increase the number of the animals. 347 There is even one case among the Irunta where the blood seems to be the active principle in the rite. In the Emu group, they do not use sacred stones or anything resembling them. The Alatunja and some of his assistants sprinkle the ground with their blood. On the ground thus soaked, they trace lines in various colors, representing the different parts of the body of an emu. They kneel down around this design and chant a monotonous hymn, from the fictitious emu to which this chant is addressed, and, consequently, from the blood which is served to make it. They believe that vivifying principles go forth, which animate the embryos of the new generation, and thus prevent the species from disappearing. Among the Wangangaroo, 348 There is one clan whose totem is a certain kind of fish. In the Intichiuma of this totem also, it is the blood that plays the principal part. The chief of the group, after being ceremoniously painted, goes into a pool of water and sits down there. Then he pierces his scrotum and the skin around his navel with small pointed bones. The blood from the wounds goes into the water and gives rise to fish. By a wholly similar process, the Diri think that they assure the reproduction of two of their totems, the carpet snake and the wuma snake. The ordinary snake, a muramura named Minkani, is thought to live under a dune. His body is represented by some fossil bones of animals or reptiles, such as the deltas of the rivers flowing into Lake Econtain. According to Howitt, when the day of the ceremony arrives, the men assemble and go to the home of the Minkani. There they dig until they come to a layer of damp earth which they call the excrement of Minkani. From now on, they continue to turn up the soil with great care until they uncover the elbow of Minkani. Then two young men open their veins and let their blood flow onto the sacred rock. They chant the hymn of Minkani while the assistants, carried away in a veritable frenzy, beat each other with their arms. The battle continues until they get back to the camp, which is about a mile away. Here, the women intervene and put an end to the combat. They collect the blood which has flown from the wounds, mix it with the excrement of Minkani, and scatter the resulting mixture over the dune. When this rite has been accomplished, they are convinced that carpet snakes will be born in abundance. In certain cases, they use the very substance which they wish to produce as the vivifying principle. Thus among the Katish, in the course of a ceremony whose object is to create rain, they sprinkle water over a sacred rock which represents the mythical heroes of the water clan. It is evident that they believe that by this means they augment the productive virtues of the rock just as well as with blood, and for the same reasons. Among the Mara, the actor takes water from the sacred hole, puts it in his mouth and spits it out in every direction. Among the Wurjaya, when the yams begin to sprout, the chief of the Yam clan sends men of the phratry of which he is not a member himself to gather some of these plants. These bring some to him, and ask him to intervene, in order that the species may develop well. He takes one, chews it, and throws the bits in every direction. Among the Katish, when, after various rites which we shall not describe, the grain of a certain grass called erlapina has reached its full development, the chief of the totem brings a little of it to camp and grinds it between two stones. The dust thus obtained is piously gathered up, and a few grains are placed on the lips of the chief, who scatters them by blowing. This contact with the mouth of the chief, which is a very special sacramental virtue, undoubtedly has the object of stimulating the vitality of the germs which these grains contain and which, being blown to all the quarters of the horizon, go to communicate these fecundating virtues which they possess to the plants. The efficacy of these rites is never doubted by the native. He is convinced that they must produce the results he expects, with a sort of necessity. If events deceive his hopes, he merely concludes that they were counteracted by the sorcery of some hostile group. In any case, it never enters his mind that a favorable result could be obtained by any other means. If by chance the vegetation grows or the animals produce before he has performed his Intichiuma, he supposes that another Intichiuma has been celebrated under the ground by the ancestors and that the living reap the benefits of this subterranean ceremony. 349. 2. This is the first act of the celebration. During the period immediately following, there are no regular ceremonies. However, the religious life remains intense. This is manifested especially by an aggravation of the system of interdicts. It is as though the sacred character of the totem were reinforced. They do not even dare to touch it. In ordinary times, the Irunta may eat the animal or plant which serves as totem, provided they do so with moderation, but on the morrow of the Intichiuma this right is suspended. The alimentary interdiction is strict and without exceptions. They believe that any violation of this interdict would result in neutralizing the good effects of the rite and in preventing the increase of the species. It is true that the men of other totems who happen to be in the same locality are not submitted to the same prohibition. However, their liberty is less than ordinary at this time. They may not consume the totemic animal wherever they place, in the brush, for example. They must bring it to camp, and it is there only that it may be cooked. A final ceremony terminates this period of extraordinary interdictions and definitely closes this long series of rites. It varies somewhat in different clans, but the essential elements are the same everywhere. Here are the two principal forms which it takes among the Irunta. One of these is in connection with the Wichete grub, the other with the kangaroo. When the grubs have attained full maturity and appear in abundance, the men of the totem, as well as others, collect as many of them as possible. Then they all bring those they have found back to camp and cook them until they become hard and brittle. They are then preserved in wooden vessels called pichi. The harvest of grubs is possible only during a very short time, for they appear only after the rain. When they begin to be less numerous, the Alatunja summons everybody to the camp. On his invitation, each one brings his supply. The others place theirs before the men of the totem. The Alatunja takes one of these pichi and, with the aid of his companions, he grinds its contents between two stones. After this, he eats a little of the powder thus obtained. His assistants do the same, and what remains is given to the men of the other clans, who may now dispose of it freely. They proceed in exactly the same manner with the supply provided by the Alatunja. From now on, the men and women of the totem may eat it, but only a little at a time. If they went beyond the limits allowed, they would lose the powers necessary to celebrate the Intichiuma and the species would not reproduce. Yet, if they did not eat any at all, and especially if the Alatunja ate none in the circumstances we have just described, they would be overtaken by the same incapacity. In the totemic group of the kangaroo, which is its center at Undira, certain characteristics of the ceremony are more clearly marked. After the rites which we have described have been accomplished on the sacred rock, the young men go and hunt the kangaroo, bringing their game back to the camp. Here, the old men, with the Alatunja in their midst, eat a little of the flesh of the animal, and anoint the bodies of those who took part in the Intichiuma with its fat. The rest is divided up among the men assembled. Next, the men of the totem decorate themselves with totemic designs and the night is passed in songs commemorating the exploits accomplished by men and animal kangaroos in the times of the Outreringda. The next day, the young men go hunting again in the forest and bring back a larger number of kangaroos than the first time, and the ceremonies of the day before recommence, with variations of detail. The same rite is found in other Irunta clans, among the Yurubana, the Katish, the Unmatjura, and in the Incountabay tribe. Everywhere, it is made up of the same essential elements. A few specimens of the totemic animal or plant are presented to the chief of the clan, who solemnly eats them and who must eat them. If he did not fulfill this duty, he would lose the power of celebrating the Intichiuma efficaciously, that is to say, so as to recreate the species annually. Sometimes the ritual consumption is followed by an unction made with the fat of the animal or certain parts of the plant. This rite is generally repeated by the men of the totem, or at least by the old men, and after it has been accomplished, the exceptional interdictions are raised. In the tribes located farther north, among the Warramunga and neighboring societies, this ceremony is no longer found. However, traces are found which seem to indicate that there was a time when it was known. It is true that the chief of the clan never eats the totem ritually and obligatorily, but in certain cases, men who are not of the totem whose Intichiuma has just been celebrated, must bring the animal or plant to camp and offer it to the chief, asking him if he wants to eat it. He refuses and adds, "I have made this for you, you may eat it freely." So the custom of the presentation remains and the question asked of the chief seems to date back to an epoch when the ritual consumption was practiced. 353 The interest of the system of rites which has just been described lies in the fact that in them we find, in the most elementary form that is actually known, all the essential principles of the great religious institution which was destined to become one of the foundation stones of the positive cult in the superior religions. This is the institution of sacrifice. We know what a revolution the work of Robertson Smith brought about in the traditional theory of sacrifice. Before him, sacrifice was regarded as a sort of tribute or homage, either obligatory or optional, analogous to that which subjects owe to their princes. Robertson Smith was the first to remark that this classic explanation did not account for two essential characteristics of the rite. In the first place, it is a repast, its substance is food. Secondly, it is a repast in which the worshippers who offer it take part, along with the god to whom it is offered. Certain parts of the victim are reserved for the divinity, others are attributed to the sacrificers, who consume them. This is why the Bible often speaks of the sacrifice as a repast in the presence of Jehovah. Now in a multitude of societies, meals taken in common are believed to create a bond of artificial kinship between those who assisted them. In fact, relatives are people who are naturally made of the same flesh and blood, but food is constantly remaking the substance of the organism, so a common food may produce the same effects as a common origin. According to Smith, sacrificial banquets of the object of making the worshipper and his god communicate in the same flesh, in order to form a bond of kinship between them. From this point of view, sacrifice takes on a wholly new aspect. Its essential element is no longer the act of renouncement which the word sacrifice ordinarily expresses. Before all, it is an act of alimentary communion. Of course there are some reservations to be made in the details of this way of explaining the efficacy of sacrificial banquets. This does not result exclusively from the act of eating together. A man does not sanctify himself merely by sitting down, in some way, at the same table with God, but especially by eating food at this ritual repast which has a sacred character. It has been shown how a whole series of preliminary operations, lustrations, unctions, prayers, etc., transform the animal to be immolated into a sacred thing, whose sacredness is subsequently transferred to the worshipper who eats it. But it is true, nonetheless, that the alimentary communion is one of the essential elements of the sacrifice. Now when we turn to the rite which terminates the ceremonies of the Intichiuma, we find that it, too, consists in an act of this sort. After the totemic animal has been killed, the Alatunja and the old men solemnly eat it, so they communicate with the sacred principle residing in it and they assimilate it. The only difference we find here is that the animal is naturally sacred while it ordinarily acquires this character artificially in the course of the sacrifice. Moreover, the object of this communion is manifest. Every member of a totemic clan contains a mystic substance within him which is the preeminent part of his being, for his soul is made out of it. From it come whatever powers he has and his social position, for it is this which makes him a person. So he has a vital interest in maintaining it intact and in keeping it, as far as is possible, in a state of perpetual youth. Unfortunately all forces, even the most spiritual, are used up in the course of time if nothing comes to return to them the energy they lose through the normal working of things. There is a necessity of the first importance here which, as we shall see, is the real reason for the positive cult. Therefore the men of a totem cannot retain their position unless they periodically revivify the totemic principle which is in them, and as they represent this principle in the form of a vegetable or animal, it is to the corresponding animal or vegetable species that they go to demand the supplementary forces needed to renew this and to rejuvenate it. A man of the kangaroo clan believes himself and feels himself a kangaroo. It is by this quality that he defines himself. It is this which marks his place in the society. In order to keep it, he takes a little of the flesh of this same animal into his own body from time to time. A small bit is enough, owing to the rule, the part is equal to the whole. If this operation is to produce all the desired effects, it may not take place at no matter what moment. The most opportune time is when the new generation has just reached its complete development, for this is also the moment when the forces animating the totemic species attain their maximum intensity. They have just been drawn with great difficulty from those rich reservoirs of life, the sacred trees and rocks. Moreover, all sorts of means have been employed to increase their intensity still more. This is the use of the rites performed during the first part of the Intichiuma. Also, by their very aspect, the first fruits of the harvest manifest the energy which they contain. Here the totemic god acclaims himself in all the glory of his youth. This is why the first fruits have always been regarded as a very sacred fruit, reserved for very holy beings. So it is natural that the Australian uses it to regenerate himself spiritually. Thus both the date and the circumstances of the ceremonies are explained. Perhaps some will be surprised that so sacred a food may be eaten by ordinary profane persons, but in the first place, there is no positive cult which does not face this contradiction. Every sacred being is removed from profane touch by this very character with which it is endowed, but, on the other hand, they would serve for nothing and of no reason whatsoever for their existence if they could not come in contact with these same worshippers who, on another ground, must remain respectfully distant from them. At bottom, there is no positive right which does not constitute a veritable sacrilege, for a man cannot hold commerce with the sacred beings without crossing the barrier which should ordinarily keep them separate. But the important thing is that the sacrilege should be accompanied with precautions which attenuate it. Among those employed, the most usual one consists in arranging the transition so as to introduce the worshipper slowly and gradually into the circle of sacred things. When it has been broken and diluted in this fashion, the sacrilege does not offend the religious conscience so violently, it is not regarded as a sacrilege and so vanishes. This is what happens in the case now before us. The effect of the whole series of rites which has preceded the moment when the totem is solemnly eaten has been to sanctify those who took an active part in them. They constitute an essentially religious period, through which no one could go without a transformation of his religious state. The fast, the contact with sacred rocks, the churinga, the totemic decorations, etc., have gradually conferred upon him a character which he did not have before and which enables him to approach, without a shocking and dangerous profanation, this desirable and redoubtable food which is forbidden him in ordinary times. 351 If the act by which a sacred being is first immolated and then eaten by those who adore it may be called a sacrifice, the rite of which we have just been speaking has a right to this same name. Moreover, its significance is well shown by the striking analogies it presents with so many practices met within a large number of agrarian cults. It is a very general rule that even among peoples who have attained a high degree of civilization, the first fruits of the harvest are used in the ritual repast, of which the Paschal feast is the best known example. On the other hand, as the agrarian rites are at the very basis of the most advanced forms of the cult, we see that the interchiuma of the Australian societies is closer to us than one might imagine from its apparent crudeness. By an intuition of genius, Smith had an intuition of all this, though he was not acquainted with the facts. By a series of ingenious deductions, which need not be reproduced here, for their interest is now only historical, he thought that he could establish the fact that at the beginning the animal immolated in the sacrifice must have been regarded as quasi-divine and as a close relative of those who immolated it. Now these characteristics are just the ones with which the totemic species is defined. Smith even went so far as to suppose that totemism must have known and practiced a rite wholly similar to the one we have been studying. He was even inclined to see the original source of the whole sacrificial institution in a sacrifice of this sort. Sacrifice was not founded to create a bond of artificial kinship between a man and his gods, but to maintain and renew the natural kinship which primitively united them. Here, as elsewhere, the artifice was born only to imitate nature, but in the book of Smith this hypothesis was presented as scarcely more than a theory which the then known facts supported very imperfectly. The rare cases of totemic sacrifice which he cites in support of his theory do not have the significance he attributed to them. The animals which figure in them are not real totems, but today we are able to state that on at least one point the demonstration is made. In fact, we have just seen that in an important number of societies the totemic sacrifice, such as Smith conceived it, is or has been practiced. Of course, we have no proof that this practice is necessarily inherent to totemism or that it is the germ out of which all the other types of sacrifices have developed, but if the universality of the rite is hypothetical, its existence is no longer to be contested. Hereafter it is to be regarded as established that the most mystical form of the alimentary communion is found even in the most rudimentary cults known today. But on another point the new facts at our disposal invalidate the theories of Smith. According to him, the communion was not only an essential element of the sacrifice, but at the beginning, at least, it was the unique element. Not only is one mistaken when he reduces sacrifice to nothing more than a tribute or offering, but the very idea of an offering was originally absent from it. This intervened only at a late period and under the influence of external circumstances, so instead of being able to aid us in understanding it, it has rather masked the real nature of the ritual mechanism. In fact, Smith claimed to find in the very notion of oblation an absurdity so revolting that it could never have been the fundamental reason for so great an institution. One of the most important functions incumbent upon the divinity is to assure to men that food which is necessary for life, so it seems impossible that the sacrifice, in its turn, should consist in a presentation of food to the divinity. It even seems self-contradictory that the gods should expect their food from a man, when it is from them that he gets his. Why should they have need of his aid in order to deduct beforehand their just share of the things which he receives from their hands? From these considerations Smith concluded that the idea of a sacrifice offering could have been born only in the great religions, where the gods, removed from the things with which they were primitively confused, were thought of as sorts of kings and the eminent proprietors of the earth and its products. From this moment onwards, the sacrifice was associated with the tribute which subjects paid to their prince, as a price of the rights which were conceded to them. But this new interpretation was really an alteration and even a corruption of the primitive conception, for the idea of property materializes all that it touches. By introducing itself into the sacrifice, it denatured it and made it into a sort of bargain between the man and the divinity. But the facts which we have described overthrow this argumentation. These rights are certainly among the most primitive that have ever been observed. No determined mythical personality appears in them. There is no question of gods or spirits that are properly so called. It is only vaguely anonymous and impersonal forces which they put into action. Yet the reasoning which they suppose is exactly the one that Smith declared impossible because of its absurdity. Let us return to the first act of the Indigenous, to the rites destined to assure the fecundity of the animal or vegetable species which serves the clan as totem. This species is the preeminently sacred thing. In it is incarnated that which we have been able to call, by metaphor, the totemic divinity. Yet we have seen that to perpetuate itself it has need of the aid of men. It is they who dispense the life of the new generation each year. Without them, it would never be born. If they stopped celebrating the Indigenous, the sacred beings would disappear from the face of the earth. So in one sense, it is from men that they get their existence, yet in another way, it is from them that men get theirs, for after they have once arrived at maturity, it is from them that men acquire the force needed to support and repair their spiritual beings. Thus we are able to say that men make their gods, or, at least, make them live, but at the same time, it is from them that they live themselves. So they are regularly guilty of the circle which, according to Smith, is implied in the very idea of a sacrificial tribute. They give to the sacred beings a little of what they receive from them, and they receive from them all that they give. But there is still more to be said. The oblations which he is thus forced to make every year do not differ in nature from those which are made later in the rites properly called sacrifices. If the sacrificer immolates an animal, it is in order that the living principles within it may be disengaged from the organism and go to nourish the divinity. Likewise, the grains of dust which the Australian detaches from the sacred rock are so many sacred principles which he scatters into space, so that they may go to animate the totemic species and assure its renewal. The gesture with which this scattering is made is also that which normally accompanies offerings. In certain cases, the resemblance between the two rites may be followed even to the details of the movements effected. We have seen that in order to have rain the Katish pour water over the sacred stone. Among certain peoples, the priest pours water over the altar, with the same end in view. The effusions of blood which are usual in a certain number of Indigenous are veritable oblations. Just as the Iranta ordinarily sprinkle the sacred rock or the totemic design with blood, so it frequently happens that in the more advanced cults, the blood of the sacrificed victim or of the worshipper himself is spilt before or upon the altar. In these cases, it is given to the gods, of whom it is the preferred food. In Australia, it is given to the sacred species. So we have no ground for saying that the idea of oblation is a late product of civilization. A document which we owe to Strello puts the kinship of the Indigenous and the sacrifice clearly into evidence. This is a hymn which accompanies the Indigenous of the kangaroo. The ceremony is described at the same time that its expected effects are announced. A morsel of kangaroo fat has been placed by the chief upon a support made of branches. The text says that this fat makes the fat of the kangaroos increase. This time, they do not confine themselves to sprinkling sacred dust or human blood about. The animal itself is immolated, or sacrificed as one might say, placed upon a sort of altar, and offered to the species, whose life it should maintain. Now we see the sense in which we may say that the Indigenous contains the germs of the sacrificial system, in the form which it takes when fully constituted. A sacrifice is composed of two essential elements, an act of communion and an act of oblation. The worshipper communes with his god by taking in a sacred food, and at the same time he makes an offering to this god. We find these two acts in the Indigenous, as we have described it. The only difference is that in the ordinary sacrifice 352 they are made simultaneously or else follow one another immediately, while in the Australian ceremony they are separated. In the former case, they are parts of one undivided right. Here, they take place at different times, and may even be separated by a rather long interval, but, at bottom, the mechanism is the same. Taken as a whole, the Intichiuma is a sacrifice, but one whose parts are not yet articulated and organized. The relating of these two ceremonies has the double advantage of enabling us to understand better the nature of the Intichiuma and that of sacrifice. We understand the Intichiuma better. In fact, the conception of phrase, which made it a simple magic operation 353 with no religious character at all, is now seen to be unsupportable. One cannot dream of excluding from religion a rite which is the forerunner of so great a religious institution, but we also understand what the sacrifice itself is better. In the first place, the equal importance of the two elements entering into it is now established. If the Australian makes offerings to his sacred beings, there is no reason for supposing that the idea of oblation was foreign to the primitive organization of the sacrificial institution and later upset its natural arrangement. The theory of Smith must be revised on this point. 354 Of course the sacrifice is partially a communion, but it is also, and no less essentially, a gift and an act of renouncement. It always presupposes that the worshipper gives some of his substance or his goods to his gods. Every attempt to deduce one of these elements from the other is hopeless. Perhaps the oblation is even more permanent than the communion. In the second place, it ordinarily seems as though the sacrifice, and especially the sacrificial oblation, could only be addressed to personal beings, but the oblations which we have met with in Australia imply no notion of this sort. In other words, the sacrifice is independent of the varying forms in which the religious forces are conceived. It is founded upon more profound reasons, which we shall seek presently. In any case, it is clear that the act of offering naturally arouses in the mind the idea of a moral subject, whom this offering is destined to please. The ritual acts which we have described become more intelligible when it is believed that they are addressed to persons, so the practices of the Intichiuma, while actually putting only impersonal forces into play, prepare the way for a different conception. Of course they were not sufficient to form the idea of mythical personalities by themselves, but when this idea had once been formed, the very nature of these rites made it enter into the cult. Thus, taking a more direct interest in action and life, it also acquired a greater reality, so we are even able to believe that the cult favored, in a secondary manner, no doubt, but nevertheless one which is worthy of attention, the personification of the religious forces. But we still have to explain the contradiction in which Robertson Smith saw an inadmissible logical scandal. If the sacred beings always manifested their powers in a perfectly equal manner, it would appear inconceivable that men should dream of offering them services, for we cannot see what need they could have of them. But in the first place, insofar as they are confused with things, and insofar as they are regarded as principles of the cosmic life, they are themselves submitted to the rhythm of this life. Now this goes in oscillations in contrary directions, which succeed one another according to a determined law. Sometimes it is affirmed in all its glory, sometimes it weakens to such an extent that one may ask himself whether it is not going to fade away. Vegetation dies every year, will it be reborn? Animal species tend to become extinguished by the effect of natural and violent death, will they be renewed at such a time and in such a way as is proper? Above all, the rain is capricious. There are long periods during which it seems to have disappeared forever. These periodical variations of nature bear witness to the fact that at the corresponding periods, the sacred beings upon whom the plants, animals, rain, etc., depend are themselves passing through grave crises, so they, too, have their periods of giving way. But men could not regard these spectacles as indifferent spectators. If he is to live, the universal life must continue, and consequently the gods must not die. So he seeks to sustain and aid them. For this, he puts at their service whatever forces he has at his disposition, and mobilizes them for this purpose. The blood flowing in his veins has fecundating virtues, he pours it forth. From the sacred rocks possessed by his clan he takes those germs of life which lie dormant there, and scatters them into space. In a word, he makes oblations, the external and physical crises, moreover, duplicates internal and mental crises which tend toward the same result. Sacred beings exist only when they are represented as such in the mind. When we cease to believe in them, it is as though they did not exist. Even those which have a material form and are given by sensible experience, depend upon the thought of the worshippers who adore them, for the sacred character which makes them objects of the cult is not given by their natural constitution, it is added to them by belief. The kangaroo is only an animal like all others, yet, for the men of the kangaroo, it contains within it a principle which puts it outside the company of others, and this principle exists only in the minds of those who believe in it. 355 If these sacred beings, when once conceived, are to have no need of men to continue, it would be necessary that the representations expressing them always remain the same, but this stability is impossible. In fact, it is in the communal life that they are formed, and this communal life is essentially intermittent, so they necessarily partake of this same intermittency. They attain their greatest intensity at the moment when the men are assembled together and are in immediate relations with one another, when they all partake of the same ideal and the same sentiment. But when the assembly has broken up and each man has returned to his own peculiar life, they progressively lose their original energy. Being covered over little by the rising flood of daily experiences, they would soon fall into the unconscious, if we did not find some means of calling them back into consciousness and revivifying them. If we think of them less forcefully, they amount to less for us and we count less upon them, they exist to a lesser degree. So here we have another point of view, from which the services of men are necessary to them. This second reason for their existence is even more important than the first, for it exists all the time. The intermittency of the physical life can affect religious beliefs only when religions are not yet detached from their cosmic basis. The intermittency of the social life, on the other hand, is inevitable. Even the most idealistic religions cannot escape it. Moreover, it is owing to this state of dependency upon the thought of men, in which the gods find themselves, that the former are able to believe in the efficacy of their assistance. The only way of renewing the collective representations which relate to sacred beings is to retemper them in the very source of the religious life, that is to say, in the assembled groups. Now the emotions aroused by these periodical crises through which external things pass induce the men who witness them to assemble, to see what should be done about it. But by the very fact of uniting, they are mutually comforted, they find a remedy because they seek it together. The common faith becomes reanimated quite naturally in the heart of this reconstituted group. It is born again because it again finds those very conditions in which it was born in the first place. After it has been restored, it easily triumphs over all the private doubts which may have arisen in individual minds. The image of the sacred things regains power enough to resist the internal or external causes which tended to weaken it. In spite of their apparent failure, men can no longer believe that the gods will die, because they feel them living in their own arts. The means employed to succor them, howsoever crude these may be, cannot appear vain, for everything goes on as if they were really effective. Men are more confident because they feel themselves stronger, and they really are stronger, because forces which were languishing are now reawakened in the consciousness. So we must be careful not to believe, along with Smith, that the cult was founded solely for the benefit of men and that the gods have nothing to do with it. They have no less need of it than their worshippers. Of course men would be unable to live without gods, but, on the other hand, the gods would die if their cult were not rendered. This does not have the sole object of making profane subjects communicate with sacred beings, but it also keeps these latter alive and is perpetually remaking and regenerating them. Of course it is not the material oblations which bring about this regeneration by their own virtues, it is the mental states which these actions, though vain in themselves, accompany or reawaken. The real reason for the existence of the cults, even of those which are the most materialistic in appearance, is not to be sought in the acts which they prescribe, but in the internal and moral regeneration which these acts aid in bringing about. The things which the worshipper really gives his gods are not the foods which he places upon the altars, nor the blood which he lets flow from his veins, it is his thought. Nevertheless, it is true that there is an exchange of services, which are mutually demanded, between the divinity and its worshippers. The rule d'art des, by which the principle of sacrifice has sometimes been defined, is not a late invention of utilitarian theorists. It only expresses in an explicit way the very mechanism of the sacrificial system and, more generally, of the whole positive cult. So the circle pointed out by Smith is very real, but it contains nothing humiliating for the reason. It comes from the fact that the sacred beings, though superior to men, can live only in the human consciousness. But this circle will appear still more natural to us, and we shall understand its meaning and the reason for its existence still better if, carrying our analysis still farther and substituting for the religious symbols the realities which they represent, we investigate how these behave in the right. If, as we have attempted to establish, the sacred principle is nothing more nor less than society transfigured and personified, it should be possible to interpret a ritual in lay and social terms. And, as a matter of fact, social life, just like the ritual, moves in a circle. On the one hand, The individual gets from society the best part of himself, all that gives him a distinct character and a special place among other beings, his intellectual and moral culture. If we should withdraw from men their language, sciences, arts and moral beliefs, they would drop to the rank of animals. So the characteristic attributes of human nature come from society. But, on the other hand, society exists and lives only in and through individuals. If the idea of society were extinguished in individual minds and the beliefs, traditions and aspirations of the group were no longer felt and shared by the individuals, society would die. We can say of it what we just said of the divinity: it is real only insofar as it has a place in human consciousnesses, and this place is whatever one we may give it. We now see the real reason why the gods cannot do without the worshippers any more than these can do without their gods. It is because society, of which the gods are only a symbolic expression, cannot do without individuals any more than these can do without society. Here we touch the solid rock upon which all the cults are built and which has caused their persistence ever since human societies have existed. When we see what religious rites consist of and towards what they seem to tend, we demand with astonishment how men have been able to imagine them, and especially how they can remain so faithfully attached to them. Whence could the illusion have come that with a few grains of sand thrown to the wind, or a few drops of blood shed upon a rock or the stone of an altar, it is possible to maintain the life of an animal species or of a god? We have undoubtedly made a step in advance towards the solution of this problem when we have discovered, behind these outward and apparently unreasonable movements, a mental mechanism which gives them a meaning and a moral significance. But we are in no way assured that this mechanism itself does not consist in a simple play of hallucinatory images. We have pointed out the psychological process which leads the believers to imagine that the right causes the spiritual forces of which they have need to be reborn about them. But it does not follow from the fact that this belief is psychologically explicable that it has any objective value, if we are to see in the efficacy attributed to the rites anything more than the product of a chronic delirium with which humanity has abused itself. We must show that the effect of the cult really is to recreate periodically a moral being upon which we depend as it depends upon us. Now this being does exist, it is society. Howsoever little importance the religious ceremonies may have, they put the group into action. The groups assemble to celebrate them, so their first effect is to bring individuals together, to multiply the relations between them and to make them more intimate with one another. By this very fact, the contents of their consciousnesses is changed. On ordinary days, it is utilitarian and individual avocations which take the greater part of the attention. Everyone attends to his own personal business. For most men, this primarily consists in satisfying the exigencies of material life, and the principal incentive to economic activity has always been private interest. Of course, social sentiments could never be totally absent. We remain in relations with others. The habits, ideas and tendencies which education has impressed upon us and which ordinarily preside over our relations with others, continue to make their action felt, but they are constantly combated and held in check by the antagonistic tendencies aroused and supported by the necessities of the daily struggle. They resist more or less successfully, according to their intrinsic energy, but this energy is not renewed. They live upon their past, and consequently they will be used up in the course of time, if nothing returned to them a little of the force that they lose through these incessant conflicts and frictions. When the Australians, scattered in little groups, spend their time in hunting and fishing, they lose sight of what concerns their clan or tribe. Their only thought is to catch as much game as possible. On feast days, on the contrary, these preoccupations are necessarily eclipsed. Being essentially profane, they are excluded from these sacred periods. At this time, their thoughts are centered upon their common beliefs, their common traditions, the memory of their great ancestors, the collective ideal of which they are the incarnation, in a word, upon social things. Even the material interests which these great religious ceremonies are designed to satisfy concern the public order and are therefore social. Society as a whole is interested that the harvest be abundant, that the rain fall at the right time and not excessively, that the animals reproduce regularly. So it is society that is in the foreground of every consciousness. It dominates and directs all conduct. This is equivalent to saying that it is more living and active, and consequently more real, than in profane times. So men do not deceive themselves when they feel at this time that there is something outside of them which is born again, that there are forces which are reanimated and a life which reawakens. This renewal is in no way imaginary and the individuals themselves profit from it. For the spark of a social being which each bears within him necessarily participates in this collective renovation. The individual soul is regenerated too, by being dipped again in the source from which its life comes. Consequently it feels itself stronger, more fully master of itself, less dependent upon physical necessities. We know that the positive cult naturally tends to take periodic forms. This is one of its distinctive features. Of course, there are rites which men celebrate occasionally, in connection with passing situations, but these episodic practices are always merely accessory, and in the religions studied in this book, they are almost exceptional. The essential constituent of the cult is the cycle of feasts which return regularly at determined epochs. We are now able to understand whence this tendency towards periodicity comes. The rhythm which the religious life follows only expresses the rhythm of the social life, and results from it. Society is able to revivify the sentiment it is of itself only by assembling, but it cannot be assembled all the time. The exigencies of life do not allow it to remain in congregation indefinitely, so it scatters, to assemble anew when it again feels the need of this. It is to these necessary alternations that the regular alternations of sacred and profane times correspond, since the apparent object, at least, of the cult was at first to regularize the course of natural phenomena. The rhythm of the cosmic life has put its mark on the rhythm of the ritual life. This is why the feasts have long been associated with the seasons. We have seen this characteristic already in the Indigenous of Australia, but the seasons have only furnished the outer framework for this organization, and not the principle upon which it rests, for even the cults which aim at exclusively spiritual ends have remained periodical, so this periodicity must be due to other causes. Since the seasonal changes are critical periods for nature, they are a natural occasion for assembling, and consequently for religious ceremonies. But other events can and have successfully fulfilled this function of occasional cause. However, it must be recognized that this framework, though purely external, has given proof of a singular resistive force, for traces of it are found even in the religions which are the most fully detached from all physical bases. Many Christian celebrations are founded, with no break of continuity, on the pastoral and agrarian feasts of the ancient Hebrews, although in themselves they are neither pastoral nor agrarian. Moreover, this rhythm is capable of varying in different societies, where the period of dispersion is long, and the dispersion itself is extreme. The period of congregation, in its turn, is very prolonged, and produces veritable debauches of collective and religion's life. Feasts succeed one another for weeks or even for months, while the ritual life sometimes attains to a sort of frenzy. This is what happens among the Australian tribes and many of the tribes of northwestern America. Elsewhere, on the contrary, these two phases of the social life succeed one another after shorter intervals, and then the contrast between them is less marked. The more societies develop, the less they seem to allow of two great intermittences. 3. The positive cult, continued. 2. Imitative rites and the principle of causality. But the processes which we have just been describing are not the only ones employed to assure the fecundity of the totemic species. There are others which serve for the same end, whether they accompany the preceding ones or replace them, in the very ceremonies which we have been describing. In addition to the oblations, whether bloody or otherwise, there are other rites which are frequently celebrated, whose object is to complete the former ones and to consolidate their effects. They consist in movements and cries whose object is to imitate the different attitudes and aspects of the animal whose reproduction is desired. Therefore, we shall call them imitative. Thus the Indigenous of the Wacheti Grub among the Irunta includes more than the rites performed upon the sacred rocks, of which we have already spoken. When these are finished, the men set out to return to camp, but when they still are about a mile away, they halt and all decorate themselves ritually. After this, the march is resumed. The decorations with which they thus adorn themselves announce that an important ceremony is going to take place, and, in fact, while the company was absent, one of the old men who had been left to guard the camp had built a shelter out of branches, called umbana, which represented the chrysalis out of which the insect comes. All of those who had taken part in the previous ceremonies assemble near the spot where this construction has been raised, then they advance slowly, stopping from time to time, until they reach the umbana, which they enter. At once all the men who do not belong to the phratry of the Wacheti Grub totem, and who assist at the scene, though from a distance, lie down on the ground, with their faces against the earth. They must remain in this position without moving until they are allowed to get up again. Meanwhile, a chant arises from the interior of the umbana, which describes the different phases through which the animal passes in the course of its development, and the myths of which the sacred rocks are the subject. When this hymn ceases, the Alatanja glides out of the umbana, though remaining in a squatting position, and advances slowly over the ground before him. He is followed by all his companions who reproduce gestures whose evident object is to represent the insect as it leaves the chrysalis. Also, a hymn which is heard at just this moment and which is like an oral commentary on the right, consists in a description of the movements made by the insect at this stage of its development. Another Intichiuma, celebrated in connection with another kind of grub, the Unchalka grub, has this character still more clearly. The actors of this rite decorate themselves with designs representing the Unchalka bush upon which this grub lives at the beginning of its existence. Then they cover a buckler with concentric circles of down, representing another kind of bush upon which the insect lays its eggs when it has become adult. When all these preparations are finished, they all sit down on the ground in a semicircle facing the principal officiant. He alternately bends his body double by leaning towards the ground and then rises on his knees. At the same time, he shakes his stretched out arms, which is a way of representing the wings of the insect. From time to time, he leans over the buckler, imitating the way in which the butterfly flies over the trees where it lays its eggs. When this ceremony is finished, another commences at a different spot, to which they go in silence. This time they use two bucklers. Upon one the tracks of the grub are represented by zigzag lines, upon the other, concentric circles of uneven dimensions represent the eggs of the insect and the seed of the eremophile bush, upon which it is nourished. As in the former ceremony, they all sit down in silence while the officiant acts, representing the movements of the animal when leaving its chrysalis and taking its first flight. Spencer and Gillen also point out certain analogous facts among the Irunta, though these are of a minor importance. In the Intichiuma of the emu, for example, at a certain moment the actors try to reproduce by their attitude the air and aspect of this bird. In the Intichiuma of water, the men of the totem utter the characteristic cry of the plover, a cry which is naturally associated in the mind with the rainy season. But in all, the examples of imitative rites which these two explorers have noted are rather few in number. However, it is certain that their relative silence on this point is due either to their not having observed the Intichiuma sufficiently or else to their having neglected this side of the ceremonies. Schultze, on the other hand, has been struck by the essentially imitative nature of the Irunta rites. The sacred corrobori, he says, are generally ceremonies representing animals. He calls them animal jurunga, and his testimony is now confirmed by the documents collected by Strello. The examples given by this latter author are so numerous that it is impossible to cite them all. There are scarcely any ceremonies in which some imitating gesture is not pointed out. According to the nature of the animals whose feast is celebrated, they jump after the manner of kangaroos, or imitate the movements they make in eating, the flight of winged ants, the characteristic noise of the bat, the cry of the wild turkey, the hissing of the snake, the croaking of the frog, etc. When the totem is a plant, they make the gesture of plucking it, or eating it, etc. Among the Warramunga, the Intichiuma generally takes a special form, which we shall describe in the next chapter and which differs from those which we have studied up to the present. However, there is one typical case of a purely imitative Intichiuma among this people. It is that of the black cockatoo. The ceremony described by Spencer and Gillen commenced at 10 o'clock in the evening. All night long the chief of the clan imitated the cry of the bird with a disheartening monotony. He stopped only when he had come to the end of his force, and then his son replaced him. Then he commenced again as soon as he felt a little refreshed. These exhausting exercises continued until morning without interruption. Living beings are not the only ones which they try to imitate. In a large number of tribes, the Intichiuma of rain consists essentially in imitative rites. One of the most simple of these is that celebrated among the Erebana. The chief of the clan is seated on the ground, all covered with white down and holding a lance in his hands. He shakes himself, undoubtedly in order to detach from his body the down which is fixed there and which represents clouds when scattered about in the air. Thus he imitates the men clouds of the Outringa who, according to the legend, had a habit of ascending to heaven and forming clouds there, from which the rain then fell. In a word, the object of the whole rite is to represent the formation and ascension of clouds, the bringers of rain. The ceremony is much more complicated among the Katish. We have already spoken of one of the means employed. The officiant pours water over the sacred stones and himself, but the action of this sort of oblation is reinforced by other rites. The rainbow is considered to have a close connection with rain. They say that it is its sun and that it is always urged to appear to make the rain stop, to make the rain fall. It is therefore necessary that it should not appear. They believe that this result can be obtained in the following manner. A design representing a rainbow is made upon a buckler. They carry this buckler to camp, taking care to keep it hidden from all eyes. They are convinced that by making this image of the rainbow invisible, they keep the rainbow itself from appearing. Meanwhile, the chief of the clan, having beside him a pitcher full of water, throws in all directions flakes of down which represent clouds. Repeated imitations of the cry of the plover complete this ceremony, which seems to have an especial gravity, for as long as it lasts, all those who participate in it, either as actors or assistants, may have no relations whatsoever with their wives. They may not even speak to them. The processes of figuration are different among the Deri. Rain is not represented by water, but by blood, which the men cause to flow from their veins onto the assistants. At the same time they throw handfuls of white down about, which represent clouds. A hut has been constructed previously, in which they now place 2 large stones representing piles of clouds, a sign of rain. After they have been left there for a little while, they are carried a little distance away and placed as high as possible in the loftiest tree to be found. This is a way of making the clouds mount into the sky. Powdered gypsum is then thrown into a water hole, for when he sees this, the rain spirit soon makes the clouds appear. Finally all the men, young and old, assemble around the hut and with heads lowered, they charge upon it. They rush violently through it, repeating the operation several times, until nothing remains of the whole construction except the supporting posts. Then they fall upon these and shake and pull at them until the whole thing has tumbled down. The operation consisting in running through the hut is supposed to represent clouds bursting, the tumbling down of the construction, the fall of rain. In the northwestern tribes studied by Clement, which occupy the district included between the Fortescue and Fitzroy rivers, certain ceremonies are celebrated whose object is exactly the same as that of the Intichi Umo of the Arunta, and which seem to be, for the most part, essentially imitative. These peoples give the name Talo to certain piles of stones which are evidently sacred, for, as we shall see, they are the object of important rites. Every animal, every plant, and in fact, every totem or subtotem, is represented by a Talo which has special clan guards. The analogy between these Talo and the sacred rocks of the Arunta is easily seen. When kangaroos, for example, become rare, the chief of the clan to which the Talo of the kangaroo belongs goes to it with a certain number of companions. Here various rites are performed, the chief of which consist in jumping around the Talo as kangaroos jump, in drinking as they drink and, in a word, in imitating all their most characteristic movements. The weapons used in hunting the animal have an important part in these rites. They brandish them, throw them against the stones, etc. When they are concerned for emus, they go to the Talo of the emu, and walk and run as these birds do. The skill which the natives show in these imitations is, as it appears, really remarkable. Other Talo are consecrated to plants, such as the cereals. In this case, they imitate the actions of threshing and grinding the grain. Since in ordinary life it is the women who are normally charged with these tasks, it is also they who perform the rite. In the midst of songs and dances too, all these rites belong to the same type. The principle upon which they rest is one of those at the basis of what is commonly and incorrectly called sympathetic magic. These principles are ordinarily reduced to 2. The first may be stated thus: anything touching an object also touches everything which has any relation of proximity or unity whatsoever with this object. Thus, whatever affects the part also affects the whole. Any action exercised over an individual is transmitted to his neighbors, relatives and all those to whom he is united in any way. All these cases are simple applications of the law of contagion, which we have already studied. A condition or a good or bad quality are communicated contagiously from one subject to another who has some connection with the former. The second principle is ordinarily summed up in the formula, like produces like. The representation of a being or condition produces this being or condition. This is the maxim which brings about the rites which we have just been describing, and it is in them that we can best observe its characteristics. The classical example of the magic charm, which is ordinarily given as the typical application of this same precept, is much less significant. The charm is, to a large extent, a simple phenomenon of transfer. The idea of the image is associated in the mind with that of the model. Consequently, the effects of an action performed upon a statue are transmitted contagiously to the person whose traits it reproduces. The function of the image is for its original what that of a part is for the whole. It is an agent of transmission. Therefore men think that they can obtain the same result by burning the hair of the person whom they wish to injure. The only difference between these two sorts of operations is that in one, the communication is made through similarity, while in the other it is by means of contiguity. It is different with the rites which concern us. They suppose not only the displacement of a given condition or quality, which passes from one object into the other, but also the creation of something entirely new. The mere act of representing the animal gives birth to this animal and creates it. By imitating the sound of wind or falling water, they cause clouds to form, rain to fall, etc. Of course, resemblance plays an important part in each case, but not at all the same one. In a charm, it only gives a special direction to the action exercised. It directs in a certain way an action not originating in it. In the rites of which we have just been speaking, it acts by itself and is directly efficacious. So, in contradiction to the usual definitions, the real difference between the two principles of the so-called sympathetic magic and the corresponding practices is not that it is contiguity acts in one case and resemblance in the other, but that in the former there is a simple contagious communication, while there is production and creation in the latter. The explanation of imitative rites therefore implies the explanation of the second of these principles, and reciprocally. We shall not tarry long to discuss the explanation proposed by the anthropological school, and especially by Tyler and Fraser. Just as in their attempts to account for the contagiousness of a sacred character, they invoke the association of ideas. Homeopathic magic, says Fraser, who prefers this expression to imitative magic, is founded on the association of ideas by similarity. Contagious magic is founded on the association of ideas by contiguity. Homeopathic magic commits the mistake of assuming that things which resemble each other are the same, but this is a misunderstanding of the special nature of the practices under discussion. On the one hand, the formula of Fraser may be applied with some fitness to the case of charms. Here, in fact, two distinct things are associated with each other, owing to their partial resemblance. These are the image and the model which it represents more or less systematically. But in the imitative rites, which we have just been observing, the image alone is given. As for the model, it does not exist, for the new generation of the totemic species is as yet only a hope and even an uncertain hope at that. So there could be no question of association, whether correct or not. There is a real creation, and we cannot see how the association of ideas could possibly lead to a belief in this creation. How could the mere act of representing the movements of an animal bring about the certitude that this animal will be born, and born in abundance? The general properties of human nature cannot explain such special practices, so instead of considering the principle upon which they rest in its general and abstract form, let us replace it in the environment of which it is a part and where we have been observing it, and let us connect it with the system of ideas and sentiments which the above rites put into practice, and then we shall be better able to perceive the causes from which it results. The men who assemble on the occasion of these rites believe that they are really animals or plants of the species whose name they bear. They feel within them an animal or vegetable nature, and in their eyes, this is what constitutes whatever is the most essential and the most excellent in them. So when they assemble, their first movement ought to be to show each other this quality which they attribute to themselves and by which they are defined. The totem is their rallying sign. For this reason, as we have seen, they design it upon their bodies, but it is no less natural that they should seek to resemble it in their gestures, their cries, their attitude. Since they are emus or kangaroos, they comport themselves like the animals of the same name. By this means, they mutually show one another that they are all members of the same moral community and they become conscious of the kinship uniting them. The rite does not limit itself to expressing this kinship, it makes it or remakes it, for it exists only in so far as it is believed in, and the effect of all these collective demonstrations is to support the beliefs upon which they are founded. Therefore, these leaps, these cries and these movements of every sort, though bizarre and grotesque in appearance, really have a profound and human meaning. The Australian seeks to resemble his totem just as the faithful in more advanced religions seek to resemble their god. For the one as for the other, this is a means of communicating with the sacred being, that is to say, with the collective ideal which this latter symbolizes. This is an early form of the meiosis Greek letter tau the. However, as this first reason is connected with the most specialized portions of the totemic beliefs, the principle by which like produces like should not have survived totemism, if this had been the only one in operation. Now there is probably no religion in which rites derived from it are not found. So another reason must cooperate with this first one, and, in fact, the ceremonies where we have seen it applied do not merely have the very general object which we have just mentioned, howsoever essential this may be, they also aim at a more immediate and more conscious end, which is the assurance of the reproduction of the totemic species. The idea of this necessary reproduction haunts the minds of the worshippers, upon it the forces of their attention and will are concentrated. Now a single preoccupation cannot possess a group of men to this point without being externalized in a material form. Since all think of the animal or plant to whose destinies the clan is united, It is inevitable that this common thought should not be manifested outwardly by gestures, and those naturally designated for this office are those which represent this animal or plant in one of its most characteristic attitudes. There are no other movements so close to the idea filling every mind, for these are an immediate and almost automatic translation of it, so they make themselves imitate the animal, they cry like it, they jump like it, they reproduce the scenes in which they make daily use of the plant. All these ways of representation are just so many means of ostensibly showing the end towards which all minds are directed, of telling the thing which they wish to realize, of calling it up and of evoking it, and this need belongs to no one time, nor does it depend upon the beliefs of any special religion. It is essentially human. This is why, even in religions very far removed from those we have been studying, the worshippers, when assembled to ask their gods for some event which they ardently desire, are forced to figure it. Of course, the word is also a way of expressing it, but the gesture is no less natural. It bursts out from the organism just as spontaneously. It even precedes the word, or, in any case, accompanies it. But if we can thus understand how the gestures acquire the place in the ceremony, we still must explain the efficacy attributed to them. If the Australian repeats them regularly each new season, it is because he believes them essential to the success of the rite. Where could he have gotten the idea that by imitating an animal, one causes it to reproduce? So manifest an error seems hardly intelligible so long as we see in the rite only the material end towards which it seems to aim, but we know that in addition to the effect which it is thought to have on the totemic species, it also exercises a profound influence over the souls of the worshippers who take part in it. They take away with them a feeling of well-being, whose causes they cannot clearly see, but which is well-founded. They feel that the ceremony is good for them, and, as a matter of fact, they reforge their moral nature in it. How could this sort of well-being fail to give them a feeling that the rite has succeeded, that it has been what it set out to be, and that it has attained the ends at which it was aimed, as the only end which was consciously sought was the reproduction of the totemic species? This seems to be assured by the means it employed, the efficacy of which is thus proven. Thus it comes about that men attribute creative virtues to their gestures, which in themselves are vain. The moral efficacy of the rite, which is real, leads to the belief in its physical efficacy, which is imaginary, that of the whole, to the belief in that of each part by itself. The truly useful effects produced by the whole ceremony are like an experimental justification of the elementary practices out of which it is made, though in reality, all these practices are in no way indispensable to its success. A certain proof, moreover, that they do not act by themselves is that they may be replaced by others, of a very different nature, without any modification of the final result. It appears that there are intigiuma which include only oblations, with no imitative rites, others are purely imitative, and include no oblations. However, both are believed to have the same efficacy, so if a price is attached to these various manovers, it is not because of their intrinsic value, but because they are a part of a complex rite, whose utility as a whole is realized. We are able to understand this state of mind all the easier because we can still observe it about us, especially among the most cultivated peoples and environments. We frequently meet with believers who, though having doubts as to the special efficacy attributed by dogma to each rite considered separately, still continue to participate in the cult. They are not sure that the details of the prescribed observances are rationally justifiable, but they feel that it would be impossible to free oneself of them without falling into a moral confusion before which they recoil. The very fact that in them the faith has lost its intellectual foundations throws into eminence the profound reasons upon which they rest. This is why the easy criticisms to which an unduly simple rationalism has sometimes submitted ritual prescriptions generally leave the believer indifferent. It is because the true justification of religious practices does not lie in the apparent ends which they pursue, but rather in the invisible action which they exercise over the mind and in the way in which they affect our mental status. Likewise, when preachers undertake to convince, they devote much less attention to establishing directly and by methodical proofs the truth of any particular proposition or the utility of such and such an observance, than to awakening or reawakening the sentiment of the moral comfort attained by the regular celebration of the cult. Thus they create a predisposition to belief, which precedes proofs, which leads the mind to overlook the insufficiency of the logical reasons, and which thus prepares it for the proposition whose acceptance is desired. This favorable prejudice, this impulse towards believing, is just what constitutes faith, and it is faith which makes the authority of the rites, according to the believer, whoever he may be, Christian or Australian. The only superiority of the former is that he better accounts for the psychological process from which his faith results, He knows that it is faith that saves. It is because faith has this origin that it is, in a sense, impermeable to experience. If the intermittent failures of the Intichiuma do not shake the confidence of the Australian in his right, it is because he holds with all the strength of his soul to these practices in which he periodically recreates himself. He could not deny their principle without causing an upheaval of his own being, which resists. But howsoever great this force of resistance may be, it cannot radically distinguish religious mentality from the other forms of human mentality, even those which are the most habitually opposed to it. In this connection, that of a scholar differs from the preceding only in degree. When a scientific law has the authority of numerous and varied experiments, it is against all method to renounce it too quickly upon the discovery of a fact which seems to contradict it. It is still necessary to make sure that the fact does not allow of a single interpretation, and that it is impossible to account for it, without abandoning the proposition which it seems to invalidate. Now the Australian does not proceed otherwise when he attributes the failure of the Intichiuma to some sorcery, or the abundance of a premature crop to a mystic Intichiuma celebrated in the beyond. He has all the more reason for not doubting his right on the belief in a contrary fact, since its value is, or seems to be, established by a larger number of harmonizing facts. In the first place, the moral efficacy of the ceremony is real and is felt directly by all who participate in it. There is a constantly renewed experience in it, whose importance no contradictory experience can diminish. Also, the physical efficacy itself is not unable to find an at least apparent confirmation in the data of objective observation. As a matter of fact, the totemic species normally does reproduce regularly, so in the great majority of cases, everything happens just as if the ritual gestures really did produce the effects expected of them. Failures are the exception, as the rites, and especially those which are periodical, demand nothing more of nature than that it follow its ordinary course. It is not surprising that it should generally have the air of obeying them. So if the believer shows himself indocile to certain lessons of experience, he does so because of other experiences which seem more demonstrative. The scholar does not do otherwise, only he introduces more method. So magic is not, as Fraser has held, an original fact, of which religion is only a derived form. Quite on the contrary, it was under the influence of religious ideas that the precepts upon which the art of the magician is based were established, and it was only through a secondary extension that they were applied to purely lay relations. Since all the forces of the universe have been conceived on the model of the sacred forces, the contagiousness inherent in the second was extended to the first, and men have believed that all the properties of a body could be transmitted contagiously. Likewise, when the principle according to which like produces like had been established, in order to satisfy certain religious needs, it attached itself from its ritual origins to become, through a sort of spontaneous generalization, a law of nature. 356. But in order to understand these fundamental axioms of magic, they must be replaced in the religious atmosphere in which they arose and which alone enables us to account for them. When we regard them as the work of isolated individuals or solitary magicians, we ask how they could ever have occurred to the mind of man, for nothing in experience could either suggest or verify them, and especially we do not explain how so deceiving an art has been able to impose itself for so long a time in the confidence of men. But this problem disappears when we realize that the faith inspired by magic is only a particular case of religious faith in general, and that it is itself the product, at least indirectly, of a collective effervescence. This is as much as to say that the use of the expression sympathetic magic to designate the system of rites which we have just been speaking is not very exact. There are sympathetic rites, but they are not peculiar to magic. Not only are they to be found in religion, but it was from religion that magic received them. So we only risk confusion when, by the name we give them, we have the air of making them something which is specifically magic. The results of our analysis thus attach themselves to and confirm those attained by M.M. Hubert and Morse when they studied magic directly. They have shown that this is nothing more nor less than crude industry based on incomplete science. Behind the mechanisms, purely laical in appearance, which are used by the magician, they point out a background of religious conceptions and a whole world of forces, the idea of which has been taken by magic from religion. We are now able to understand how it comes that magic is so full of religious elements. It is because it was born of religion. 3. But the principle which has just been set forth does not merely have a function in the ritual, it is of direct interest for the theory of knowledge. In fact, it is a concrete statement of the law of causality and, in all probability, one of the most primitive statements of it which has ever existed. A full conception of the causal relation is implied in the power thus attributed to the like to produce the like, and this conception dominates primitive thought. for it is the basis both of the practices of the cult and the technique of the magician. So the origins of the precept upon which the imitative rites depend are able to clarify those of the principle of causality. The genesis of one should aid us in understanding the genesis of the other. Now we have shown how the former is a product of social causes. It was elaborated by groups having collective ends in view, and it translates collective sentiments. So we may assume that the same is true for the second. In fact, an analysis of the principle of causality is sufficient to assure us that the diverse elements of which it is composed really did have this origin. The first thing which is implied in the notion of the causal relation is the idea of efficacy, of productive power, of active force. By cause we ordinarily mean something capable of producing a certain change. The cause is the force before it is shown the power which is in it. The effect is this same power, only actualized. Men have always thought of causality in dynamic terms. Of course certain philosophers had refused all objective value to this conception. They see in it only an arbitrary construction of the imagination, which corresponds to nothing in the things themselves. But, at present, we have no need of asking whether it is founded in reality or not. It is enough for us to state that it exists and that it constitutes and always has constituted an element of ordinary mentality, and this is recognized even by those who criticize it. Our immediate purpose is to seek, not what it may be worth logically, but how it is to be explained. Now it depends upon social causes. Our analysis of facts has already enabled us to see that the prototype of the idea of force was the manner, wakan, or render, the totemic principle or any of the various names given to collective force objectified and projected into things. The first power which men have thought of as such seems to have been but exercised by humanity over its members. Thus reason confirms the results of observation. In fact, it is even possible to show why this notion of power, efficacy or active force could not have come from any other source. In the first place, it is evident and recognized by all that it could not be furnished to us by external experience. Our senses only enable us to perceive phenomena which coexist or which follow one another, but nothing perceived by them could give us the idea of this determining and compelling action which is characteristic of what we call a power or force. They can touch only realized and known conditions, each separate from the others. The internal process uniting these conditions escapes them. Nothing that we learn could possibly suggest to us the idea of what an influence or efficaciousness is. It is for this very reason that the philosophers of empiricism have regarded these different conceptions as so many mythological aberrations. But even supposing that they all are hallucinations, it is still necessary to show how they originated. If external experience counts for nothing in the origin of these ideas, and it is equally inadmissible that they were given us ready-made, one might suppose that they come from internal experience. In fact, the notion of force obviously includes many spiritual elements which could only have been taken from our psychic life. Some have believed that the act by which our will brings a deliberation to a close, restrains our impulses and commands our organism, might have served as the model of this construction.
In willing, it is said, we perceive ourselves directly as a power in action. So when this idea had once occurred to men, it seems that they only had to extend it to things to establish the conception of force. As long as the animist theory passed as a demonstrated truth, this explanation was able to appear to be confirmed by history. If the forces with which human thought primitively populated the world really had been spirits, that is to say, personal and conscious beings more or less similar to men, it was actually possible to believe that our individual experience was enough to furnish us with the constituent elements of the notion of force. But we know that the first forces which men imagined were, on the contrary, anonymous, vague and diffused powers which resemble cosmic forces in their impersonality, and which are therefore most sharply contrasted with the eminently personal power, the human will. So it is impossible that they should have been conceived in its image. Moreover, there is one essential characteristic of the impersonal forces which would be inexplicable under this hypothesis. This is their communicability. The forces of nature have always been thought of as capable of passing from one object to another, of mixing, combining and transforming themselves into one another. It is even this property which gives them their value as an explanation, for it is through this that effects can be connected with their causes without a break of continuity. Now the self has just an opposite characteristic. It is incommunicable. It cannot change its material substratum or spread from one to another. It spreads out in metaphor only. So the way in which it decides and executes its decisions could never have suggested the idea of an energy which communicates itself, and which can even confound itself with others, and, through these combinations and mixings, give rise to new effects. Therefore, the idea of force, as implied in the conception of the causal relation, must present a double character. In the first place, it can come only from our internal experience. The only forces which we can directly learn about are necessarily moral forces. But, at the same time, they must be impersonal, for the notion of an impersonal power was the first to be constituted. Now the only ones which satisfy these two conditions are those coming from life together. They are collective forces. In fact, these are, on the one hand, entirely psychical. They are made up exclusively of objectified ideas and sentiments. But, on the other hand, they are impersonal by definition, for they are the product of a cooperation. Being the work of all, they are not the possession of anybody in particular. They are so slightly attached to the personalities of the subjects in whom they reside that they are never fixed there. Just as they enter them from without, they are also always ready to leave them. Of themselves, they tend to spread further and further and to invade ever new domains. We know that there are none more contagious, and consequently more communicable. Of course, physical forces have the same property, but we cannot know this directly. We cannot even become acquainted with them as such, for they are outside us. When I throw myself against an obstacle, I have a sensation of hindrance and trouble, but the force causing this sensation is not in me, but in the obstacle, and is consequently outside the circle of my perception. We perceive its effects, but we cannot reach the cause itself. It is otherwise with social forces. They are a part of our internal life, as we know, more than the products of their action. We see them acting. The force isolating the sacred being and holding profane beings at a distance is not really in this being. It lives in the minds of the believers, so they perceive it at the very moment when it is acting upon their wills, to inhibit certain movements or command others. In a word, this constraining and necessitating action, which escapes us when coming from an external object, is readily perceptible here because everything is inside us. Of course, we do not always interpret it in an adequate manner, but at least we cannot fail to be conscious of it. Moreover, the idea of force bears the mark of its origin in an apparent way. In fact, it implies the idea of power which, in its turn, does not come without those of ascendancy, mastership and domination, and their corollaries, dependence and subordination. Now the relations expressed by all these ideas are eminently social. It is society which classifies beings into superiors and inferiors, into commanding masters and obeying servants. It is society which confers upon the former the singular property which makes the command efficacious, and which makes power. So everything tends to prove that the first powers of which the human mind had any idea were those which societies have established in organizing themselves. It is in their image that the powers of the physical world have been conceived. Also, men have never succeeded in imagining themselves as forces mistress over the bodies in which they reside, except by introducing concepts taken from social life. In fact, these must be distinguished from their physical doubles, and must be attributed a dignity superior to that of these latter. In a word, they must think of themselves as souls. As a matter of fact, men have always given the form of souls to the forces which they believe that they are, but we know that the soul is quite another thing from a name given to the abstract faculty of moving, thinking and feeling. Before all, it is a religious principle, a particular aspect of the collective force. In fine, a man feels that he has a soul, and consequently a force, because he is a social being. Though an animal moves its members just as we do, and though it has the same power as we over its muscles, nothing authorizes us to suppose that it is conscious of itself as an active and efficacious cause. This is because it does not have, or, to speak more exactly, does not attribute to itself a soul. But if it does not attribute a soul to itself, it is because it does not participate in a social life comparable to that of men. Among animals, there is nothing resembling a civilization. 357. But the notion of force is not all of the principle of causality. This consists in a judgment stating that every force develops in a definite manner, and that the state in which it is at each particular moment of its existence predetermines the next state. The former is called cause, the latter, effect, and the causal judgment affirms the existence of a necessary connection between these two moments for every force. The mind posits this connection before having any proofs of it. Under the empire of a sort of constraint from which it cannot free itself, it postulates it, as they say, a priori. Empiricism has never succeeded in accounting for this a priorism and necessity. Philosophers of this school have never been able to explain how an association of ideas, reinforced by habit, could produce more than an expectation, or a stronger or weaker predisposition, on the part of ideas to appear in a determined order. But the principle of causality has quite another character. It is not merely an immanent tendency of our thought to take certain forms, it is an external norm, superior to the flow of our representations, which it dominates and rules imperatively. It is invested with an authority which binds the mind and surpasses it, which is as much as to say that the mind is not its artisan. In this connection, it is useless to substitute hereditary habit for individual habit, for habit does not change its nature by lasting longer than one man's life, it is merely stronger. An instinct is not a rule. The rites which we have been studying allow us to catch a glimpse of another source of this authority, which, up to the present, has scarcely been suspected. Let us bear in mind how the law of causality, which the imitative rites put into practice, was born. Being filled with one single preoccupation, the group assembles. If the species whose name it bears does not reproduce, it is a matter of concern to the whole clan. The common sentiment thus animating all the members is outwardly expressed by certain gestures, which are always the same in the same circumstances, and after the ceremony has been performed, it happens, for the reasons set forth, that the desired result seems obtained. So an association arises between the idea of this result and that of the gestures preceding it, and this association does not vary from one subject to another. It is the same for all the participators in the rite, since it is the product of a collective experience. However, if no other factor intervened, it would produce only a collective expectation. After the imitative gestures had been accomplished, everybody would await the subsequent appearance of the desired event, with more or less confidence. An imperative rule of thought could never be established by this, but since a social interest of the greatest importance is at stake, society cannot allow things to follow their own course at the whim of circumstances. It intervenes actively in such a way as to regulate their march in conformity with its needs, so it demands that this ceremony, which it cannot do without, be repeated every time that it is necessary, and consequently, that the movements, a condition of its success, be executed regularly. It imposes them as an obligation. Now they imply a certain definite state of mind which, in return, participates in this same obligatory character. To prescribe that one must imitate an animal or plant to make them reproduce, is equivalent to stating it as an axiom which is above all doubt, that like produces like. Opinion cannot allow men to deny this principle in theory without also allowing them to violate it in their conduct, so society imposes it, along with the practices which are derived from it, and thus the ritual precept is doubled by a logical precept, which is only the intellectual aspect of the former. The authority of each is derived from the same source, society. The respect which this inspires is communicated to the ways of thought to which it attaches a value, just as much as to ways of action. So a man cannot set aside either the ones, or the others without hurling himself against public opinion. This is why the former require the adherence of the intelligence before examination, just as the latter require the submission of the will. From this example, we can show once more how the sociological theory of the idea of causality, and of the categories in general, sets aside the classical doctrines on the question, while conciliating them. Together with a priorism, it maintains the prejudicial and necessary character of the causal relation, but it does not limit itself to affirming this. It accounts for it, yet without making it vanish under the pretext of explaining it, as empiricism does. On the other hand, there is no question of denying the part due to individual experience. There can be no doubt that by himself, the individual observes the regular succession of phenomena and thus acquires a certain feeling of regularity, but this feeling is not the category of causality. The former is individual, subjective, incommunicable. We make it ourselves, out of our own personal observations. The second is the work of the group, and is given to us ready-made. It is a framework in which our empirical ascertainments arrange themselves and which enables us to think of them, that is to say, to see them from a point of view, which makes it possible for us to understand one another in regard to them. Of course, if this frame can be applied to the contents, that shows that it is not out of relation with the matter which it contains, but it is not to be confused with this. It surpasses it and dominates it. This is because it is of a different origin. It is not a mere summary of individual experiences. Before all else, It is made to fulfill the exigencies of life in common. In fine, the error of empiricism has been to regard the causal bond as merely an intellectual construction of speculative thought, and the product of a more or less methodical generalization. Now, by itself, pure speculation can give birth only to provisional, hypothetical and more or less plausible views, but ones which must always be regarded with suspicion, for we can never be sure that some new observation in the future will not invalidate them. An axiom which the mind accepts and must accept, without control and without reservation, could never come from this source. Only the necessities of action, and especially of collective action, can and must express themselves in categorical formula, which are peremptory and short, and admit of no contradiction, for collective movements are possible only on condition of being in concert and, therefore, regulated and definite. They do not allow of any fumbling, the source of anarchy, by themselves. They tend towards an organization which, when once established, imposes itself upon individuals, and as action cannot go beyond intelligence, it frequently happens that the latter is drawn into the same way and accepts without discussion the theoretical postulates demanded by action. The imperatives of thought are probably only another side of the imperatives of action. It is to be borne in mind, moreover, that we have never dreamed of offering the preceding observations as a complete theory of the concept of causality. The question is too complex to be resolved thus. The principle of causality has been understood differently in different times and places. In a single society, it varies with the social environment and the kingdoms of nature to which it is applied. 358 So it would be impossible to determine with sufficient precision the causes and conditions upon which it depends, after a consideration of only one of the forms which it has presented during the course of history. The views which we have set forth should be regarded as mere indications, which must be controlled and completed. However, as the causal law which we have been considering is certainly one of the most primitive which exists, and as it has played a considerable part in the development of human thought and industry, it is a privileged experiment, so we may presume that the remarks of which it has been the occasion may be generalized to a certain degree. IV. The positive cult, continued. 3. Representative or commemorative rights. The explanation which we have given of the positive rights of which we have been speaking in the two preceding chapters attributes to them a significance which is, above all, moral and social. The physical efficaciousness assigned to them by the believer is the product of an interpretation which conceals the essential reason for their existence. It is because they serve to remake individuals and groups morally that they are believed to have a power over things. But even if this hypothesis has enabled us to account for the facts, we cannot say that it has been demonstrated directly. At first view, it even seems to conciliate itself rather badly with the nature of the ritual mechanisms which we have analyzed. Whether they consist in oblations or imitative acts, the gestures composing them have purely material ends in view. They have, or seem to have, the sole object of making the totemic species reproduce. Under these circumstances, is it not surprising that their real function should be to serve moral ends? It is true that their physical function may have been exaggerated by Spencer and Gillen, even in the cases where it is the most incontestable. According to these authors, each clan celebrates its intichiuma for the purpose of assuring a useful food to the other clans, and the whole cult consists in a sort of economic cooperation of the different totemic groups. Each works for the others. But according to Strello, this conception of Australian totemism is wholly foreign to the native mind. If, he says, the members of one totemic group set themselves to multiplying the animals or plants of the consecrated species, and seem to work for their companions of other totems, we must be careful not to regard this collaboration as the fundamental principle of Arunta or Arikja totemism. The blacks themselves have never told me that this was the object of their ceremonies. Of course, when I suggested and explained the idea to them, they understood it and acquiesced, but I should not be blamed for having some distrust of replies gained in this fashion. Strello also remarks that this way of interpreting the rite is contradicted by the fact that the totemic animals and plants are not all edible or useful. Some are good for nothing, some are even dangerous, so the ceremonies which concern them could not have any such end in view. 359 When someone asks the natives what the determining reason for these ceremonies is, concludes our author, they are unanimous in replying, it is because our ancestors arranged things thus. This is why we do thus and not differently. But in saying that the rite is observed because it comes from the ancestors, It is admitted that its authority is confounded with the authority of tradition, which is a social affair of the first order. Men celebrate it to remain faithful to the past, to keep for the group its normal physiognomy, and not because of the physical effects which it may produce. Thus, the way in which the believers themselves explain them, show the profound reasons upon which the rites proceed, but there are cases when this aspect of the ceremonies is immediately apparent. These may be observed the best among the Warramunga, 360 among this people. Each clan is thought to be descended from a single ancestor who, after having been born in some determined spot, passed his terrestrial existence in travelling over the country in every direction. It is he who, in the course of his voyages, gave to the land the form which it now has. It is he who made the mountains and plains, the water holes and streams, etc. At the same time, he sowed upon his root living germs which were disengaged from his body and, after many successive reincarnations, became the actual members of the clan. Now the ceremony of the Warramunga, which corresponds exactly to the Intechuma of the Arunta, has the object of commemorating and representing the mythical history of this ancestor. There is no question of oblations or, except in one single case, 361 of imitative practices. The rite consists solely in recollecting the past and, in a way, making it present by means of a veritable dramatic representation. This word is the more exact because in this ceremony, the officiant is in no way considered an incarnation of the ancestor, whom he represents. He is an actor playing a role. As an example, let us describe the Intechuma of the black snake. As Spencer and Gillen observed it, an initial ceremony does not seem to refer to the past. At least the description of it which is given us gives no authorization for interpreting it in this sense. It consists in running and leaping on the part of two officiants, 362 who are decorated with designs representing the black snake. When they finally fall exhausted on the ground, the assistants gently pass their hands over the emblematic designs, with which the backs of the two actors are covered. They say that this act pleases the black snake. It is only afterwards that the series of commemorative ceremonies commences. They put into action the mythical history of the ancestor Thaloala, from the moment he emerged from the ground up to his definite return thither. They follow him through all his voyages. The myth says that in each of the localities where he sojourned, he celebrated totemic ceremonies. They now repeat them in the same order in which they are supposed to have taken place originally. The movement which is acted the most frequently consists in twisting the entire body about rhythmically and violently. This is because the ancestor did the same thing to make the germs of life, which were in him, come out. The actors have their bodies covered with down, which is detached and flies away during these movements. This is a way of representing the flight of these mystic germs and their dispersion into space. It will be remembered that among the Arunta, the scene of the ceremony is determined by the ritual. It is the spot where the sacred rocks, trees and water holes are found, and the worshippers must go there to celebrate the cult. Among the Warramunga, on the contrary, the ceremonial ground is arbitrarily chosen according to convenience. It is a conventional scene, however. The original scene of the events whose reproduction constitutes the theme of the rite is itself represented by means of designs. Sometimes these designs are made upon the very bodies of the actors. For example, a small circle colored red, painted on the back and stomach, represents a water hole. In other cases, the image is traced on the soil, upon a ground previously soaked and covered with red ochre. They draw curved lines, made up of a series of white points, which symbolize a stream or a mountain. This is a beginning of decoration. In addition to the properly religious ceremonies which the ancestor is believed to have celebrated long ago, they also represent simple episodes of his career, either epic or comic. Thus, at a given moment, while three actors are on the scene, occupied in an important rite, another one hides behind a bunch of trees situated at some distance. A packet of down is attached about his neck which represents a wallaby. As soon as the principal ceremony is finished, an old man traces a line upon the ground which is directed towards the spot where the fourth actor is hidden. The others march behind him, with eyes lowered and fixed upon this line, as though following a trail. When they discover the man, they assume a stupefied air and one of them beats him with a club. This represents an incident in the life of the great black snake. One day, his son went hunting, caught a wallaby and ate it without giving his father any. The latter followed his tracks, surprised him and forced him to disgorge. It is to this that the beating at the end of the representation alludes. We shall not relate here all the mythical events which are represented successively. The preceding examples are sufficient to show the character of these ceremonies. They are dramas, but of a particular variety. They act, or at least they are believed to act, upon the course of nature. When the commemoration of Thalorhala is terminated, the warmonger are convinced that black snakes cannot fail to increase and multiply. So these dramas are rites, and even rites which, by the nature of their efficacy, are comparable on every point to those which constitute the intertuma of the Arunta. Therefore each is able to clarify the other. It is even more legitimate to compare them than if there were no break of continuity between them. Not only is the end pursued identical in each case, but the most characteristic part of the warmonger ritual is found in germ in the other. In fact, the intertuma, as the Arunta generally perform it, contains within it a sort of implicit commemoration. The places where it is celebrated are necessarily those which the ancestor made illustrious. The roads over which the worshippers pass in the course of their pious pilgrimages are those which the heroes of the altering get reversed. The places where they stop to proceed with the rites are those where their fathers sojourned themselves, where they vanished into the ground, etc. So everything brings their memory to the minds of their assistants. Moreover, to the manual rites they frequently add hymns relating the exploits of their ancestors. If, instead of being told, these stories are acted, and if, in this new form, they develop in such a way as to become an essential part of the ceremony, then we have the ceremony of the warmonger. But even more can be said, for on one side, the Arunta intertuma is already a sort of representation. The officiant is one with the ancestor from whom he is descended and whom he reincarnates. 363 The gestures he makes are those which this ancestor made in the same circumstances. Speaking exactly, of course he does not play the part of the ancestral personage, as an actor might do it. He is this personage himself. But it is true, notwithstanding, that, in one sense, it is the hero who occupies the scene. In order to accentuate the representative character of the rite, it would be sufficient for the duality of the ancestor and the officiant to become more marked. This is just what happens among the warmonger. 364 Even among the Arunta, at least one intertuma is mentioned in which certain persons are charged with representing ancestors with whom they have no relationship of mythical descent, and in which there is consequently a proper dramatic representation. This is the intertuma of the emu. 365 It seems that in this case, also, contrarily to the general rule among this people, the theatre of the ceremony is artificially arranged. 366 It does not follow from the fact that, in spite of the differences separating them, these two varieties of ceremony thus have an air of kinship, as it were, that there is a definite relation of succession between them, and that one is a transformation of the other. It may very well be that the resemblances pointed out come from the fact that the two sprang from the same source, that is, from the same original ceremony, of which they are only divergent forms. We shall even see that this hypothesis is the most probable one. But even without taking sides on this question, what has already been said is enough to show that they are rites of the same nature, so we may be allowed to compare them, and to use the one to enable us to understand the other better. Now the peculiar thing in the ceremonies of the warmonger of which we have been speaking, is that not a gesture is made whose object is to aid or to provoke directly the increase of the totemic species. 367 If we analyze the movements made, as well as the words spoken, we generally find nothing which betrays any intention of this sort. Everything is in representations whose only object can be to render the mythical past of the clan present to the mind. But the mythology of a group is the system of beliefs common to this group. The traditions whose memory it perpetuates express the way in which society represents man and the world. It is a moral system and a cosmology as well as a history. So the rite serves and can serve only to sustain the vitality of these beliefs, to keep them from being effaced from memory and, in sum, to revivify the most essential elements of the collective consciousness. Through it, the group periodically renews the sentiment which it has of itself and of its unity. At the same time, individuals are strengthened in their social natures. The glorious souvenirs which are made to live again before their eyes, and with which they feel that they have a kinship, give them a feeling of strength and confidence. A man is surer of his faith when he sees to how distant a past it goes back, and what great things it has inspired. This is the characteristic of the ceremony which makes it instructive. Its tendency is to act entirely upon the mind and upon it alone. So if men believe nevertheless that it acts upon things, and that it assures the prosperity of the species. This can be only as a reaction to the moral action which it exercises, and which is obviously the only one which is real. Thus the hypothesis which we have proposed is verified by a significant experiment, and this verification is the more convincing because, as we have shown, there is no difference in nature between the ritual system of the warmonger and that of the Arunta. The one only makes more evident what we had already conjectured from the other two, but there are ceremonies in which this representative and idealistic character is still more accentuated. In those of which we have been speaking, the dramatic representation did not exist for itself, it was only a means having a very material end in view, namely, the reproduction of the totemic species. But there are others which do not differ materially from the preceding ones, but from which, nevertheless, all preoccupations of this sort are absent. The past is here represented for the mere sake of representing it, and fixing it more firmly in the mind, while no determined action over nature is expected of the right. At least, the physical effects sometimes imputed to it are wholly secondary, and have no relation with the liturgical importance attributed to it. This is the case notably with the ceremonies, which the warmonger celebrate in honor of the snake Wallunkwa. As we have already said, the Wallunkwa is a totem of a very especial sort. It is not an animal or vegetable species, but a unique being. There is only one Wallunkwa. Moreover, this being is purely mythical. The natives represent it as a colossal snake, whose length is such that when it rises on its tail, its head is lost in the clouds. It resides, they believe, in a waterhole called Thaporlu, which is hidden in the bottom of a solitary valley. But if it differs in certain ways from the ordinary totems, it has all their distinctive characteristics nevertheless. It serves as the collective name and emblem of a whole group of individuals, who regard it as their common ancestor, while the relations which they sustain with this mythical beast are identical with those which the members of other totems believe that they sustain with the founders of their respective clans. In the Alchiringa 368 times, the Wallunkwa traversed the country in every direction. In the different localities where it stopped, it scattered spirit children, the spiritual principles which still serve as the souls of the living of today. The Wallunkwa is even considered as a sort of preeminent totem. The warmonger are divided into two phratries, called Ulugiru and Kingili. Nearly all the totems of the former are snakes of different kinds. Now they are all believed to be descended from the Wallunkwa. They say that it was their grandfather. 369. From this, we can catch a glimpse of how the myth of the Wallunkwa probably arose. In order to explain the presence of so many similar totems in the same phratry, they imagined that all were derived from one and the same totem. It was necessary to give it a gigantic form so that in its very appearance, it might conform to the considerable role assigned to it in the history of the tribe. Now the Wallunkwa is the object of ceremonies not differing in nature from those which we have already studied. They are representations in which are portrayed the principal events of its fabulous life. They show it coming out of the ground and passing from one locality to another. They represent different episodes in its voyages, etc. Spencer and Gillen assisted at 15 ceremonies of this sort, which took place between the 27th of July and the 23rd of August, all being linked together in a determined order, in such a way as to form a veritable cycle. 370 in the details of the rites constituting it. This long celebration is therefore indistinct from the ordinary intichiuma of the warmonger, as is recognized by the authors who have described it to us. But, on the other hand, it is an intichiuma which could not have the object of assuring the fecundity of an animal or vegetable species, for the Wallunkwa is a species all by itself and does not reproduce. It exists, and the natives do not seem to feel that it has need of a cult to preserve it in its existence. These ceremonies not only seem to lack the efficacy of the classic intichiuma, but it even seems as though they have no material efficacy of any sort. The Wallunkwa is not a divinity set over a special order of natural phenomena, so they expect no definite service from him in exchange for the cult. Of course they say that if the ritual prescriptions are badly observed, the Wallunkwa becomes angry, leaves his retreat and comes to punish his worshippers for their negligence, and inversely, when everything passes regularly, they are led to believe that they will be fortunate, and that some happy event will take place. But it is quite evident that these possible sanctions are an afterthought to explain the rite. After the ceremony had been established, it seemed natural that it should serve for something, and that the omission of the prescribed observances should therefore expose one to grave dangers. But it was not established to forestall these mythical dangers or to assure particular advantages. The natives, moreover, have only the very haziest ideas of them. When the whole ceremony is completed, the old men announce that if the Wallunkwa is pleased, he will send rain. But it is not to have rain that they go through with the celebration. 371 They celebrate it because their ancestors did, because they are attached to it as to a highly respected tradition, and because they leave it with a feeling of moral well-being. Other considerations have only a complementary part. They may serve to strengthen the worshippers in the attitude prescribed by the rite, but they are not the reason for the existence of this attitude. So we have here a whole group of ceremonies, whose sole purpose is to awaken certain ideas and sentiments, to attach the present to the past or the individual to the group. Not only are they unable to serve useful ends, but the worshippers themselves demand none. This is still another proof that the psychical state in which the assembled group happens to be constitutes the only solid and stable basis of what we may call the ritual mentality. The beliefs which attribute such or such a physical efficaciousness to the rites are wholly accessory and contingent, for they may be lacking without causing any alteration in the essentials of the rite. Thus the ceremonies of the Wallunkwa show even better than the preceding ones, the fundamental function of the positive cult. If we have insisted especially upon these solemnities, it is because of their exceptional importance, but there are others with exactly the same character. Thus, the Warramunga have a totem of the Laughing Boy. Spencer and Gillen say that the clan bearing this name has the same organization as the other totemic groups. Like them, it has its sacred places, Mungay, where the founder ancestor celebrated ceremonies in the fabulous times, and where he left behind him spirit children who became the men of the clan. The rites connected with this totem are indistinguishable from those relating to the animal or vegetable totems, yet it is evident that they could not have any physical efficaciousness. They consist in a series of 4 ceremonies which repeat one another in more or less, but which are intended only to amuse and to provoke laughter by laughter, in fine, to maintain the gaiety and good humor which the group has as its speciality. We find more than one totem among the Arunta themselves which has no other intertuma. We have seen that among this people, the irregularities and depressions of the land, which mark the places where some ancestor sojourned, sometimes serve as totems. Ceremonies are attached to these totems which are manifestly incapable of physical effects of any sort. They can consist only in representations whose object is to commemorate the past, and they can aim at no end beyond this commemoration. While they enable us to understand the nature of the cult better, these ritual representations also put into evidence an important element of religion. This is the recreative and aesthetic element. We have already had occasion to show that they are closely akin to dramatic representations. This kinship appears with still greater clarity in the latter ceremonies of which we have spoken. Not only do they employ the same processes as the real drama, but they also pursue an end of the same sort. Being foreign to all utilitarian ends, they make men forget the real world and transport them into another where their imagination is more at ease. They distract. They sometimes even go so far as to have the outward appearance of a recreation. The assistants may be seen laughing and amusing themselves openly. Representative rites and collective recreations are even so close to one another that men pass from one sort to the other without any break of continuity. The characteristic feature of the properly religious ceremonies is that they must be celebrated on a consecrated ground, from which women and non-initiated persons are excluded. But there are others in which this religious character is somewhat effaced, though it has not disappeared completely. They take place outside the ceremonial ground, which proves that they are already laicized to a certain degree, but profane persons, women and children, are not yet admitted to them. So they are on the boundary between the two domains. They generally deal with legendary personages, but ones having no regular place in the framework of the totemic religion. They are spirits, more generally malevolent ones, having relations with the magicians rather than the ordinary believers, and sorts of bugbears, in whom men do not believe with the same degree of seriousness and firmness of conviction, as in the proper totemic beings and things. As the bonds by which the events and personages represented are attached to the history of the tribe relax, these take on a proportionately more unreal appearance, while the corresponding ceremonies change in nature. Thus men enter into the domain of pure fancy, and pass from the commemorative rite to the ordinary corrobori, a simple public merrymaking, which has nothing religious about it and in which all may take part indifferently. Perhaps some of these representations, whose sole object now is to distract, are ancient rites, whose character has been changed. In fact, the distinction between these two sorts of ceremonies is so variable, that it is impossible to state with precision, to which of the two kinds they belong. It is a well-known fact that games and the principal forms of art seem to have been born of religion, and that for a long time they retained a religious character. We now see what the reasons for this are. It is because the cult, though aimed primarily at other ends, has also been a sort of recreation for men. Religion has not played this role by hazard or owing to a happy chance, but through a necessity of its nature. Though, as we have established, religious thought is something very different from a system of fictions, still the realities to which it corresponds express themselves religiously only when religion transfigures them. Between society as it is objectively and the sacred things which express it symbolically, the distance is considerable. It has been necessary that the impressions really felt by men, which served as the original matter of this construction, should be interpreted, elaborated and transformed until they became unrecognizable. So the world of religious things is a partially imaginary world, though only in its outward form, and one which therefore lends itself more readily to the free creations of the mind. Also, since the intellectual forces which serve to make it are intense and tumultuous, the unique task of expressing the real with the aid of appropriate symbols is not enough to occupy them. A surplus generally remains available which seeks to employ itself in supplementary and superfluous works of luxury, that is to say, in works of art. There are practices as well as beliefs of this sort. The state of effervescence, in which the assembled worshippers find themselves, must be translated outwardly by exuberant movements, which are not easily subjected to too carefully defined ends. In part, they escape aimlessly, they spread themselves for the mere pleasure of so doing, and they take delight in all sorts of games. Besides, in so far as the beings to whom the cult is addressed are imaginary, they are not able to contain and regulate this exuberance. The pressure of tangible and resisting realities is required to confine activities to exact and economical forms. Therefore one exposes oneself to grave misunderstandings if, in explaining rites, he believes that each gesture has a precise object and a definite reason for its existence. There are some which serve nothing. They merely answer the need felt by worshippers for action, motion, gesticulation. They are to be seen jumping, whirling, dancing, crying and singing, though it may not always be possible to give a meaning to all this agitation. Therefore religion would not be itself, if it did not give some place to the free combinations of thought and activity, to play, to art, to all that recreates the spirit that has been fatigued by the too great slavishness of daily work. The very same causes which called it into existence make it a necessity. Art is not merely an external ornament with which the cult has adorned itself, in order to dissimulate certain of its features which may be too austere and too rude, but rather, in itself, the cult is something aesthetic. Owing to the well-known connection which mythology has with poetry, some have wished to exclude the former from religion. The truth is that there is a poetry inherent in all religion. The representative rites which have just been studied make this aspect of the religious life manifest, but there are scarcely any rites which do not present it to some degree. One would certainly commit the gravest error if he saw only this one aspect of religion, or if he even exaggerated its importance. When a rite serves only to distract, it is no longer a rite. The moral forces expressed by religious symbols are real forces with which we must reckon, and with which we cannot do what we will. Even when the cult aims at producing no physical effects, but limits itself to acting on the mind, its action is in quite a different way from that of a pure work of art. The representations which it seeks to awaken and maintain in our minds are not vain images which correspond to nothing in reality, and which we call up aimlessly for the mere satisfaction of seeing them appear and combine before our eyes. They are as necessary for the well-working of our immoral life, as our food is for the maintenance of our physical life, for it is through them that the group affirms and maintains itself, and we know the point to which this is indispensable for the individual. So a rite is something different from a game. It is a part of the serious life, but if its unreal and imaginary element is not essential, nevertheless it plays a part which is by no means negligible. It has its share in the feeling of comfort which the worshipper draws from the rite performed, for recreation is one of the forms of the moral remaking, which is the principal object of the positive rite. After we have acquitted ourselves of our original duties, we enter into the profane life with increased courage and ardor, not only because we come into relations with a superior source of energy, but also because the forces have been reinvigorated by living, for a few moments, in a life that is less strained, and freer and easier. Hence religion acquires a charm which is not among the slightest of its attractions. This is why the very idea of a religious ceremony of some importance awakens the idea of a feast. Inversely, every feast, even when it has purely lay origins, has certain characteristics of the religious ceremony, for in every case its effect is to bring men together, to put the masses into movement and thus to excite a state of effervescence, and sometimes even of delirium, which is not without a certain kinship with the religious state. A man is carried outside himself and diverted from his ordinary occupation and preoccupations. Thus the same manifestations are to be observed in each case: cries, songs, music, violent movements, dances, the search for excitants which raise the vital level, etc. It has frequently been remarked that popular feasts led to excesses, and cause men to lose sight of the distinction separating the licit from the illicit. There are also religious ceremonies, which make it almost necessary to violate the rules which are ordinarily the most respected. 372. Of course this does not mean that there is no way to distinguish these two forms of public activity. The simple merrymaking, the profane corroboree, has no serious object, while, as a whole, a ritual ceremony always has an important end. Still it is to be remembered that there is perhaps no merrymaking in which the serious life does not have some echo. The difference consists rather in the unequal proportions in which the two elements are combined. 3. A more general fact confirms the views which precede. In their first book, Spencer and Gillen presented the intertumor as a perfectly definite ritual entity. They spoke of it as though it were an operation destined exclusively for the assurance of the reproduction of the totemic species, and it seemed as though it ought to lose all meaning if this unique function were set aside. But in their northern tribes of Central Australia, the same authors use a different language, though perhaps without noticing it. They recognize that these same ceremonies may take place, either in the regular intertumor, or in the initiation rites, so they serve equally in the making of animals or plants of the totemic species, or in conferring upon novices the qualities necessary to make them regular members of the men's society. From this point of view, the intertumor takes on a new aspect. It is no longer a distinct ritual mechanism, resting upon principles of its own, but a particular application of more general ceremonies which may be utilized for very different ends. For this reason, in their later work, before speaking of the intertumor and the initiation, they consecrate a special chapter to the totemic ceremonies in general, making abstraction of the diverse forms which they may take, according to the ends for which they are employed. This fundamental indetermination of the totemic ceremonies was only indicated by Spencer and Gillen, and rather indirectly at that, but it has now been confirmed by Strello in more explicit terms. When they led the young novices through the different feasts of the initiation, he says, they perform before them a series of ceremonies which, though reproducing, even in their most characteristic details, the rites of the regular cult, viz. The rites which Spencer and Gillen call the intertumor, do not have, nevertheless, the end of multiplying the corresponding totem and causing it to prosper. It is the same ceremony which serves in the two cases. The name alone is not the same. When its special object is the reproduction of the species, they call it mbatjorkatiuma, and it is only when it is a part of the process of initiation that they give it the name intertumor. Moreover, these two sorts of ceremonies are distinguished from one another among the Arunta by certain secondary characteristics. Though the structure of the rite is the same in both cases, still we know that the effusions of blood and, more generally, the oblations characteristic of the Arunta intertumor are not found in the initiation ceremonies. Moreover, among this same people, the intertumor takes place at a spot regularly fixed by tradition, to which men must make a pilgrimage, while the scene of the initiation ceremonies is purely conventional. 373. But when the intertumor consists in a simple dramatic representation, as is the case among the warmonger, the lack of distinction between the two rites is complete. In the one as in the other, they commemorate the past, they put the myth into action, they play, and one cannot play in two materially different ways. So, according to the circumstances, one and the same ceremony serves two distinct functions. 374. It may even lend itself to other uses. We know that as blood is a sacred thing, women must not see it flow, yet it happens sometimes that a quarrel breaks out in their presence, and ends in the shedding of blood. Thus an infraction of the ritual is committed. Among the Arunta, The man whose blood flowed first must, to atone for this fault, celebrate a ceremony connected with the totem either of his father or of his mother. This ceremony has a special name, Alauparilama, which means the washing away of blood, but in itself, it does not differ from those celebrated at the time of the initiation or in the Intichima. It represents an event of ancestral history, so it may serve equally to initiate, to act upon the totemic species or to expiate a sacrilege. We shall see that a totemic ceremony may also take the place of a funeral rite. Hubert and Morse have already pointed out a functional ambiguity of this same sort in the case of sacrifice, and more especially, in that of Hindu sacrifice. They have shown how the sacrifice of communion, that of expiation, that of a vow, and that of a contract are only variations of one and the same mechanism. We now see that the fact is much more primitive, and in no way limited to the institution of sacrifice. Perhaps no rite exists which does not present a similar indetermination. The Mass serves for marriages as for burials, it redeems the faults of the dead and wins the favors of the deity for the living, etc. Fasting is an expiation and a penance, but it is also a preparation for communion. It even confers positive virtues. This ambiguity shows that the real function of a rite does not consist in the particular and definite effects, which it seems to aim at and by which it is ordinarily characterized, but rather in a general action which, though always and everywhere the same, is nevertheless capable of taking on different forms according to the circumstances. Now this is just what is demanded by the theory which we have proposed. If the real function of the cult is to awaken within the worshippers a certain state of soul, composed of moral force and confidence, and if the various effects imputed to the rites are due only to a secondary and variable determination of this fundamental state, it is not surprising if a single rite, while keeping the same composition and structure, seems to produce various effects, for the mental dispositions, the excitation of which is its permanent function, remain the same in every case. They depend upon the fact that the group is assembled, and not upon the special reasons for which it is assembled. But, on the other hand, they are interpreted differently according to the circumstances to which they are applied. Is it a physical result which they wish to attain? The confidence they feel convinces them that the desired result is or will be obtained by the means employed. Has someone committed a fault for which he wishes to atone? The same state of moral assurance will lead him to attribute expiatory virtues to these same ritual gestures. Thus, the apparent efficacy will seem to change while the real efficacy remains invariable, and the rite will seem to fulfill various functions though in fact it has only one, which is always the same. Inversely, just as a single rite may serve many ends, so many rites may produce the same effect and mutually replace one another. To assure the reproduction of the totemic species, one may have recourse equally to oblations, to imitative practices or to commemorative representations. This aptitude of rites for substituting themselves for one another proves once more both their plasticity, and the extreme generality of the useful action which they exercise. The essential thing is that men are assembled, that sentiments are felt in common and expressed in common acts, but the particular nature of these sentiments and acts is something relatively secondary and contingent. To become conscious of itself, the group does not need to perform certain acts in preference to all others. The necessary thing is that it partakes of the same thought and the same action. The visible forms in which this communion takes place matter but little. Of course, these external forms do not come by chance, they have their reasons, but these reasons do not touch the essential part of the cult. So everything leads us back to this same idea. Before all, rites are means by which the social group reaffirms itself periodically. From this, we may be able to reconstruct hypothetically the way in which the totemic cult should have arisen originally. Men who feel themselves united, partially by bonds of blood, but still more by a community of interest and tradition, assemble and become conscious of their moral unity. For the reasons which we have set forth, they are led to represent this unity in the form of a very special kind of consubstantiality. They think of themselves as all participating in the nature of some determined animal. Under these circumstances, there is only one way for them to affirm their collective existence. This is to affirm that they are like the animals of this species, and to do so not only in the silence of their own thoughts, but also by material acts. These are the acts which make up the cult, and they obviously can consist only in movements by which the man imitates the animal with which he identifies himself. When understood thus, the imitative rites appear as the first form of the cult. It will be thought that this is attributing a very considerable historical importance to practices which, at first view, give the effect of childish games, but, as we have shown, these naive and awkward gestures, and these crude processes of representation translate, and maintain a sentiment of pride, confidence and veneration wholly comparable to that expressed by the worshippers in the most idealistic religions when, being assembled, they proclaim themselves the children of the Almighty God. For in the one case as in the other, this sentiment is made up of the same impressions of security and respect, which are awakened in individual consciousnesses by this great moral force which dominates them and sustains them, and which is the collective force. The other rights which we have been studying are probably only variations of this essential right. When the close union of the animal and men has once been admitted, men feel acutely the necessity of assuring the regular reproduction of the principal object of the cult. These imitative practices, which probably had only a moral end at first, thus became subordinated to utilitarian and material ends, and they were thought of as means of producing the desired result. But proportionately as, through the development of mythology, the ancestral hero, who was at first confused with the totemic animal, distinguished himself more and more, and became a more personal figure, the imitation of the ancestor was substituted for the imitation of the animal, or took a place beside it, and then representative ceremonies replaced or completed the imitative rites. Finally, to be surer of attaining the end they sought, men felt the need of putting into action all the means at their disposal. Close at hand they had reserves of living forces accumulated in the sacred rocks, so they utilized them. Since the blood of the men was of the same nature as that of the animal, they used it for the same purpose and shed it. Inversely, owing to this same kinship, men used the flesh of the animal to remake their own substance. Hence came the rites of oblation and communion. But, at bottom, all these different practices are only variations of one and the same theme. Everywhere their basis is the same state of mind, interpreted differently according to the situations, the moments of history and the dispositions of the worshippers. The piacular rites and the ambiguity of the notion of sacredness. Howsoever much they may differ from one another in the nature of the gestures they imply, the positive rites which we have been passing under review have one common characteristic. They are all performed in a state of confidence, joy and even enthusiasm, though the expectation of a future and contingent event is not without a certain uncertainty. Still it is normal that the rain fall when the season for it comes, and that the animal and vegetable species reproduce regularly. Oft-repeated experiences have shown that the rites generally do produce the effects which are expected of them, and which are the reason for their existence. Men celebrate them with confidence, joyfully anticipating the happy event which they prepare and announce. Whatever movements men perform participate in this same state of mind. Of course, they are marked with the gravity which a religious solemnity always supposes, but this gravity excludes neither animation nor joy. These are all joyful feasts. But there are sad celebrations as well, whose object is either to meet a calamity, or else merely to commemorate and deplore it. These rites have a special aspect, which we are going to attempt to characterize and explain. It is the more necessary to study them by themselves, since they are going to reveal a new aspect of the religious life to us. We propose to call the ceremonies of this sort piacular. The term piaculum has the advantage that while it suggests the idea of expiation, it also has a much more extended signification. Every misfortune, everything of evil omen, everything that inspires sentiments of sorrow or fear necessitates a piaculum and is therefore called piacular, so this word seems to be very well adapted for designating the rites, which are celebrated by those in a state of uneasiness or sadness. Mourning offers us first an important example of piacular rites. However, a distinction is necessary between the different rites which go to make up mourning. Some consist in mere abstentions. It is forbidden to pronounce the name of the dead, or to remain near the place where the death occurred. Relatives, especially the female ones, must abstain from all communication with strangers. The ordinary occupations of life are suspended, just as in feast time, etc. All these practices belong to the negative cult, and are explained like the other rites of the same sort, so they do not concern us at present. They are due to the fact that the dead man is a sacred being. Consequently, everything which is or has been connected with him is, by contagion, in a religious state excluding all contact with things from profane life. But mourning is not made up entirely of interdicts which have to be observed. Positive acts are also demanded, in which the relatives are both the actors and those acted upon. Very frequently these rites commence as soon as the death appears imminent. Here is a scene which Spencer and Gillen witnessed among the Warramunga. A totemic ceremony had just been celebrated, and the company of actors and spectators was leaving the consecrated ground when a piercing cry suddenly came from the camp. A man was dying there. At once, the whole company commenced to run as fast as they could, while most of them commenced to howl. Between us and the camp, say these observers, lay a deep creek, and on the bank of this, some of the men, scattered about here and there, sat down, bending their heads forwards between their knees, while they wept and moaned. Crossing the creek we found that, as usual, the men's camp had been pulled to pieces. Some of the women, who had come from every direction, were lying prostrate on the body, while others were standing or kneeling around, digging the sharp ends of yam sticks into the crown of their heads, from which the blood streamed down over their faces, while all the time they kept up a loud, continuous wail. Many of the men, rushing up to the spot, threw themselves upon the body, from which the women arose when the men approached, until in a few minutes we could see nothing but a struggling mass of bodies all mixed up together. To one side, 3 men of the Thapangati class, who still wore their ceremonial decorations, sat down wailing loudly, with their backs towards the dying man, and in a minute or two another man of the same class rushed onto the ground yelling and brandishing a stone knife. Reaching the camp, he suddenly gashed both thighs deeply, cutting right across the muscles, and, unable to stand, fell down into the middle of the group, from which he was dragged out after a time by 3 or 4 female relatives, who immediately applied their mouths to the gaping wounds while he lay exhausted on the ground. The man did not actually die until late in the evening. As soon as he had given up his last breath, the same scene was reenacted, only this time the wailing was still louder, and men and women, seized by a veritable frenzy, were rushing about cutting themselves with knives and sharp-pointed sticks, the women battering one another's heads with fighting clubs, no one attempting to ward off either cuts or blows. Finally, after about an hour, a torchlight procession started off across the plain, to a tree in whose branches the body was left. Howsoever great the violence of these manifestations may be, they are strictly regulated by etiquette. The individuals who make bloody incisions in themselves are designated by usage. They must have certain relations of kinship with the dead man. Thus, in the case observed by Spencer and Gillen among the Warramunga, those who slashed their thighs were the maternal grandfather of the deceased, his maternal uncle, and the maternal uncle and brother of his wife. Others must cut their whiskers and hair, and then smear their scalps with pipe clay. Women have particularly severe obligations. They must cut their hair and cover the whole body with pipe clay. In addition to this, a strict silence is imposed upon them during the whole period of mourning, which may last as long as 2 years. It is not rare among the Warramunga that, as a result of this interdiction, all the women of a camp are condemned to the most absolute silence. This becomes so habitual to them that even after the expiration of the period of mourning, they voluntarily renounce all spoken language and prefer to communicate with gestures, in which, by the way, they acquire a remarkable ability. Spencer and Gillen knew one old woman who had not spoken for over 24 years, 375. The ceremony which we have described opens a long series of rites, which succeed one another for weeks and even for months. During the days which follow, they are renewed in various forms. Groups of men and women sit on the ground, weeping and lamenting, and kissing each other at certain moments. These ritual kissings are repeated frequently during the period of mourning. It seems as though men felt a need of coming close together and communicating most closely. They are to be seen holding to each other and wound together so much as to make one single mass, from which loud groans escape. Meanwhile, the women commence to lacerate their heads again, and, in order to intensify the wounds they make, they even go so far as to burn them with the points of fiery sticks. Practices of this sort are general in all Australia. The funeral rites, that is, the ritual cares given to the corpse, the way in which it is buried, etc., change with different tribes, and in a single tribe they vary with the age, sex and social importance of the individual. But the real ceremonies of mourning repeat the same theme everywhere. The variations are only in the details. Everywhere we find this same silence interrupted by groans, the same obligation of cutting the hair and beard, or of covering one's head with pipe clay or cinders, or perhaps even with excrements, everywhere. Finally, we find this same frenzy for beating oneself, lacerating oneself and burning oneself. In central Victoria, when death visits a tribe there is great weeping and lamentation amongst the women, the elder portion of whom lacerate their temples with their nails. The parents of the deceased lacerate themselves fearfully, especially if it be an only son whose loss they deplore. The father beats and cuts his head with a tomahawk until he utters bitter groans. The mother sits by the fire and burns her breasts and abdomen with a small fire stick. Sometimes the burns thus inflicted are so severe as to cause death. According to an account of Brough Smythe, here is what happens in one of the southern tribes of the same state. As the body is lowered into the grave, the widow begins her sad ceremonies. She cuts off her hair above her forehead, and becoming frantic, seizes fire sticks, and burns her breasts, arms, legs and thighs. She seems to delight in the self-inflicted torture. It would be rash and vain to interrupt her. When exhausted, and when she can hardly walk, she yet endeavors to kick the embers of the fire, and to throw them about. Sitting down, she takes the ashes into her hands, rubs them into her wounds, and then scratches her face, the only part not touched by the fire sticks, until the blood mingles with the ashes, which partly hide her cruel wounds. In this plight, scratching her face continually, she utters howls and lamentations. The description which Howitt gives of the rites of mourning among the Kurnai is remarkably similar to these others. After the body has been wrapped up in opossum skins and put in a shroud of bark, a hut is built in which the relatives assemble. There they lay lamenting their loss, saying, for instance, "Why did you leave us?" Now and then their grief would be intensified by some one, for instance, the wife, uttering an ear-piercing wail, "My spouse is dead," or another would say, "My child is dead." All the others would then join in with the proper term of relationship, and they would gash themselves with sharp stones and tomahawks, until their heads and bodies streamed with blood. This bitter wailing and weeping continued all night. Sadness is not the only sentiment expressed during these ceremonies. A sort of anger is generally mixed with it. The relatives feel a need of avenging the death in some way or other. They are to be seen throwing themselves upon one another and trying to wound each other. Sometimes the attack is real, sometimes it is only pretended. There are even cases when these peculiar combats are organized. Among the Katish, the heir of the deceased passes by right to his son-in-law. But he, in return, must go, in company with some of his relatives and friends, and provoke a quarrel with one of his tribal brothers, that is, with a man belonging to the same matrimonial class as himself, and one who might therefore have married the daughter of the dead man. This provocation cannot be refused, and the two combatants inflict serious wounds upon each other's shoulders and thighs. When the duel is terminated, the challenger passes on to his adversary the hair which he had temporarily inherited. This latter then provokes and fights with another of his tribal brothers, to whom the precious relic is next transmitted, but only provisionally. Thus it passes from hand to hand and circulates from group to group. Also, something of these same sentiments enters into that sort of rage with which each relative beats himself, burns himself or slashes himself. A sorrow which reaches such a paroxysm is not without a certain amount of anger. One cannot fail to be struck by the resemblances which these practices present to those of the vendetta. Both proceed from the same principle that death demands the shedding of blood. The only difference is that in one case the victims are the relatives, while in the other they are strangers. We do not have to treat especially of the vendetta, which belongs rather to the study of juridic institutions, but it should be pointed out, nevertheless, how it is connected with the rites of mourning, whose end it announces. In certain societies, the mourning is terminated by a ceremony, whose effervescence reaches or surpasses that produced by the inaugural ceremonies. Among the Arunta, this closing rite is called Milchima. Spencer and Gillen assisted at two of these rites. One was celebrated in honor of a man, the other of a woman. Here is the description they give of the latter. They commence by making some ornaments of a special sort, called chimurillia by the men and eremurillia by the women. With a kind of resin, they fixed small animal bones, which had previously been gathered and set aside, to locks of hair furnished by the relatives of the dead woman. These are then attached to one of the headbands, which women ordinarily wear, and the feathers of black cockatoos and parrots are added to it. When these preparations are completed, the women assemble in their camp. They paint their bodies different colors, according to their degree of kinship with the deceased. After being embraced by one another for some 10 minutes, while uttering uninterrupted groans, they set out for the tomb. At a certain distance, they meet a brother by blood of the dead woman, who is accompanied by some of his tribal brothers. Everybody sits down on the ground, and the lamentations recommence. A pitchie containing the chimerillia is then presented to the elder brother, who presses it against his stomach. They say that this is a way of lessening his sorrow. They take out one of the chimerillia and the dead woman's mother puts it on her head for a little while, then it is put back into the pitchie, which each of the other men presses against his breast, in his turn. Finally, the brother puts the chimerillia on the heads of 2 elder sisters, and they set out again for the tomb. On the way, the mother throws herself on the ground several times, and tries to slash her head with a pointed stick. Every time, the other women pick her up, and seem to take care that she does not hurt herself too much. When they arrive at the tomb, she throws herself on the knoll and endeavors to destroy it with her hands, while the other women literally dance upon her. The tribal mothers and aunts, sisters of the dead woman's father, follow her example. They also throw themselves on the ground, and mutually beat and tear each other. Finally their bodies are all streaming with blood. After a while, they are dragged aside. The elder sisters then make a hole in the earth of the tomb, in which they place the chimerillia, which had previously been torn to pieces. Once again the tribal mothers throw themselves on the ground and slash each other's heads. At this moment, the weeping and wailing of the women who were standing round seemed to drive them almost frenzied, and the blood, streaming down their bodies over the white pipe clay, gave them a ghastly appearance. At last only the old mother was left crouching alone, utterly exhausted and moaning weakly on the grave. Then the others raised her up and rubbed off the pipe clay with which she was covered. This was the end of the ceremony and of the mourning. Among the Warramunga, the final rite presents some rather particular characteristics. There seems to be no shedding of blood here, but the collective effervescence is translated in another manner. Among his people, before the body is definitely interred, it is exposed upon a platform placed in the branches of a tree. It is left there to decompose slowly, until nothing remains but the bones. Then these are gathered together and, with the exception of the humerus, they are placed inside an anthill. The humerus is wrapped up in a bark box, which is decorated in different manners. The box is then brought to camp, amid the cries and groans of the women. During the following days, they celebrate a series of totemic rites, concerning the totem of the deceased, and a mythical history of the ancestors from whom the clan is descended. When all these ceremonies have been terminated, they proceed to the closing rite. A trench 1 foot deep and 15 feet long is dug in the field of the ceremony. A design representing the totem of the deceased and certain spots where the ancestor stopped is made on the ground a little distance from it. Near this design, a little ditch is dug in the ground. 10 decorated men then advance, one behind another, and with their hands crossed behind their heads and their legs wide apart, they stand astraddle the trench. At a given signal, the women run from the camp in a profound silence. When they are near, they form in Indian file, the last one holding in her hands the box containing the humerus. Then, after throwing themselves on the ground, they advance on their hands and knees, and pass all along the trench, between the legs of the men. The scene shows a state of great sexual excitement. As soon as the last woman has passed, they take the box from her, and take it to the ditch, near which is an old man. He breaks the bone with a sharp blow, and hurriedly buries it in the debris. During this time, the women have remained at a distance, with their backs turned upon the scene, for they must not see it. But when they hear the blow of the axe, they flee, uttering cries and groans. The rite is accomplished. The mourning is terminated too. These rites belong to a very different type from those which we have studied hitherto. We do not mean to say that important resemblances cannot be found between the two, which we shall have to note, but the differences are more apparent. Instead of happy dances, songs and dramatic representations which distract and relax the mind, they are tears and groans and, in a word, the most varied manifestations of agonized sorrow and a sort of mutual pity, which occupy the whole scene. Of course the shedding of blood also takes place in the antichuma, but this is an oblation made with a movement of pious enthusiasm. Even though the motions may be the same, the sentiments expressed are different and even opposed. Likewise, the ascetic rites certainly imply privations, abstinences and mutilations, but ones which must be borne with an impassive firmness and serenity. Here, on the contrary, dejection, cries and tears are the rule. The ascetic tortures himself in order to prove, in his own eyes and those of his fellows, that he is above suffering. During mourning, men injure themselves to prove that they suffer. By all these signs, the characteristic traits of the piacular rites are to be recognized. But how are they to be explained? One initial fact is constant: mourning is not the spontaneous expression of individual emotions. If the relations weep, lament, mutilate themselves, it is not because they feel themselves personally affected by the death of their kinsman. Of course, it may be that in certain particular cases, the chagrin expressed is really felt, but it is more generally the case that there is no connection between the sentiments felt and the gestures made by the actors in the rite. If, at the very moment when the weepers seem the most overcome by their grief, someone speaks to them of some temporal interest, it frequently happens that they change their features and tone at once, take on a laughing air and converse in the gayest fashion imaginable. Mourning is not a natural movement of private feelings wounded by a cruel loss. It is a duty imposed by the group. One weeps, not simply because he is sad, but because he is forced to weep. It is a ritual attitude which he is forced to adopt out of respect for custom, but which is, in a large measure, independent of his affective state. Moreover, this obligation is sanctioned by mythical or social penalties. They believe, for example, that if a relative does not mourn as is fitting, then the soul of the departed follows upon his steps and kills him. In other cases, society does not leave it to the religious forces to punish the negligent. It intervenes itself, and reprimands the ritual faults. If a son-in-law does not render to his father-in-law the funeral attentions which are due him, and if he does not make the prescribed incisions, then his tribal fathers-in-law take his wife away from him and give him another. Therefore, in order to square himself with usage, a man sometimes forces tears to flow by artificial means. Whence comes this obligation? Ethnographers and sociologists are generally satisfied with the reply which the natives themselves give to this question. They say that the dead wish to be lamented, that by refusing them the tribute of sorrow which is their right, men offend them, and that the only way of preventing their anger is to conform to their will. But this mythological interpretation merely modifies the terms of the problem, without resolving it. It is still necessary to explain why the dead imperatively reclaim the mourning. It may be said that it is natural for men to wish to be mourned and regretted, but in making this sentiment explain the complex system of rites which make up mourning, we attribute to the Australian affective exigencies of which the civilized man himself does not always give evidence. Let us admit, as is not evident a priori, that the idea of not being forgotten too readily is pleasing to a man who thinks of the future. It is still to be established that it has ever had enough importance in the minds of the living for one to attribute to the dead a state of mind, proceeding almost entirely from this preoccupation. It seems especially improbable that such a sentiment could obsess and impassion men, who are seldom accustomed to thinking beyond the present moment. So far is it from being a fact that the desire to survive in the memory of those who are still alive is to be regarded as the origin of mourning, that we may even ask ourselves whether it was not rather mourning itself which, when once established, aroused the idea of and a taste for posthumous regrets. The classic interpretation appears still more unsustainable when we know what the primitive mourning consists in. It is not made up merely of pious regrets accorded to him who no longer is, but also of severe abstinences and cruel sacrifices. The rite does not merely demand that one think of the deceased in a melancholy way, but also that he beat himself, bruise himself, lacerate himself and burn himself. We have even seen that persons in mourning sometimes torture themselves to such a degree that they do not survive their wounds. What reason has the dead man for imposing such torments upon them? Such a cruelty on his part denotes something more than a desire not to be forgotten. If he is to find pleasure in seeing his own suffer, it is necessary that he hate them, that he be thirsty for their blood. This ferocity would undoubtedly appear unnatural to those for whom every spirit is necessarily in evil and reductive power. But we know that there are spirits of every sort. How does it happen that the soul of the dead man is necessarily an evil spirit? As long as the man is alive, he loves his relatives and exchanges services with them. Is it not strange that as soon as it is freed from his body, his soul should instantly lay aside its former sentiments and become an evil and tormenting genius? It is a general rule that the dead man retains the personality of the living, and that he has the same character, the same hates and the same affections, so this metamorphosis is not easily understandable by itself. It is true that the natives admit it implicitly when they explain the right by the exigencies of the dead man, but the question now before us is to know whence this conception came. Far from being capable of being regarded as a truism, it is as obscure as the right itself, and consequently cannot account for it. Finally, even if we had found the reasons for this surprising transformation, we would still have to explain why it is only temporary, for it does not last beyond the period of mourning. After the rites have once been accomplished, the dead man becomes what he was when alive, an affectionate and devoted relation. He puts the new powers, which he receives from his new condition, at the service of his friends. Thenceforth, he is regarded as a good genius, always ready to aid those whom he was recently tormenting. Whence come these successive transfers? If the evil sentiments attributed to the soul come solely from the fact that it is no longer in life, they should remain invariable, and if the mourning is due to this, it should be interminable. These mythical explanations express the idea which the native has of the right, and not the right itself, so we may set them aside and face the reality which they translate, though disfiguring it in doing so. If mourning differs from the other forms of the positive cult, there is one feature in which it resembles them. It, too, is made up out of collective ceremonies, which produce a state of effervescence among those who take part in them. The sentiments aroused are different, but the arousal is the same, so it is presumable that the explanation of the joyous rites is capable of being applied to the sad rites, on condition that the terms be transposed. When someone dies, the family group to which he belongs feels itself lessen and, to react against this loss, it assembles. A common misfortune has the same effects as the approach of a happy event. Collective sentiments are renewed which then led men to seek one another and to assemble together. We have even seen this need for concentration affirm itself with a particular energy. They embrace one another, put their arms round one another, and press as close as possible to one another. But the effective state in which the group then happens to be only reflects the circumstances through which it is passing. Not only do the relatives, who are affected the most directly, bring their own personal sorrow to the assembly, but the society exercises a moral pressure over its members, to put their sentiments in harmony with the situation. To allow them to remain indifferent to the blow which has fallen upon it and diminished it, would be equivalent to proclaiming that it does not hold the place in their hearts which is due it. It would be denying itself. A family which allows one of its members to die without being wept for shows by that very fact that it lacks moral unity and cohesion. It abdicates, it renounces its existence. An individual in his turn, if he is strongly attached to the society of which he is a member, feels that he is morally held to participating in its sorrows and joys. Not to be interested in them would be equivalent to breaking the bonds uniting him to the group. It would be renouncing all desire for it and contradicting himself. When the Christian, during the ceremonies commemorating the Passion, and the Jew, on the anniversary of the fall of Jerusalem, fast and mortify themselves, it is not in giving way to a sadness which they feel spontaneously. Under these circumstances, the internal state of the believer is out of all proportion to the severe abstinences to which they submit themselves. If he is sad, it is primarily because he consents to being sad, and he consents to it in order to affirm his faith. The attitude of the Australian during mourning is to be explained in the same way. If he weeps and groans, it is not merely to express an individual chagrin, it is to fulfill a duty of which the surrounding society does not fail to remind him. We have seen elsewhere how human sentiments are intensified when affirmed collectively. Sorrow, like joy, becomes exalted and amplified when leaping from mind to mind, and therefore expresses itself outwardly in the form of exuberant and violent movements. But these are no longer expressive of the joyful agitation which we observed before, they are shrieks and cries of pain. Each is carried along by the others, a veritable panic of sorrow results. When pain reaches this degree of intensity, it is mixed with a sort of anger and exasperation. One feels the need of breaking something, of destroying something. He takes this out either upon himself or others. He beats himself, burns himself, wounds himself, or else he falls upon others to beat, burn and wound them. Thus it became the custom to give oneself up to the veritable orgies of tortures during mourning. It seems very probable that blood revenge and head-hunting have their origin in this. If every death is attributed to some magic charm, and for this reason it is believed that the dead man ought to be avenged, It is because men must find a victim at any price, upon whom the collective pain and anger may be discharged. Naturally this victim is sought outside the group. A stranger is a subject minoris resistentia, as he is not protected by the sentiments of sympathy inspired by a relative or neighbor. There is nothing in him which subdues and neutralizes the evil and destructive sentiments aroused by the death. It is undoubtedly for this same reason that women serve more frequently than men as the passive objects of the cruelest rites of mourning. Since they have a smaller social value, they are more obviously designated as scapegoats. We see that this explanation of mourning completely leaves aside all ideas of souls or spirits. The only forces which are really active are of a wholly impersonal nature. They are the emotions aroused in the group by the death of one of its members. But the primitive does not know the psychical mechanism from which these practices result, so when he tries to account for them, he is obliged to forge a wholly different explanation. All he knows is that he must painfully mortify himself, as every obligation suggests the notion of a will which obliges. He looks about him to see whence this constraint which he feels may come. Now, there is one moral power, of whose reality he is assured and which seems designated for this role. This is the soul which the death has liberated, for what could have a greater interest than it in the effects which its own death has on the living? So they imagine that if these latter inflict an unnatural treatment upon themselves, it is to conform to its exigencies. It was thus that the idea of the soul must have intervened at a later date into the mythology of mourning, but also, since it is thus endowed with inhuman exigencies, it must be supposed that in leaving the body which it animated, the soul lays aside every human sentiment. Hence the metamorphosis which makes a dreaded enemy out of the relative of yesterday. This transformation is not the origin of mourning, it is rather its consequence. It translates a change which has come over the effective state of the group. Men do not weep for the dead because they fear them because they weep for them. But this change of the effective state can only be a temporary one, for while the ceremonies of mourning result from it, they also put an end to it. Little by little, they neutralize the very causes which have given rise to them. The foundation of mourning is the impression of a loss, which the group feels when it loses one of its members, but this very impression results in bringing individuals together, in putting them into closer relations with one another, in associating them all in the same mental state, and therefore in disengaging a sensation of comfort which compensates the original loss. Since they weep together, they hold to one another and the group is not weakened, in spite of the blow which has fallen upon it. Of course they have only sad emotions in common, but communicating in sorrow is still communicating, and every communion of mind, in whatever form it may be made, raises the social vitality. The exceptional violence of the manifestations by which the common pain is necessarily and obligatorily expressed even testifies to the fact that at this moment, the society is more alive and active than ever. In fact, whenever the social sentiment is painfully wounded, it reacts with greater force than ordinarily. One never holds so closely to his family as when it has just suffered. This surplus energy effaces the more completely the effects of the interruption which was felt at first, and thus dissipates the feeling of coldness which death always brings with it. The group feels its strength gradually returning to it. It begins to hope and to live again. Presently one stops mourning, and he does so owing to the mourning itself. But as the idea formed of the soul reflects the moral state of the society, this idea should change as this state changes. When one is in the period of dejection and agony, he represents the soul with the traits of an evil being, whose sole occupation is to persecute men. But when he feels himself confident and secure once more, he must admit that it has retaken its former nature, and its former sentiments of tenderness and solidarity. Thus we explain the very different ways in which it is conceived at different moments of its existence. 376. Not only do the rites of mourning determine certain of the secondary characteristics attributed to the soul, but perhaps they are not foreign to the idea that it survives the body. If he is to understand the practices to which he submits on the death of a parent, a man is obliged to believe that these are not an indifferent matter for the deceased. The shedding of blood which is practiced so freely during mourning is a veritable sacrifice offered to the dead man, so something of the dead man must survive, and as this is not the body, which is manifestly immobile and decomposed, it can only be the soul. Of course it is impossible to say with any exactness what part these considerations have had in the origin of the idea of immortality, but it is probable that here the influence of the cult is the same as it is elsewhere. Rites are more easily explicable when one imagines that they are addressed to personal beings, so men have been induced to extend the influence of the mythical personalities in the religious life. In order to account for mourning, they have prolonged the existence of the soul beyond the tomb. This is one more example of the way in which rites react upon beliefs. 3. But death is not the only event which may disturb a community. Men have many other occasions for being sorry and lamenting, so we might foresee that even the Australians would know and practice other piacular rites besides mourning. However, it is a remarkable fact that only a small number of examples are to be found in the accounts of the observers. One rite of this sort greatly resembles those which have just been studied. It will be remembered that among the Arunta, each local group attributes exceptionally important virtues to its collection of Churinga. This collective palladium, upon whose fate the fate of the community itself is believed to depend. So when enemies or white men succeed in stealing one of these religious treasures, this loss is considered a public calamity. This misfortune is the occasion of a rite having all the characteristics of mourning. Men smear their bodies with white pipe clay and remain in camp, weeping and lamenting, during a period of 2 weeks. This is a new proof that mourning is determined, not by the way in which the soul of the dead is conceived, but by impersonal causes, by the moral state of the group. In fact, we have here a rite which, in its structure, is indistinguishable from the real mourning, but which is, nevertheless, independent of every notion of spirits or evil working demons. 377. Another circumstance which gives occasion for ceremonies of the same nature, is the distress in which the society finds itself, after an insufficient harvest. The natives who live in the vicinity of Lake Eyre, says Eilman, also seek to prevent an insufficiency of food by means of secret ceremonies, but many of the ritual practices observed in this region are to be distinguished from those which have been mentioned already. It is not by symbolic dances, by imitative movements nor dazzling decorations, that they try to act upon the religious powers or the forces of nature, but by means of the suffering which individuals inflict upon themselves. In the Northern Territories, it is by means of tortures, such as prolonged fasts, vigils, dances persisted up to the exhaustion of the dancers, and physical pains of every sort, that they attempt to appease the powers which are ill disposed towards men. The torments to which the natives submit themselves for this purpose sometimes leave them in such a state of exhaustion that they are unable to follow the hunt for some days to come. These practices are employed especially for fighting against drought. This is because a scarcity of water results in a general want. To remedy this evil, they have recourse to violent methods. One which is frequently used is the extraction of a tooth. Among the Katish, for example, they pull out an incisor from one man and hang it on a tree. Among the Diri, the idea of rain is closely associated with that of bloody incisions made in the skin of the chest and arms. Among this same people, whenever the drought is very great, the Great Council assembles and summons the whole tribe. It is really a tribal event. Women are sent in every direction to notify men to assemble at a given place and time. After they have assembled, they groan and cry in a piercing voice about the miserable state of the land, and they beg the Muramura, the mythical ancestors, to give them the power of making an abundant rain fall. In the cases, which, by the way, are very rare, when there has been an excessive rainfall, an analogous ceremony takes place to stop it. Old men then enter into a veritable frenzy, while the cries uttered by the crowd are really painful to hear. Spencer and Gillen describe, under the name of Intichiuma, a ceremony which may well have the same object and the same origin as the preceding ones. A physical torture is applied to make an animal species multiply. Among the Yorubana, there is one clan whose totem is a variety of snake called Wadnungadni. This is how the chief of the clan proceeds, to make sure that these snakes may never be lacking. After having been decorated, he kneels down on the ground, holding his arms straight out. An assistant pinches the skin of his right arm between his fingers, and the efficient forces a pointed bone 5 inches long through the fold thus formed. This self-mutilation is believed to produce the desired result. An analogous rite is used among the Diri to make the wild hens lay. The operators pierce their scrotums. In certain of the Lake Eyre tribes, men pierce their ears to make yams reproduce. But these partial or total famines are not the only plagues which may fall upon a tribe. Other events happen more or less periodically which menace, or seem to menace, the existence of the group. This is the case, for example, with the Southern Lights. The Kerne believe that this is a fire lighted in the heavens by the great god Mungan. Therefore, whenever they see it, they are afraid that it may spread to the earth and devour them. So a great effervescence results in the camp. They shake a withered hand, to which the Kerne attribute various virtues, and utter such cries as "Send it away, do not let us be burned." At the same time, the old men order an exchange of wives, which always indicates a great excitement. The same sexual license is mentioned among the Wiimbea whenever a plague appears imminent, and especially in times of an epidemic. Under the influence of these ideas, mutilations and the shedding of blood are sometimes considered an efficient means of curing maladies. If an accident happens to a child among the Diri, his relations beat themselves on the head with clubs or boomerangs, until the blood flows down over their faces. They believe that by this process, they relieve the child of the suffering. 378 Elsewhere, they imagine that they can obtain the same end by means of a supplementary totemic ceremony. We may connect with these the example already given of a ceremony, celebrated specially to efface the effects of a ritual fault. Of course there are neither wounds nor blows nor physical suffering of any sort in these two latter cases, yet the rite does not differ in nature from the others. The end sought is always the turning aside of an evil, or the expiation of a fault, by means of an extraordinary ritual prestation. Outside of mourning, such are the only cases of piacular rites which we have succeeded in finding in Australia. To be sure, it is probable that some have escaped us, while we may presume equally well that others have remained unperceived by the observers. But if those discovered up to the present are few in number, it is probably because they do not hold a large place in the cult. We see how far primitive religions are from being the daughters of agony and fear from the fact that the rites translating these painful emotions are relatively rare. Of course this is because the Australian, while leading a miserable existence as compared with other more civilized peoples, demands so little of life that he is easily contented. All that he asks is that nature follow its normal course, that the seasons succeed one another regularly, that the rain fall, at the ordinary time, in abundance and without excess. Now great disturbances in the cosmic order are always exceptional, thus it is noticeable that the majority of the regular piacular rites, examples of which we have given above, have been observed in the tribes of the centre, where droughts are frequent and constitute veritable disasters. It is still surprising, it is true, that piacular rites specially destined to expiate sins, seem to be completely lacking. However, the Australian, like every other man, must commit ritual faults, which he has an interest in redeeming, so we may ask if the silence of the text on this point may not be due to insufficient observation. But howsoever few the facts which we have been able to gather may be, they are, nevertheless, instructive. When we study piacular rites in the more advanced religions, where the religious forces are individualized, they appear to be closely bound up with anthropomorphic conceptions. When the believer imposes privations upon himself and submits himself to austerities, it is in order to disarm the malevolence attributed by him to certain of the sacred beings upon whom he thinks that he is dependent. To appease their hatred or anger, he complies with their exigencies, he beats himself in order that he may not be beaten by them. So it seems as though these practices could not arise until after gods and spirits were conceived as moral persons, capable of passions analogous to those of men. For this reason, Robertson Smith thought it possible to assign a relatively late date to expiatory sacrifices, just as to sacrificial oblations. According to him, the shedding of blood which characterizes these rites was at first a simple process of communion. Men poured forth their blood upon the altar in order to strengthen the bonds uniting them to their God. The rite acquired a piacular and penal character, only when its original significance was forgotten, and when the new idea which was formed of sacred beings allowed men to attribute another function to it. But as piacular rites are met with even in the Australian societies, it is impossible to assign them so late an origin. Moreover, all that we have observed, with one single exception, 379 are independent of all anthropomorphic conceptions. There is no question of either spirits or gods. Abstinences and effusions of blood stop famines and cure sicknesses directly and by themselves. No spiritual being introduces his action between the rite and the effect it is believed to produce. So mythical personalities intervened only at a late date. After the mechanism of the ritual had once been established, they serve to make it more easily representable in the mind, but they are not conditions of its existence. It is for other reasons that it was founded, It is to another cause that it owes its efficacy. It acts through the collective forces which it puts into play. Does a misfortune which menaces the group appear imminent, then the group unites, as in the case of mourning, and it is naturally an impression of uneasiness and perplexity which dominates the assembled body. Now, as always, the pooling of these sentiments results in intensifying them. By affirming themselves, they exalt and impassion themselves, and attain a degree of violence which is translated by the corresponding violence of the gestures which express them. Just as at the death of a relative, they utter terrible cries, fly into a passion of feel that they must tear and destroy, it is to satisfy this need that they beat themselves, wound themselves, and make their blood flow. When emotions have this vivacity, they may well be painful, but they are not depressing. On the contrary, they denote a state of effervescence which implies a mobilization of all our active forces, and even a supply of external energies. It matters little that this exaltation was provoked by a sad event, for it is real, notwithstanding, and does not differ specifically from what is observed in the happy feasts. Sometimes it is even made manifest by movements of the same nature. There is the same frenzy which seizes the worshippers and the same tendency towards sexual debauches, a sure sign of great nervous overexcitement. Robertson Smith had already noticed this curious influence of sad rites in the Semitic cults. In evil times, he says, when men's thoughts were habitually somber, they betook themselves to the physical excitement of religion as men now take refuge in wine. And so in general when an act of Semitic worship began with sorrow and lamentation, as in the mourning for Adonis, or the great atoning ceremonies which became common in later times, a swift revulsion of feeling followed, and the gloomy part of the service was presently succeeded by a burst of hilarious revelry. In a word, even when religious ceremonies have a disquieting or saddening event as their point of departure, they retain their stimulating power over the affective state of the group and individuals. By the mere fact that they are collective, they raise the vital tone. When one feels life within him, whether it be in the form of painful irritation or happy enthusiasm, he does not believe in death. So he becomes reassured and takes courage again, and subjectively, everything goes on as if the right had really driven off the danger which was dreaded. This is how curing or preventive virtues come to be attributed to the movements which one makes, to the cries uttered, to the blood shed and to the wounds inflicted upon oneself or others, and as these different tortures necessarily make one suffer, suffering by itself is finally regarded as a means of conjuring evil or curing sickness. 380 later, when the majority of the religious forces had taken the form of moral personalities, the efficacy of these practices was explained by imagining that their object was to appease an evil-working, or irritated God. But these conceptions only reflect the right and the sentiments it arouses. They are an interpretation of it, not its determining cause. A negligence of the ritual acts in the same way. It, too, is a menace for the group. It touches it in its moral existence, for it touches it in its beliefs. But if the anger which it causes is affirmed ostensibly and energetically, it compensates the evil which it has caused. For if it is acutely felt by all, it is because the infraction committed is an exception and the common faith remains entire, so the moral unity of the group is not endangered. Now the penalty inflicted as an expiation is only a manifestation of the public anger, the material proof of its unanimity, so it really does have the healing effect attributed to it. At bottom, the sentiment which is at the root of the real expiatory rites, does not differ in nature from that which we have found at the basis of the other piacular rites. It is a sort of irritated sorrow which tends to manifest itself by acts of destruction. Sometimes it is assuaged to the detriment of him who feels it, sometimes it is at the expense of some foreign third party, but in either case, the psychic mechanism is essentially the same. Ivy, one of the greatest services which Robertson Smith has rendered to the science of religions, is to have pointed out the ambiguity of the notion of sacredness. Religious forces are of two sorts. Some are beneficent, guardians of the physical and moral order, dispensers of life and health and all the qualities which men esteem. This is the case with the totemic principle, spread out in the whole species, the mythical ancestor, the animal protector, the civilizing heroes and the tutelar gods of every kind and degree. It matters little whether they are conceived as distinct personalities or as diffused energies. Under either a form, they fulfill the same function, and affect the minds of the believers in the same way. The respect which they inspire is mixed with love and gratitude. The things and the persons which are normally connected with them participate in the same sentiments, and the same character. These are holy things and persons. Such are the spots consecrated to the cult, the objects which serve in the regular rites, the priests, the ascetics, etc. On the other hand, there are evil and impure powers, productive of disorders, causes of death and sickness, instigators of sacrilege. The only sentiments which men have for them are a fear into which horror generally enters. Such are the forces upon which and by which the sorcerer acts, those which arise from corpses or the menstrual blood, those freed by every profanation of sacred things, etc. The spirits of the dead and malign genii of every sort are their personified forms. Between these two categories of forces and beings, the contrast is as complete as possible and even goes into the most radical antagonism. The good and salutary powers repel to a distance these others which deny and contradict them. Therefore the former are forbidden to the latter. Any contact between them is considered the worst of profanations. This is the typical form of those interdicts between sacred things of different species, the existence of which we have already pointed out. Women during menstruation, and especially at its beginning, are impure. So at this moment they are rigorously sequestered. Men may have no relations with them. Bull roarers and Cheringa never come near a dead man. A sacrilegious person is excluded from the society of the faithful. Access to the cult is forbidden him. Thus the whole religious life gravitates about two contrary poles between which there is the same opposition as between the pure and the impure, the saint and the sacrilegious, the divine and the diabolic. But while these two aspects of the religious life oppose one another, there is a close kinship between them. In the first place, both have the same relation towards profane beings. These must abstain from all contact with impure things just as from the most holy things. The former are no less forbidden than the latter. They are withdrawn from circulation alike. This shows that they too are sacred. Of course the sentiments inspired by the two are not identical. Respect is one thing, disgust and horror another. Yet, if the gestures are to be the same in both cases, the sentiments expressed must not differ in nature, and, in fact, there is a horror in religious respect, especially when it is very intense, while the fear inspired by malign powers is generally not without a certain reverential character. The shades by which these two attitudes are differentiated are even so slight sometimes that it is not always easy to say which state of mind the believers actually happen to be in. Among certain Semitic peoples, pork was forbidden, but it was not always known exactly whether this was because it was a pure or an impure thing, and the same may be said of a very large number of alimentary interdictions. But there is more to be said. It very frequently happens that an impure thing or an evil power becomes a holy thing or a guardian power, without changing its nature. Through a simple modification of external circumstances, we have seen how the soul of a dead man, which is a dreaded principle at first, is transformed into a protecting genius as soon as the mourning is finished. Likewise, the corpse, which begins by inspiring terror and aversion, is later regarded as a venerated relic. Funeral anthropophagy, which is frequently practiced in the Australian societies, is a proof of this transformation. The totemic animal is the preeminently sacred being, but for him who eats its flesh unduly, it is a cause of death. In a general way, the sacrilegious person is merely a profane one who has been infected with a benevolent religious force. This changes its nature in changing its habitat. It defiles rather than sanctifies. The blood issuing from the genital organs of a woman, though it is evidently as impure as that of menstruation, is frequently used as a remedy against sickness. The victim immolated in expiatory sacrifices is charged with impurities, for they have concentrated upon it the sins which were to be expiated. Yet, after it has been slaughtered, its flesh and blood are employed for the most pious uses. 381. On the contrary, though the communion is generally a religious operation whose normal function is to consecrate, it sometimes produces the effects of a sacrilege. In certain cases, the persons who have communicated are forced to flee from one another as from men infected with a plague. One would say that they have become a source of dangerous contamination for one another. The sacred bond which unites them also separates them. Examples of this sort of communion are numerous in Australia. One of the most typical has been observed among the Nerinuri in the neighbouring tribes. When an infant arrives in the world, its parents carefully preserve its umbilical cord, which is believed to conceal a part of its soul. Two persons who exchange the cords thus preserved communicate together by the very act of this exchange, for it is as though they exchanged their souls. But, At the same time, they are forbidden to touch or speak to or even to see one another. It is just as though they were each an object of horror for the other. 382. So the pure and the impure are not two separate classes, but two varieties of the same class, which includes all sacred things. There are two sorts of sacredness, the propitious and the unpropitious, and not only is there no break of continuity between these two opposed forms, but also one object may pass from the one to the other without changing its nature. The pure is made out of the impure, and reciprocally, it is in the possibility of these transmutations that the ambiguity of the sacred consists. But even if Robertson Smith did have an active sentiment of this ambiguity, he never gave it an express explanation. He confined himself to remarking that, as all religious forces are indistinctly intense and contagious, it is wise not to approach them except with respectful precautions, no matter what direction their action may be exercised in. It seemed to him that he could thus account for the air of kinship which they all present, in spite of the contrasts which opposed them otherwise. But the question was only put off. It still remains to be shown how it comes that the powers of evil have the same intensity and contagiousness as the others. In other words, how does it happen that they, too, are of a religious nature? Also, the energy and force of expansion, which they have in common, do not enable us to understand how, in spite of the conflict which divides them, they may be transformed into one another or substituted for each other in their respective functions, and how the pure may contaminate while the impure sometimes serves to sanctify. 383. The explanation of paicular rights, which we have proposed, enables us to reply to this double question. We have seen, in fact, that the evil powers are the product of these rights and symbolize them. When a society is going through circumstances which sadden, perplex or irritate it, it exercises a pressure over its members, to make them bear witness, by significant acts, to their sorrow, perplexity or anger. It imposes upon them the duty of weeping, groaning or inflicting wounds upon themselves or others, for these collective manifestations, and the moral communion which they show and strengthen, restore to the group the energy which circumstances threaten to take away from it, and thus they enable it to become settled. This is the experience which men interpret when they imagine that outside them there are evil beings whose hostility, whether constitutional or temporary, can be appeased only by human suffering. These beings are nothing other than collective states objectified. They are society itself seen under one of its aspects. But we also know that the benevolent powers are constituted in the same way. They, too, result from the collective life and express it. They, too, represent the society, but seen from a very different attitude, to wit, at the moment when it confidently affirms itself, and ardently presses on towards the realization of the ends which it pursues. Since these two sorts of forces have a common origin, it is not at all surprising that, though facing in opposite directions, they should have the same nature, that they are equally intense and contagious and consequently forbidden and sacred. From this we are able to understand how they change into one another. Since they reflect the objective state in which the group happens to be, it is enough that this state change for their character to change. After the mourning is over, the domestic group is recalmed by the mourning itself. It regains confidence, the painful pressure which they felt exercised over them is relieved, they feel more at their ease. So it seems to them as though the spirit of the deceased had laid aside its hostile sentiments, and become a benevolent protector. The other transmutations, examples of which we have cited, are to be explained in the same way. As we have already shown, the sanctity of a thing is due to the collective sentiment of which it is the object. If, in violation of the interdicts which isolate it, it comes in contact with a profane person, then this same sentiment will spread contagiously to this latter and imprint a special character upon him. But in spreading, it comes into a very different state from the one it was in at first. Offended and irritated by the profanation implied in this abusive and unnatural extension, it becomes aggressive and inclined to destructive violences. It tends to avenge itself for the offense suffered. Therefore the infected subject seems to be filled with a mighty and harmful force which menaces all that approaches him. It is as though he were marked with a stain or blemish. Yet the cause of this blemish is the same psychic state which, in other circumstances, consecrates and sanctifies. But if the anger thus aroused is satisfied by an expiatory rite, it subsides, alleviated, the offended sentiment is appeased and returns to its original state. So it acts once more as it acted in the beginning. Instead of contaminating, it sanctifies. as it continues to infect the object to which it is attached, this could never become profane and religiously indifferent again, but the direction of the religious force with which it seems to be filled is inverted. From being impure, it has become pure and an instrument of purification. In resume, the two poles of the religious life correspond to the two opposed states, through which all social life passes. Between the propitiously sacred and the unpropitiously sacred, there is the same contrast as between the states of collective well-being and ill-being. But since both are equally collective, there is, between the mythological constructions symbolizing them, an intimate kinship of nature. The sentiments held in common vary from extreme dejection to extreme joy, from painful irritation to ecstatic enthusiasm, but, in any case, there is a communion of minds and a mutual comfort resulting from this communion. The fundamental process is always the same, only circumstances color it differently. So, at bottom, it is the unity and the diversity of social life, which make the simultaneous unity and diversity of sacred beings and things. This ambiguity, moreover, is not peculiar to the idea of sacredness alone. Something of this characteristic has been found in all the rites which we have been studying. Of course it was essential to distinguish them. To confuse them would have been to misunderstand the multiple aspects of the religious life. But, on the other hand, howsoever different they may be, there is no break of continuity between them. Quite on the contrary, they overlap one another and may even replace each other mutually. We have already shown how the rites of oblation and communion, the imitative rites and the commemorative rites frequently fulfill the same function. One might imagine that the negative cult, at least, would be more sharply separated from the positive cult, yet we have seen that the former may produce positive effects, identical with those produced by the latter. The same results are obtained by fasts, abstinences and self-mutilations as by communions, oblations and commemorations. Inversely, offerings and sacrifices imply privations and renunciations of every sort. The continuity between ascetic and piacular rites is even more apparent. Both are made up of sufferings, accepted or undergone, to which an analogous efficacy is attributed. Thus the practices, like the beliefs, are not arranged in two separate classes. Howsoever complex the outward manifestations of the religious life may be, at bottom it is one and simple. It responds everywhere to one and the same need, and is everywhere derived from one and the same mental state. In all its forms, its object is to raise man above himself, and to make him lead a life superior to that which he would lead, if he followed only his own individual whims. Beliefs express this life in representations, rites organize it and regulate its working. Conclusion. At the beginning of this work, we announced that the religion whose study we were taking up contained within it the most characteristic elements of the religious life. The exactness of this proposition may now be verified. Howsoever simple the system which we have studied may be, we have found within it all the great ideas and the principal ritual attitudes, which are at the basis of even the most advanced religions, the division of things into sacred and profane, the notions of the soul, of spirits, of mythical personalities, and of a national and even international divinity, a negative cult with ascetic practices which are its exaggerated form, rites of oblation and communion, imitative rites, commemorative rites and expiatory rites. Nothing essential is lacking. We are thus in a position to hope that the results at which we have arrived are not peculiar to totemism alone, but can aid us in an understanding of what religion in general is. It may be objected that one single religion, whatever its field of extension may be, is too narrow a base for such an induction. We have not dreamed for a moment of ignoring the fact that an extended verification may add to the authority of a theory, but it is equally true that when a law has been proven by one well-made experiment, this proof is valid universally. If in one single case, a scientist succeeded in finding out the secret of the life of even the most protoplasmic creature that can be imagined, the truths thus obtained would be applicable to all living beings, even the most advanced. Then if, in our studies of these very humble societies, we have really succeeded in discovering some of the elements out of which the most fundamental religious notions are made up, there is no reason for not extending the most general results of our researches to other religions. In fact, it is inconceivable that the same effect may be due now to one cause, now to another, according to the circumstances, unless the two causes are at bottom only one. A single idea cannot express one reality here and another or one there, unless the duality is only apparent. If among certain peoples the ideas of sacredness, the soul and God are to be explained sociologically, it should be presumed scientifically that, in principle, the same explanation is valid for all the peoples among whom these same ideas are found with the same essential characteristics. Therefore, supposing that we have not been deceived, certain at least of our conclusions can be legitimately generalized. The moment has come to disengage these, and an induction of this sort, having at its foundation a clearly defined experiment, is less adventurous than many summary generalizations which, while attempting to reach the essence of religion at once, without resting upon the careful analysis of any religion in particular, greatly risk losing themselves in space. Either theorists who have undertaken to explain religion in rational terms, have generally seen in it before all else a system of ideas, corresponding to some determined object. This object has been conceived in a multitude of ways: nature, the infinite, the unknowable, the ideal, etc., but these differences matter but little. In any case, it was the conceptions and beliefs which were considered as the essential elements of religion. As for the rites, from this point of view they appear to be only an external translation, contingent and material, of these internal states which alone pass as having any intrinsic value. This conception is so commonly held that generally the disputes of which religion is the theme turn about the question whether it can conciliate itself with science or not, that is to say, whether or not there is a place beside our scientific knowledge, for another form of thought, which would be specifically religious. But the believers, the men who led the religious life and have a direct sensation of what it really is, object to this way of regarding it, saying that it does not correspond to their daily experience. In fact, they feel that the real function of religion is not to make us think, to enrich our knowledge, nor to add to the conceptions which we owe to science others of another origin and another character, but rather, it is to make us act, to aid us to live. The believer who has communicated with his God is not merely a man who sees new truths of which the unbeliever is ignorant, he is a man who is stronger. He feels within him more force, either to endure the trials of existence, or to conquer them. It is as though he were raised above the miseries of the world, because he is raised above his condition as a mere man. He believes that he is saved from evil, under whatever form he may conceive this evil. The first article in every creed is the belief in salvation by faith, but it is hard to see how a mere idea could have this efficacy. An idea is in reality only a part of ourselves. Then how could it confer upon us powers superior to those which we have of our own nature? Howsoever rich it might be in effective virtues, it could add nothing to our natural vitality, for it could only release the motive powers which are within us, neither creating them nor increasing them. From the mere fact that we consider an object worthy of being loved and sought after, it does not follow that we feel ourselves stronger afterwards. It is also necessary that this object set free energies superior to these which we ordinarily have at our command, and also that we have some means of making these enter into us and unite themselves to our interior lives. Now for that, it is not enough that we think of them, it is also indispensable that we place ourselves within their sphere of action, and that we set ourselves where we may best feel their influence. In a word, it is necessary that we act, and that we repeat the acts thus necessary every time we feel the need of renewing their effects. From this point of view, it is readily seen how the group of regularly repeated acts, which form the cult, get their importance. In fact, whoever has really practiced a religion knows very well that it is the cult which gives rise to these impressions of joy, of interior peace, of serenity, of enthusiasm which are, for the believer, an experimental proof of his beliefs. The cult is not simply a system of signs by which the faith is outwardly translated, it is a collection of the means by which this is created and recreated periodically. Whether it consists in material acts or mental operations, it is always this which is efficacious. Our entire study rests upon this postulate, that the unanimous sentiment of the believers of all times cannot be purely illusory. Together with a recent apologist of the faith, we admit that these religious beliefs rest upon a specific experience, whose demonstrative value is, in one sense, not one bit inferior to that of scientific experiments, though different from them. We, too, think that a tree is known by its fruits, and that fertility is the best proof of what the roots are worth, but from the fact that a religious experience, if we choose to call it this, does exist and that it has a certain foundation, and, by the way, is there any experience which has none? It does not follow that the reality which is its foundation conforms objectively to the idea which believers have of it. The very fact that the fashion in which it has been conceived has varied infinitely in different times, is enough to prove that none of these conceptions express it adequately. If a scientist states it as an axiom that the sensations of heat and light, which we feel correspond to some objective cause, he does not conclude that this is what it appears to the senses to be. Likewise, even if the impressions which the faithful feel are not imaginary, still they are in no way privileged intuitions. There is no reason for believing that they inform us better upon the nature of their object, than do ordinary sensations upon the nature of bodies and their properties. In order to discover what this object consists of, we must submit them to an examination and elaboration analogous to that which has substituted for the sensuous idea of the world another, which is scientific and conceptual. This is precisely what we have tried to do, and we have seen that this reality, which mythologies have represented under so many different forms, but which is the universal and eternal objective cause of these sensations, sui generis out of which religious experience is made, is society. We have shown what moral forces it develops and how it awakens this sentiment of a refuge, of a shield and of a guardian support which attaches the believer to his cult. It is that which raises him outside himself. It is even that which made him. For that which makes a man is the totality of the intellectual property which constitutes civilization, and civilization is the work of society. Thus is explained the preponderating role of the cult in all religions, whichever they may be. This is because society cannot make its influence felt unless it is in action, and it is not in action unless the individuals who compose it are assembled together and act in common. It is by common action that it takes consciousness of itself and realizes its position. It is before all else an active cooperation. The collective ideas and sentiments are even possible only owing to these exterior movements which symbolize them, as we have established. Then it is action which dominates the religious life, because of the mere fact that it is society which is its source. In addition to all the reasons which have been given to justify this conception, a final one may be added here, which is the result of our whole work. As we have progressed, we have established the fact that the fundamental categories of thought, and consequently of science, are of religious origin. We have seen that the same is true for magic, and consequently for the different processes which have issued from it. On the other hand, it has long been known that up until a relatively advanced moment of evolution, moral and legal rules have been indistinguishable from ritual prescriptions. In summing up, then, it may be said that nearly all the great social institutions have been born in religion. 384. Now, in order that these principal aspects of the collective life may have commenced by being only varied aspects of the religious life, it is obviously necessary that the religious life be the eminent form and, as it were, the concentrated expression of the whole collective life. If religion has given birth to all that is essential in society, it is because the idea of society is the soul of religion. Religious forces are therefore human forces, moral forces. It is true that since collective sentiments can become conscious of themselves only by fixing themselves upon external objects, they have not been able to take form without adopting some of their characteristics from other things. They have thus acquired a sort of physical nature. In this way they have come to mix themselves with the life of the material world, and then have considered themselves capable of explaining what passes there. But when they are considered only from this point of view and in this role, only their most superficial aspect is seen. In reality, the essential elements of which these collective sentiments are made have been borrowed by the understanding. It ordinarily seems that they should have a human character only when they are conceived under human forms, but even the most impersonal and the most anonymous are nothing else than objectified sentiments. It is only by regarding religion from this angle that it is possible to see its real significance. If we stick closely to appearances, rites often give the effect of purely manual operations. They are anointings, washings, meals. To consecrate something, it is put in contact with a source of religious energy, just as today a body is put in contact with a source of heat or electricity to warm or electrize it. The two processes employed are not essentially different. Thus understood, religious technique seems to be a sort of mystic mechanics, but these material maneuvers are only the external envelope under which the mental operations are hidden. Finally, there is no question of exercising a physical constraint upon blind and, incidentally, imaginary forces, but rather of reaching individual consciousnesses, of giving them a direction and of disciplining them. It is sometimes said that inferior religions are materialistic. Such an expression is inexact. All religions, even the crudest, are in a sense spiritualistic, for the powers they put in play are before all spiritual, and also their principal object is to act upon the moral life. Thus it is seen that whatever has been done in the name of religion cannot have been done in vain, for it is necessarily the society that did it, and it is humanity that has reaped the fruits. But, it is said, what society is it that has thus made the basis of religion? Is it the real society, such as it is and acts before our very eyes, with the legal and moral organization which it has laboriously fashioned during the course of history? This is full of defects and imperfections. In it, evil goes beside the good, injustice often reigns supreme, and the truth is often obscured by error. How could anything so crudely organized inspire the sentiments of love, the ardent enthusiasm and the spirit of abnegation which all religions claim of their followers? These perfect beings which are gods could not have taken their traits from so mediocre, and sometimes even so base a reality. But, on the other hand, does someone think of a perfect society, where justice and truth would be sovereign, and from which evil in all its forms would be banished forever? No one would deny that this is in close relations with the religious sentiment, for, they would say, it is towards the realization of this that all religions strive. But that society is not an empirical fact, definite and observable. It is a fancy, a dream with which men have lightened their sufferings, but in which they have never really lived. It is merely an idea which comes to express our more or less obscure aspirations towards the good, the beautiful and the ideal. Now these aspirations have their roots in us, they come from the very depths of our being, then there is nothing outside of us which can account for them. Moreover, they are already religious in themselves. Thus it would seem that the ideal society presupposes religion, far from being able to explain it. But, in the first place, things are arbitrarily simplified when religion is seen only on its idealistic side. In its way, it is realistic. There is no physical or moral ugliness, there are no vices or evils which do not have a special divinity. There are gods of theft and trickery, of lust and war, of sickness and of death. Christianity itself, howsoever high the idea which it has made of the divinity may be, has been obliged to give the spirit of evil a place in its mythology. Satan is an essential piece of the Christian system. Even if he is an impure being, he is not a profane one. The anti-God is a god, inferior and subordinated, it is true, but nevertheless endowed with extended powers. He is even the object of rights, at least of negative ones. Thus religion, far from ignoring the real society and making abstraction of it, is in its image. It reflects all its aspects, even the most vulgar and the most repulsive. All is to be found there, and if in the majority of cases we see the good victorious over evil, life over death, the powers of light over the powers of darkness, it is because reality is not otherwise. If the relation between these two contrary forces were reversed, life would be impossible, but, as a matter of fact, it maintains itself and even tends to develop. But if, in the midst of these mythologies and theologies we see reality clearly appearing, it is none the less true that it is found there only in an enlarged, transformed and idealized form. In this respect, the most primitive religions do not differ from the most recent and the most refined. For example, we have seen how the Arunta place at the beginning of time, a mythical society, whose organization exactly reproduces that which still exists today. It includes the same clans and phratries, it is under the same matrimonial rules and it practices the same rites, but the personages who compose it are ideal beings, gifted with powers and virtues to which common mortals cannot pretend. Their nature is not only higher, but it is different, since it is at once animal and human. The evil powers there undergo a similar metamorphosis. Evil itself is, as it were, made sublime and idealized. The question now raises itself of whence this idealization comes. Some reply that men have a natural faculty for idealizing, that is to say, of substituting for the real world another different one, to which they transport themselves by thought, but that is merely changing the terms of the problem, it is not resolving it or even advancing it. This systematic idealization is an essential characteristic of religions. Explaining them by an innate power of idealization is simply replacing one word by another which is the equivalent of the first. It is as if they said that men have made religions because they have a religious nature. Animals know only one world, the one which they perceive by experience, internal as well as external. Men alone have the faculty of conceiving the ideal, of adding something to the real. Now where does this singular privilege come from? Before making it an initial fact or a mysterious virtue which escapes science, we must be sure that it does not depend upon empirically determinable conditions. The explanation of religion which we have proposed has precisely this advantage, that it gives an answer to this question. For our definition of the sacred is that it is something added to and above the real. Now the ideal answers to this same definition. We cannot explain one without explaining the other. In fact, we have seen that if collective life awakens religious thought on reaching a certain degree of intensity, it is because it brings about a state of effervescence which changes the conditions of psychic activity. Vital energies are overexcited, passions more active, sensations stronger. There are even some which are produced only at this moment. A man does not recognize himself. He feels himself transformed and consequently he transforms the environment which surrounds him. In order to account for the very particular impressions which he receives, he attributes to the things with which he is in most direct contact properties which they have not, exceptional powers and virtues which the objects of every day experience do not possess. In a word, above the real world where his profane life passes he has placed another which, in one sense, does not exist except in thought, but to which he attributes a higher sort of dignity than to the first. Thus, from a double point of view it is an ideal world. The formation of the ideal world is therefore not an irreducible fact which escapes science. It depends upon conditions which observation can touch. It is a natural product of social life. For a society to become conscious of itself and maintain at the necessary degree of intensity the sentiments which it thus attains, it must assemble and concentrate itself. Now this concentration brings about an exaltation of the mental life, which takes form in a group of ideal conceptions, where is portrayed the new life thus awakened. They correspond to this new set of psychical forces, which is added to those which we have at our disposition for the daily tasks of existence. A society can neither create itself nor recreate itself without at the same time creating an ideal. This creation is not a sort of work of supererogation for it, by which it would complete itself, being already formed. It is the act by which it is periodically made and remade. Therefore when some oppose the ideal society to the real society, like two antagonists which would lead us in opposite directions, they materialize and oppose abstractions. The ideal society is not outside of the real society, it is a part of it. Far from being divided between them as between two poles which mutually repel each other, we cannot hold to one without holding to the other. For a society is not made up merely of the mass of individuals who compose it, the ground which they occupy, the things which they use and the movements which they perform, but above all is the idea which it forms of itself. It is undoubtedly true that it hesitates over the manner in which it ought to conceive itself. It feels itself drawn in divergent directions, but these conflicts which break forth are not between the ideal and reality, but between two different ideals, that of yesterday and that of today, that which has the authority of tradition and that which has the hope of the future. There is surely a place for investigating whence these ideals evolve, but whatever solution may be given to this problem, it still remains that all passes in the world of the ideal. Thus the collective ideal which religion expresses is far from being due to a vague innate power of the individual, but it is rather at the school of collective life that the individual has learned to idealize. It is in assimilating the ideals elaborated by society, that he has become capable of conceiving the ideal. It is society which, by leading him within its sphere of action, has made him acquire the need of raising himself above the world of experience, and has at the same time furnished him with the means of conceiving another. For society has constructed this new world in constructing itself, since it is society which this expresses. Thus both with the individual and in the group, the faculty of idealizing has nothing mysterious about it. It is not a sort of luxury which a man could get along without, but a condition of his very existence. He could not be a social being, that is to say, he could not be a man, if he had not acquired it. It is true that in incarnating themselves in individuals, collective ideals tend to individualize themselves. Each understands them after his own fashion and marks them with his own stamp. He suppresses certain elements and adds others. Thus the personal ideal disengages itself from the social ideal in proportion as the individual personality develops itself, and becomes an autonomous source of action. But if we wish to understand this aptitude, so singular in appearance, of living outside of reality, it is enough to connect it with the social conditions upon which it depends. Therefore it is necessary to avoid seeing in this theory of religion a simple restatement of historical materialism. That would be misunderstanding our thought to an extreme degree. In showing that religion is something essentially social, we do not mean to say that it confines itself to translating into another language the material forms of society and its immediate vital necessities. It is true that we take it as evident that social life depends upon its material foundation and bears its mark, just as the mental life of an individual depends upon his nervous system and in fact his whole organism. But collective consciousness is something more than a mere epiphenomenon of its morphological basis, just as individual consciousness is something more than a simple efflorescence of the nervous system. In order that the former may appear, a synthesis sui generis of particular consciousnesses is required. Now this synthesis has the effect of disengaging a whole world of sentiments, ideas and images which, once born, obey laws all their own. They attract each other, repel each other, unite, divide themselves, and multiply, though these combinations are not commanded and necessitated by the condition of the underlying reality. The life thus brought into being even enjoys so great an independence that it sometimes indulges in manifestations with no purpose or utility of any sort, for the mere pleasure of affirming itself. We have shown that this is often precisely the case with ritual activity and mythological thought. But if religion is the product of social causes, how can we explain the individual cult and the universalistic character of certain religions? If it is born in foro externo, how has it been able to pass into the inner conscience of the individual, and penetrate there ever more and more profoundly? If it is the work of definite and individualized societies, how has it been able to detach itself from them, even to the point of being conceived as something common to all humanity? In the course of our studies, we have met with the germs of individual religion and of religious cosmopolitanism, and we have seen how they were formed. Thus we possess the more general elements of the reply, which is to be given to this double question. We have shown how the religious force which animates the clan particularizes itself, by incarnating itself in particular consciousnesses. Thus secondary sacred beings are formed, each individual has his own, made in his own image, associated to his own intimate life, bound up with his own destiny. It is the soul, the individual totem, the protecting ancestor, etc. These beings are the object of rites which the individual can celebrate by himself, outside of any group. This is the first form of the individual cult. To be sure, it is only a very rudimentary cult, but since the personality of the individual is still only slightly marked, and but little value is attributed to it, the cult which expresses it could hardly be expected to be very highly developed as yet. But as individuals have differentiated themselves more and more and the value of an individual has increased, the corresponding cult has taken a relatively greater place in the totality of the religious life, and at the same time, it is more fully closed to outside influences. Thus the existence of individual cults implies nothing which contradicts or embarrasses the sociological interpretation of religion, for the religious forces to which it addresses itself are only the individualized forms of collective forces. Therefore, even when religion seems to be entirely within the individual conscience, it is still in society that it finds the living source from which it is nourished. We are now able to appreciate the value of the radical individualism, which would make religion something purely individual. It misunderstands the fundamental conditions of the religious life. If up to the present it has remained in the stage of theoretical aspirations, which have never been realized, it is because it is unrealizable. A philosophy may well be elaborated in the silence of the interior imagination, but not so a faith, for before all else, a faith is warmth, life, enthusiasm, the exaltation of the whole mental life, the raising of the individual above himself. Now how could he add to the energies which he possesses without going outside himself? How could he surpass himself merely by his own forces? The only source of life at which we can morally reanimate ourselves is that formed by the society of our fellow beings. The only moral forces with which we can sustain and increase our own are those which we get from others. Let us even admit that there really are beings more or less analogous to those which the mythologies represent, in order that they may exercise over souls the useful direction which is their reason for existence. It is necessary that men believe in them. Now these beliefs are active only when they are partaken by many. A man cannot retain them any length of time by a purely personal effort. It is not thus that they are born or that they are acquired. It is even doubtful if they can be kept under these conditions. In fact, A man who has a veritable faith feels an invincible need of spreading it, therefore he leaves his isolation, approaches others and seeks to convince them, and it is the ardor of the convictions which he arouses that strengthens his own. It would quickly weaken if it remained alone. It is the same with religious universalism as with this individualism. Far from being an exclusive attribute of certain very great religions, we have found it, not at the base, it is true, but at the summit of the Australian system. Bunjil, Duramulan or Bayam are not simple tribal gods. Each of them is recognized by a number of different tribes. In a sense, their cult is international. This conception is therefore very near to that found in the most recent theologies, so certain writers have felt it their duty to deny its authenticity, howsoever incontestable this may be, and we have been able to show how this has been formed. Neighboring tribes of a similar civilization cannot fail to be in constant relations with each other. All sorts of circumstances give an occasion for it. Besides commerce, which is still rudimentary, there are marriages. These international marriages are very common in Australia. In the course of these meetings, men naturally become conscious of the moral relationship which united them. They have the same social organization, the same division into phratries, clans and matrimonial classes. They practice the same rites of initiation, or wholly similar ones. Mutual loans and treaties result in reinforcing these spontaneous resemblances. The gods to which these manifestly identical institutions were attached could hardly have remained distinct in their minds. Everything tended to bring them together, and consequently, even supposing that each tribe elaborated the notion independently, they must necessarily have tended to confound themselves with each other. Also, it is probable that it was in intertribal assemblies that they were first conceived. For they are chiefly the gods of initiation, and in the initiation ceremonies, the different tribes are usually represented. So if sacred beings are formed which are connected with no geographically determined society, that is not because they have an extra social origin. It is because there are other groups above these geographically determined ones, whose contours are less clearly marked. They have no fixed frontiers, but include all sorts of more or less neighboring and related tribes. The particular social life thus created tends to spread itself over an area with no definite limits. Naturally, the mythological personages who correspond to it have the same character. Their sphere of influence is not limited. They go beyond the particular tribes and their territory. They are the great international gods. Now there is nothing in this situation which is peculiar to Australian societies. There is no people and no state which is not a part of another society, more or less unlimited, which embraces all the peoples and all the states with which the first comes in contact, either directly or indirectly. There is no national life which is not dominated by a collective life of an international nature. In proportion as we advance in history, these international groups acquire a greater importance and extent. Thus we see how, in certain cases, this universalistic tendency has been able to develop itself to the point of affecting not only the higher ideas of the religious system, but even the principles upon which it rests too. Thus, there is something eternal in religion which is destined to survive all the particular symbols in which religious thought has successively enveloped itself. There can be no society which does not feel the need of upholding and reaffirming at regular intervals the collective sentiments and the collective ideas which make its unity and its personality. Now this moral remaking cannot be achieved except by the means of reunions, assemblies and meetings where the individuals, being closely united to one another, reaffirm in common their common sentiments. Hence come ceremonies which do not differ from regular religious ceremonies, either in their object, the results which they produce, or the processes employed to attain these results. What essential difference is there between an assembly of Christians celebrating the principal dates of the life of Christ, or of Jews remembering the Exodus from Egypt or the promulgation of the Decalogue, and a reunion of citizens commemorating the promulgation of a new moral or legal system, or some great event in the national life? If we find a little difficulty today in imagining what these feasts and ceremonies of the future could consist in, it is because we are going through a stage of transition and moral mediocrity. The great things of the past which filled our fathers with enthusiasm do not excite the same ardor in us, either because they have come into common usage to such an extent that we are unconscious of them, or else because they no longer answer to our actual aspirations. But as yet there is nothing to replace them. We can no longer impassionate ourselves for the principles in the name of which Christianity recommended to masters that they treat their slaves humanely, and, on the other hand, The idea which it has formed of human equality and fraternity seems to us today to leave too large a place for unjust inequalities. Its pity for the outcast seems to us too platonic. We desire another which would be more practicable, but as yet we cannot clearly see what it should be nor how it could be realized in facts. In a word, the old gods are growing old or already dead, and others are not yet born. This is what rendered vain the attempt of Comte with the old historic souvenirs artificially revived. It is life itself, and not a dead past which can produce a living cult. But this state of incertitude and confused agitation cannot last forever. A day will come when our societies will know again those hours of creative effervescence, in the course of which new ideas arise and new formulae are found which serve for a while as a guide to humanity, and when these hours shall have been passed through once, men will spontaneously feel the need of reliving them from time to time in thought, that is to say, of keeping alive their memory by means of celebrations which regularly reproduce their fruits. We have already seen how the French Revolution established a whole cycle of holidays to keep the principles with which it was inspired in a state of perpetual youth. If this institution quickly fell away, it was because the revolutionary faith lasted but a moment, and deceptions and discouragements rapidly succeeded the first moments of enthusiasm. But though the work may have miscarried, it enables us to imagine what might have happened in other conditions, and everything leads us to believe that it will be taken up again sooner or later. There are no gospels which are immortal, but neither is there any reason for believing that humanity is incapable of inventing new ones. As to the question of what symbols this new faith will express itself with, whether they will resemble those of the past or not, and whether or not they will be more adequate for the reality which they seek to translate, that is something which surpasses the human faculty of foresight and which does not appertain to the principal question. But feasts and rites, in a word, the cult, are not the whole religion. This is not merely a system of practices, but also a system of ideas whose object is to explain the world. We have seen that even the humblest have their cosmology. Whatever a connection there may be between these two elements of the religious life, they are still quite different. The one is turned towards action, which it demands and regulates. The other is turned towards thought, which it enriches and organizes. Then they do not depend upon the same conditions, and consequently it may be asked if the second answers to necessities as universal and as permanent as the first, when specific characteristics are attributed to religious thought, and when it is believed that its function is to express, by means peculiar to itself, an aspect of reality which evades ordinary knowledge as well as science. One naturally refuses to admit that religion can ever abandon its speculative role, but our analysis of the facts does not seem to have shown this specific quality of religion. The religion which we have just studied is one of those whose symbols are the most disconcerting for the reason. There all appears mysterious, these beings which belong to the most heterogeneous groups at the same time, who multiply without ceasing to be one, who divide without diminishing, all seem, at first view, to belong to an entirely different world from the one where we live. Some have even gone so far as to say that the mind which constructed them ignored the laws of logic completely. Perhaps the contrast between reason and faith has never been more thorough than if there has ever been a moment in history when the heterogeneousness should have stood out clearly. It is here, but contrary to all appearances, as we have pointed out, the realities to which religious speculation is then applied are the same as those which later serve as the subject of reflection for philosophers. They are nature, man, society. The mystery which appears to surround them is wholly superficial and disappears before a more painstaking observation. It is enough merely to set aside the veil with which mythological imagination has covered them for them to appear such as they really are. Religion sets itself to translate these realities into an intelligible language, which does not differ in nature from that employed by science. The attempt is made by both to connect things with each other, to establish internal relations between them, to classify them and to systematize them. We have even seen that the essential ideas of scientific logic are of religious origin. It is true that in order to utilize them, science gives them a new elaboration. It purges them of all accidental elements. In a general way, it brings a spirit of criticism into all its doings, which religion ignores. It surrounds itself with precautions to escape precipitation and bias, and to hold aside the passions, prejudices and all subjective influences. But these perfectionings of method are not enough to differentiate it from religion. In this regard, both pursue the same end. Scientific thought is only a more perfect form of religious thought. Thus it seems natural that the second should progressively retire before the first, as this becomes better fitted to perform the task, and there is no doubt that this regression has taken place in the course of history. Having left religion, science tends to substitute itself for this latter, in all that which concerns the cognitive and intellectual functions. Christianity has already definitely consecrated this substitution in the order of material things, seeing in matter that which is profane before all else. It readily left the knowledge of this to another discipline, tradit its mundum hominum disputatione. He gave the world over to the disputes of men. It is thus that the natural sciences have been able to establish themselves, and make their authority recognized without very great difficulty, but it could not give up the world of souls so easily, for it is before all over souls that the God of the Christians aspires to reign. That is why the idea of submitting the psychic life to science produced the effect of a sort of profanation for a long time. Even today it is repugnant to many minds. However, experimental and comparative psychology is founded, and today we must reckon with it, but the world of the religious and moral life is still forbidden. The great majority of men continue to believe that here there is an order of things which the mind cannot penetrate, except by very special ways. Hence comes the active resistance, which is met with every time that someone tries to treat religious and moral phenomena scientifically. But in spite of these oppositions, these attempts are constantly repeated, and this persistence even allows us to foresee that this final barrier will finally give way and that science will establish herself as mistress, even in this reserved region. That is what the conflict between science and religion really amounts to. It is said that science denies religion in principle, but religion exists. It is a system of given facts. In a word, it is a reality. How could science deny this reality? Also, insofar as religion is action, and insofar as it is a means of making men live, science could not take its place, for even if this expresses life, it does not create it. It may well seek to explain the faith, but by that very act it presupposes it. Thus there is no conflict except upon one limited point. Of the two functions which religion originally fulfilled, there is one, and only one, which tends to escape it more and more, that is its speculative function. That which science refuses to grant to religion is not its right to exist, but its right to dogmatize upon the nature of things, and the special competence which it claims for itself for knowing man and the world. As a matter of fact, it does not know itself. It does not even know what it is made of, nor to what need it answers. It is itself a subject for science. So far is it from being able to make the law for science, and from another point of view, since there is no proper subject for religious speculation outside that reality to which scientific reflection is applied, it is evident that this former cannot play the same role in the future that it has played in the past. However, it seems destined to transform itself rather than to disappear. We have said that there is something eternal in religion. It is the cult and the faith. Men cannot celebrate ceremonies for which they see no reason, nor can they accept a faith which they in no way understand. To spread itself or merely to maintain itself, it must be justified, that is to say, a theory must be made of it. A theory of this sort must undoubtedly be founded upon the different sciences, from the moment when these exist, first of all, upon the social sciences, for religious faith has its origin in society, then upon psychology, for society is a synthesis of human consciousnesses, and finally upon the sciences of nature, for man and society are a part of the universe, and can be abstracted from it only artificially. But howsoever important these facts taken from the constituted sciences may be, they are not enough, for faith is before all else an impetus to action, while science, no matter how far it may be pushed, always remains at a distance from this. Science is fragmentary and incomplete. It advances but slowly and is never finished, but life cannot wait. The theories which are destined to make men live and act are therefore obliged to pass science, and complete it prematurely. They are possible only when the practical exigencies and the vital necessities which we feel without distinctly conceiving them push thought in advance, beyond that which science permits us to affirm. Thus religions, even the most rational and laicized, cannot and never will be able to dispense with a particular form of speculation which, though having the same subjects as science itself, cannot be really scientific. The obscure intuitions of sensation and sentiment too often take the place of logical reasons. On one side, this speculation resembles that which we meet with in the religions of the past, but on another, it is different. while claiming and exercising the right of going beyond science. It must commence by knowing this and by inspiring itself with it. Ever since the authority of science was established, it must be reckoned with. One can go farther than it under the pressure of necessity, but he must take his direction from it. He can affirm nothing that it denies, deny nothing that it affirms, and establish nothing that is not directly or indirectly founded upon principles taken from it. From now on, the faith no longer exercises the same hegemony as formerly over the system of ideas that we may continue to call religion. A rival power rises up before it which, being born of it, ever after submits it to its criticism and control, and everything makes us foresee that this control will constantly become more extended and efficient, while no limit can be assigned to its future influence. 3. But if the fundamental notions of science are of a religious origin, how has religion been able to bring them forth? At first sight, one does not see what relations there can be between religion and logic, or, since the reality which religious thought expresses is society, the question can be stated in the following terms, which make the entire difficulty appear even better. What has been able to make social life so important a source for the logical life? It seems as though nothing could have predestined it to this role, for it certainly was not to satisfy their speculative needs that men associated themselves together. Perhaps we shall be found overbold in attempting so complex a question here. To treat it as it should be treated, the sociological conditions of knowledge should be known much better than they actually are. We are only beginning to catch glimpses of some of them. However, the question is so grave, and so directly implied in all that has preceded, that we must make an effort not to leave it without an answer. Perhaps it is not impossible, even at present, to state some general principles which may at least aid in the solution. Logical thought is made up of concepts. Seeking how society can have played a role in the genesis of logical thought, thus reduces itself to seeking how it can have taken a part in the formation of concepts. If, as is ordinarily the case, we see in the concept only a general idea, the problem appears insoluble. By his own power, the individual can compare his conceptions and images, disengage that which they have in common, and thus, in a word, generalize. Then it is hard to see why this generalization should be possible only in and through society. But, in the first place, it is inadmissible that logical thought is characterized only by the greater extension of the conceptions of which it is made up. If particular ideas have nothing logical about them, why should it be different with general ones? The general exists only in the particular. It is the particular simplified and impoverished. Then the first could have no virtues or privileges which the second has not. Inversely, if conceptual thought can be applied to the class, species or variety, howsoever restricted these may be, why can it not be extended to the individual, that is to say, to the limit towards which the conception tends, proportionately as its extension diminishes? As a matter of fact, there are many concepts which have only individuals as their object. In every sort of religion, gods are individualities distinct from each other. However, they are conceived, not perceived. Each people represents its historical legendary heroes in fashions which vary with the time. Finally, every one of us forms an idea of the individuals with whom he comes in contact, of their character, of their appearance, their distinctive traits and their moral and physical temperaments. These notions, too, are real concepts. It is true that in general they are formed crudely enough, but even among scientific concepts, are there a great many that are perfectly adequate for their object. In this direction, there are only differences of degree between them. Therefore the concept must be defined by other characteristics. It is opposed to sensual representations of every order, sensations, perceptions or images by the following properties. Sensual representations are in the perpetual flux, they come after each other like the waves of a river, and even during the time that they last, they do not remain the same thing. Each of them is an integral part of the precise instant when it takes place. We are never sure of again finding a perception such as we experienced it the first time, for if the thing perceived has not changed, it is we who are no longer the same. On the contrary, the concept is, as it were, outside of time and change. It is in the depths below all this agitation. It might be said that it is in a different portion of the mind, which is serener and calmer. It does not move of itself, by an internal and spontaneous evolution, but, on the contrary, it resists change. It is a manner of thinking that, at every moment of time, is fixed and crystallized. In so far as it is what it ought to be, it is immutable. If it changes, it is not because it is its nature to do so, but because we have discovered some imperfection in it. It is because it had to be rectified. The system of concepts with which we think in everyday life is that expressed by the vocabulary of our mother tongue, for every word translates a concept. Now language is something fixed. It changes but very slowly, and consequently it is the same with the conceptual system which it expresses. The scholar finds himself in the same situation in regard to the special terminology employed by the science to which he has consecrated himself, and hence in regard to the special scheme of concepts to which this terminology corresponds. It is true that he can make innovations, but these are always a sort of violence done to the established ways of thinking, and at the same time that it is relatively immutable, the concept is universal, or at least capable of becoming so. A concept is not my concept. I hold it in common with other men, or, in any case, can communicate it to them. It is impossible for me to make a sensation pass from my consciousness into that of another. It holds closely to my organism and personality and cannot be detached from them. All that I can do is to invite others to place themselves before the same object as myself, and to leave themselves to its action. On the other hand, conversation and all intellectual communication between men is an exchange of concepts. The concept is an essentially impersonal representation. It is through it that human intelligences communicate. 385 The nature of the concept, thus defined, bespeaks its origin. If it is common to all, it is the work of the community. Since it bears the mark of no particular mind, it is clear that it was elaborated by a unique intelligence, where all others meet each other, and after a fashion, come to nourish themselves. If it has more stability than sensations or images, it is because the collective representations are more stable than the individual ones. For while an individual is conscious even of the slight changes which take place in his environment, only events of a greater gravity can succeed in affecting the mental status of a society. Every time that we are in the presence of a type 386 of thought or action, which is imposed uniformly upon particular wills or intelligences, this pressure exercised over the individual betrays the intervention of the group. Also, as we have already said, the concepts with which we ordinarily think are those of our vocabulary. Now it is unquestionable that language, and consequently the system of concepts which it translates, is the product of a collective elaboration. What it expresses is the manner in which society as a whole represents the facts of experience. The ideas which correspond to the diverse elements of language are thus collective representations. Even their contents bear witness to the same fact. In fact, there are scarcely any words among those which we usually employ whose meaning does not pass, to a greater or less extent, the limits of our personal experience. Very frequently a term expresses things which we have never perceived or experiences, which we have never had, or of which we have never been the witnesses. Even when we know some of the objects which it concerns, it is only as particular examples that they serve to illustrate the idea which they would never have been able to form by themselves. Thus there is a great deal of knowledge condensed in the word which I never collected, and which is not individual. It even surpasses me to such an extent that I cannot even completely appropriate all its results. Which of us knows all the words of the language he speaks, and the entire signification of each? This remark enables us to determine the sense in which we mean to say that concepts are collective representations. If they belong to a whole social group, it is not because they represent the average of the corresponding individual representations, for in that case they would be poorer than the latter in intellectual content, while, as a matter of fact, they contain much that surpasses the knowledge of the average individual. They are not abstractions which have a reality only in particular consciousnesses, but they are as concrete representations as an individual could form of his own personal environment. They correspond to the way in which this very special being, society, considers the things of its own proper experience. If, as a matter of fact, the concepts are nearly always general ideas, and if they express categories and classes rather than particular objects, it is because the unique and variable characteristics of things interest society but rarely, because of its very extent, it can scarcely be affected by more than their general and permanent qualities. Therefore it is to this aspect of affairs that it gives its attention. It is a part of its nature to see things in large and under the aspect which they ordinarily have, but this generality is not necessary for them, and, in any case, even when these representations have the generic character which they ordinarily have, they are the work of society and are enriched by its experience. That is what makes conceptual thought so valuable for us. If concepts were only general ideas, they would not enrich knowledge a great deal, for, as we have already pointed out, the general contains nothing more than the particular. But if before all else they are collective representations, they add to that which we can learn by our own personal experience, all that wisdom and science, which the group has accumulated in the course of centuries. Thinking by concepts is not merely seeing reality on its most general side, but it is projecting a light upon the sensation which illuminates it, penetrates it and transforms it. Conceiving something is both learning its essential elements better and also locating it in its place, for each civilization has its organized system of concepts which characterizes it. Before this scheme of ideas, the individual is in the same situation as the Nous of Plato before the world of ideas. He must assimilate them to himself, for he must have them to hold intercourse with others, but the assimilation is always imperfect. Each of us sees them after his own fashion. There are some which escape us completely and remain outside of our circle of vision, there are others of which we perceive certain aspects only. There are even a great many which we pervert in holding, for as they are collective by nature, they cannot become individualized without being retouched, modified, and consequently falsified. Hence comes the great trouble we have in understanding each other, and the fact that we even lie to each other without wishing to. It is because we all use the same words without giving them the same meaning. We are now able to see what the part of society in the genesis of logical thought is. This is possible only from the moment when, above the fugitive conceptions which they owe to sensuous experience, men have succeeded in conceiving a whole world of stable ideas, the common ground of all intelligences. In fact, logical thinking is always impersonal thinking, and is also thought subspecies atrinitas as though for all time. Impersonality and stability are the two characteristics of truth. Now logical life evidently presupposes that men know, at least confusedly, that there is such a thing as truth, distinct from sensuous appearances. But how have they been able to arrive at this conception? We generally talk as though it should have spontaneously presented itself to them from the moment they opened their eyes upon the world. However, there is nothing in immediate experience which could suggest it. Everything even contradicts it. Thus the child and the animal have no suspicion of it. History shows that it has taken centuries for it to disengage and establish itself. In our Western world, it was with the great thinkers of Greece that it first became clearly conscious of itself and of the consequences which it implies. When the discovery was made, it caused an amazement which Plato has translated into magnificent language. But if it is only at this epoch that the idea is expressed in philosophic formula, it was necessarily pre-existent in the stage of an obscure sentiment. Philosophers have sought to elucidate this sentiment, but they have not succeeded. In order that they might reflect upon it and analyze it, it was necessary that it be given them, and that they seek to know whence it came, that is to say, in what experience it was founded. This is in collective experience. It is under the form of collective thought that impersonal thought is for the first time revealed to humanity. We cannot see by what other way this revelation could have been made. From the mere fact that society exists, there is also, outside of the individual sensations and images, a whole system of representations which enjoy marvelous properties. By means of them, men understand each other and intelligences grasp each other. They have within them a sort of force or a moral ascendancy, in virtue of which they impose themselves upon individual minds. Hence the individual at least obscurely takes account of the fact that above his private ideas, there is a world of absolute ideas according to which he must shape his own. He catches a glimpse of a whole intellectual kingdom in which he participates, but which is greater than he. This is the first intuition of the realm of truth. From the moment when he first becomes conscious of these higher ideas, he sets himself to scrutinizing their nature. He asks whence these preeminent representations hold their prerogatives and, in so far as he believes that he has discovered their causes, he undertakes to put these causes into action for himself, in order that he may draw from them by his own force the effects which they produce. That is to say, he attributes to himself the right of making concepts. Thus the faculty of conception has individualized itself, but to understand its origins and function, it must be attached to the social conditions upon which it depends. It may be objected that we show the concept in one of its aspects only, and that its unique role is not the assuring of a harmony among minds, but also, and to a greater extent, their harmony with the nature of things. It seems as though it had a reason for existence only on condition of being true, that is to say, objective, and as though its impersonality were only a consequence of its objectivity. It is in regard to things, thought of as adequately as possible, that minds ought to communicate, nor do we deny that the evolution of concepts has been partially in this direction. The concept which was first held as true because it was collective tends to be no longer collective, except on condition of being held as true. We demand its credentials of it before according it our confidence, but we must not lose sight of the fact that even today the great majority of the concepts which we use are not methodically constituted. We get them from language, that is to say, from common experience, without submitting them to any criticism. The scientifically elaborated and criticized concepts are always in the very slight minority. Also, between them and those which draw all their authority from the fact that they are collective, there are only differences of degree. A collective representation presents guarantees of objectivity by the fact that it is collective, for it is not without sufficient reason that it has been able to generalize and maintain itself with persistence. If it were out of accord with the nature of things, it would never have been able to acquire an extended and prolonged empire over intellects. At bottom, the confidence inspired by scientific concepts is due to the fact that they can be methodically controlled. But a collective representation is necessarily submitted to a control that is repeated indefinitely. The men who accept it verify it by their own experience. Therefore, it could not be wholly inadequate for its subject. It is true that it may express this by means of imperfect symbols, but scientific symbols themselves are never more than approximative. It is precisely this principle which is at the basis of the method which we follow in the study of religious phenomena. We take it as an axiom that religious beliefs, howsoever strange their appearance may be at times, contain a truth which must be discovered. 387. On the other hand, it is not at all true that concepts, even when constructed according to the rules of science, get their authority uniquely from their objective value. It is not enough that they be true to be believed, if they are not in harmony with the other beliefs and opinions, or, in a word, with the mass of the other collective representations, they will be denied, minds will be closed to them, consequently it will be as though they did not exist. Today it is generally sufficient that they bear the stamp of science to receive a sort of privileged credit, because we have faith in science, but this faith does not differ essentially from religious faith. In the last resort, the value which we attribute to science depends upon the idea which we collectively form of its nature and role in life. That is as much as to say that it expresses a state of public opinion in all social life. In fact, science rests upon opinion. It is undoubtedly true that this opinion can be taken as the object of a study, and a science made of it. This is what sociology principally consists in, but the science of opinion does not make opinions. It can only observe them and make them more conscious of themselves. It is true that by this means it can lead them to change, but science continues to be dependent upon opinion at the very moment when it seems to be making its laws, for, as we have already shown, it is from opinion that it holds the force necessary to act upon opinion. Saying that concepts express the manner in which society represents things is also saying that conceptual thought is coeval with humanity itself. We refuse to see in it the product of a more or less retarded culture. A man who did not think with concepts would not be a man, for he would not be a social being. If reduced to having only individual perceptions, he would be indistinguishable from the beasts. If it has been possible to sustain the contrary thesis, it is because concepts have been defined by characteristics which are not essential to them. They have been identified with general ideas and with clearly limited and circumscribed general ideas. In these conditions, it has possibly seemed as though the inferior societies had no concepts properly so called, for they have only rudimentary processes of generalization, and the ideas which they use are not generally very well defined. But the greater part of our concepts are equally indetermined. We force ourselves to define them only in discussions or when doing careful work. We have also seen that conceiving is not generalizing. Thinking conceptually is not simply isolating and grouping together the common characteristics of a certain number of objects. It is relating the variable to the permanent, the individual to the social, and since logical thought commences with the concept, it follows that it has always existed. There is no period in history when men have lived in a chronic confusion and contradiction. To be sure, we cannot insist too much upon the different characteristics which logic presents at different periods in history. It develops like the societies themselves, but howsoever real these differences may be, they should not cause us to neglect the similarities. which are no less essential. IV, we are now in a position to take up a final question which has already been raised in our introduction, and which has been taken as understood in the remainder of this work. We have seen that at least some of the categories are social things. The question is where they got this character. Undoubtedly it will be easily understood that since they are themselves concepts, they are the work of the group. It can even be said that there are no other concepts which present to an equal degree the signs by which a collective representation is recognized. In fact, their stability and impersonality are such that they have often passed as being absolutely universal and immutable. Also, as they express the fundamental conditions for an agreement between minds, it seems evident that they have been elaborated by society, but the problem concerning them is more complex, for they are social in another sense and, as it were in the second degree, they not only come from society, but the things which they express are of a social nature. Not only is it society which has founded them, but their contents are the different aspects of the social being. The category of class was at first indistinct from the concept of the human group. It is the rhythm of social life which is at the basis of the category of time. The territory occupied by the society furnished the material for the category of space. It is the collective force which was the prototype of the concept of efficient force, an essential element in the category of causality. However, the categories are not made to be applied only to the social realm. They reach out to all reality. Then how is it that they have taken from society the models upon which they have been constructed? It is because they are the preeminent concepts, which have a preponderating part in our knowledge. In fact, the function of the categories is to dominate and envelop all the other concepts. They are permanent molds for the mental life. Now for them to embrace such an object, they must be founded upon a reality of equal amplitude. Undoubtedly the relations which they express exist in an implicit way in individual consciousnesses. The individual lives in time, and, as we have said, he has a certain sense of temporal orientation. He is situated at a determined point in space, and it has even been held, and sustained with good reasons, that all sensations have something special about them. He has a feeling of resemblances, similar representations are brought together, and the new representation formed by their union has a sort of generic character. We also have the sensation of a certain regularity in the order of the succession of phenomena. Even an animal is not incapable of this. However, all these relations are strictly personal for the individual who recognizes them, and consequently the notion of them which he may have can in no case go beyond his own narrow horizon. The generic images which are formed in my consciousness by the fusion of similar images represent only the objects which I have perceived directly. There is nothing there which could give me the idea of a class, that is to say, of a mold including the whole group of all possible objects which satisfy the same condition. Also, it would be necessary to have the idea of group in the first place, and the mere observations of our interior life could never awaken that in us. But, above all, there is no individual experience, howsoever extended and prolonged it may be, which could give a suspicion of the existence of a whole class which would embrace every single being, and to which other classes are only co-ordinated or subordinated species. This idea of all, which is at the basis of the classifications which we have just cited, could not have come from the individual himself, who is only a part in relation to the whole, and who never attains more than an infinitesimal fraction of reality. And yet there is perhaps no other category of greater importance, for as the role of the categories is to envelop all the other concepts, the category par excellence would seem to be this very concept of totality. The theorists of knowledge ordinarily postulate it as if it came of itself, while it really surpasses the contents of each individual consciousness taken alone to an infinite degree. For the same reasons, the space which I know by my senses, of which I am the center and where everything is disposed in relation to me, could not be space in general, which contains all extensions and where these are coordinated by personal guide lines which are common to everybody. In the same way, the concrete duration which I feel passing within me, and with me could not give me the idea of time in general. The first expresses only the rhythm of my individual life, the second should correspond to the rhythm of a life, which is not that of any individual in particular, but in which all participate. 388 In the same way, finally, the regularities which I am able to conceive in the manner in which my sensations succeed one another may well have a value for me. They explain how it comes about that when I am given the first of two phenomena whose concurrence I have observed, I tend to expect the other, but this personal state of expectation, could not be confounded with the conception of a universal order of succession, which imposes itself upon all minds and all events, since the world expressed by the entire system of concepts is the one that society regards. Society alone can furnish the most general notions with which it should be represented. Such an object can be embraced only by a subject which contains all the individual subjects within it, since the universe does not exist except in so far as it is thought of, and since it is not completely thought of except by society, it takes a place in this latter, it becomes a part of society's interior life, while this is the totality, outside of which nothing exists. The concept of totality is only the abstract form of the concept of society. It is the whole which includes all things, the supreme class which embraces all other classes. Such is the final principle upon which repose all these primitive classifications where beings from every realm are placed and classified in social forms, exactly like men. 389 But if the world is inside of society, the space which this latter occupies becomes confounded with space in general. In fact, we have seen how each thing has its assigned place in social space, and the degree to which this space in general differs from the concrete expanses, which we perceive is well shown by the fact that this localization is wholly ideal, and in no way resembles what it would have been if it had been dictated to us by sensuous experience alone. For the same reason, the rhythm of collective life dominates and embraces the varied rhythms of all the elementary lives from which it results. Consequently, the time which it expresses dominates and embraces all particular durations. It is time in general. For a long time the history of the world has been only another aspect of the history of society. The one commences with the other. The periods of the first are determined by the periods of the second. This impersonal and total duration is measured, and the guidelines in relation to which it is divided and organized are fixed by the movements of concentration or dispersion of society, or, more generally, the periodical necessities for a collective renewal. If these critical instants are generally attached to some material phenomenon, such as the regular recurrence of such or such a star or the alternation of the seasons, it is because objective signs are necessary to make this essentially social organization intelligible to all. In the same way, finally, the causal relation, from the moment when it is collectively stated by the group, becomes independent of every individual consciousness. It rises above all particular minds and events. It is a law whose value depends upon no person. We have already shown how it is clearly thus that it seems to have originated. Another reason explains why the constituent elements of the categories should have been taken from social life. It is because the relations which they express could not have been learned except in and through society. If they are in a sense immanent in the life of an individual, he has neither a reason nor the means for learning them, reflecting upon them and forming them into distinct ideas, in order to orient himself personally in space, and to know at what moments he should satisfy his various organic needs. He has no need of making, once and for all, a conceptual representation of time and space. Many animals are able to find the road which leads to places with which they are familiar. They come back at a proper moment without knowing any of the categories. Sensations are enough to direct them automatically. They would also be enough for men, if their sensations are to satisfy only individual needs, to recognize the fact that one thing resembles another which we have already experienced. It is in no way necessary that we arrange them all in groups and species. The way in which similar images call up each other, and unite is enough to give the feeling of resemblance. The impression that a certain thing has already been seen or experienced implies no classification. To recognize the things which we should seek or from which we should flee, it would not be necessary to attach the effects of the two to their causes by a logical bond, if individual conveniences were the only ones in question. Purely empirical sequences and strong connections between the concrete representations would be as sure guides for the will. Not only is it true that the animal has no others, but also our own personal conduct frequently supposes nothing more. The prudent man is the one who has a very clear sensation of what must be done, but which he would ordinarily be quite incapable of stating as a general law. It is a different matter with society. This is possible only when the individuals and things which compose it are divided into certain groups, that is to say, classified, and when these groups are classified in relation to each other. Society supposes a self-conscious organization which is nothing other than a classification. This organization of society naturally extends itself to the place which this occupies. To avoid all collisions, it is necessary that each particular group have a determined portion of space assigned to it. In other terms, it is necessary that space in general be divided, differentiated, arranged, and that these divisions and arrangements be known to everybody. On the other hand, every summons to a celebration, a hunt or a military expedition implies fixed and established dates, and consequently that a common time is agreed upon, which everybody conceives in the same fashion. Finally, the cooperation of many persons with the same end in view is possible only when they are in agreement as to the relation which exists between this end and the means of attaining it, that is to say, when the same causal relation is admitted by all the cooperators in the enterprise. It is not surprising, therefore, that social time, social space, social classes and causality should be the basis of the corresponding categories, since it is under their social forms that these different relations were first grasped with a certain clarity by the human intellect. In summing up, then, we must say that society is not at all the illogical or aillogical, incoherent and fantastic being which it has too often been considered. Quite on the contrary, the collective consciousness is the highest form of the psychic life, since it is the consciousness of the consciousnesses, being placed outside of and above individual and local contingencies. It sees things only in their permanent and essential aspects, which it crystallizes into communicable ideas. At the same time that it sees from above, it sees farther. At every moment of time, it embraces all known reality. That is why it alone can furnish the mind with the molds which are applicable to the totality of things, and which make it possible to think of them. It does not create these molds artificially. It finds them within itself. It does nothing but become conscious of them. They translate the ways of being which are found in all the stages of reality, but which appear in their full clarity only at the summit, because the extreme complexity of the psychic life which passes there necessitates a greater development of consciousness. Attributing social origins to logical thought is not debasing it or diminishing its value, or reducing it to nothing more than a system of artificial combinations. On the contrary, it is relating it to a cause which implies it naturally, but this is not saying that the ideas elaborated in this way are at once adequate for their object. If society is something universal in relation to the individual, it is none the less an individuality itself, which has its own personal physiognomy and its idiosyncrasies. It is a particular subject and consequently particularizes whatever it thinks of. Therefore collective representations also contain subjective elements, and these must be progressively rooted out, if we are to approach reality more closely. But howsoever crude these may have been at the beginning, the fact remains that with them the germ of a new mentality was given, to which the individual could never have raised himself by his own efforts. By them the way was open to a stable, impersonal and organized thought which then had nothing to do except to develop its nature. Also, the causes which have determined this development do not seem to be specifically different from those which gave it its initial impulse. If logical thought tends to rid itself more and more of the subjective and personal elements, which it still retains from its origin, it is not because extra social factors have intervened, it is much rather because a social life of a new sort is developing. It is this international life which has already resulted in universalizing religious beliefs. As it extends, the collective horizon enlarges, the society ceases to appear as the only whole, to become a part of a much vaster one, with indeterminate frontiers, which is susceptible of advancing indefinitely. Consequently things can no longer be contained in the social molds according to which they were primitively classified. They must be organized according to principles which are their own. So logical organization differentiates itself from the social organization and becomes autonomous. Really and truly human thought is not a primitive fact. It is the product of history. It is the ideal limit towards which we are constantly approaching, but which in all probability we shall never succeed in reaching. Thus it is not at all true that between science on the one hand, and morals and religion on the other, there exists that sort of antinomy which has so frequently been admitted, for the two forms of human activity really come from one and the same source. Kant understood this very well, and therefore he made the speculative reason, and the practical reason two different aspects of the same faculty. According to him, what makes their unity is the fact that the two are directed towards the universal. Rational thinking is thinking according to the laws which are imposed upon all reasonable beings. Acting morally is conducting oneself according to those maxims, which can be extended without contradiction to all wills. In other words, science and morals imply that the individual is capable of raising himself above his own peculiar point of view, and of living an impersonal life. In fact, it cannot be doubted that this is a trait common to all the higher forms of thought and action. What Kant's system does not explain, however, is the origin of this sort of contradiction which is realized in man. Why is he forced to do violence to himself by leaving his individuality? And, inversely, why is the impersonal law obliged to be dissipated by incarnating itself in individuals? Is it answered that there are two antagonistic worlds in which we participate equally, the world of matter and sense on the one hand, and the world of pure and impersonal reason on the other? That is merely repeating the question in slightly different terms, for what we are trying to find out is why we must lead these two existences at the same time. Why do these two worlds, which seem to contradict each other, not remain outside of each other? And why must they mutually penetrate one another in spite of their antagonism? The only explanation which has ever been given of this singular necessity is the hypothesis of the fall, with all the difficulties which it implies, and which need not be repeated here. On the other hand, all mystery disappears the moment that it is recognized that impersonal reason is only another name given to collective thought. For this is possible only through a group of individuals. It supposes them, and in their turn, they suppose it, for they can continue to exist only by grouping themselves together. The kingdom of ends and impersonal truths can realize itself only by the cooperation of particular wills, and the reasons for which these participate in it are the same as those for which they cooperate. In a word, there is something impersonal in us because there is something social in all of us, and since social life embraces at once both representations and practices, this impersonality naturally extends to ideas as well as to acts. Perhaps some will be surprised to see us connect the most elevated forms of thought with society. The cause appears quite humble, in consideration of the value which we attribute to the effect, between the world of the senses and appetites on the one hand, and that of reason and morals on the other. The distance is so considerable that the second would seem to have been able to add itself to the first only by a creative act. But attributing to society this preponderating role in the genesis of our nature is not denying this creation, for society has a creative power which no other observable being can equal. In fact, all creation, if not a mystical operation which escapes science and knowledge, is the product of a synthesis. Now if the synthesis of particular conceptions which take place in each individual consciousness, are already, and of themselves productive of novelties, how much more efficacious these vast syntheses of complete consciousnesses which make society must be. A society is the most powerful combination of physical and moral forces, of which nature offers us an example. Nowhere else is an equal richness of different materials, carried to such a degree of concentration, to be found. Then it is not surprising that a higher life disengages itself which, by reacting upon the elements of which it is the product, raises them to a higher plane of existence and transforms them. Thus sociology appears destined to open a new way to the science of man. Up to the present, thinkers were placed before this double alternative: either explain the superior and specific faculties of men by connecting them to the inferior forms of his being, the reason to the senses, or the mind to matter, which is equivalent to denying their uniqueness, or else attach them to some super-experimental reality which was postulated, but whose existence could be established by no observation. What put them in this difficulty was the fact that the individual passed as being the finis natura, the ultimate creation of nature. It seemed that there was nothing beyond him, or at least nothing that science could touch, but from the moment when it is recognized that above the individual there is society, and that this is not a nominal being created by reason, but a system of active forces, a new manner of explaining men becomes possible. To conserve his distinctive traits it is no longer necessary to put them outside experience. At least, before going to this last extremity, it would be well to see if that which surpasses the individual, though it is within him, does not come from this super-individual reality which we experience in society. To be sure, it cannot be said at present to what point these explanations may be able to reach, and whether or not they are of a nature to resolve all the problems, but it is equally impossible to mark in advance a limit beyond which they cannot go. What must be done is to try the hypothesis, and submit it as methodically as possible to the control of facts. This is what we have tried to do. The end. I'm Julie, the woman who runs Global Grey, the website where this ebook was published. These are my own formatted editions, and I hope you enjoyed reading this particular one. If you have this book because you bought it as part of a collection, thank you so much for your support. If you downloaded it for free, please consider, if you haven't already, making a small donation to help keep the site running. If you bought this from Amazon or anywhere else, you have been ripped off by someone taking free ebooks from my site and selling them as their own. You should definitely get a refund. Thanks for reading this, and I hope you visit the site again. New books are added regularly, so you'll always find something of interest. Notes. 1. In the same way, we shall say of these societies that they are primitive, and we shall call the men of these societies primitives. Undoubtedly the expression lacks precision, but that is hardly evitable, and besides, when we have taken pains to fix the meaning, it is not inconvenient. 2. But that is not equivalent to saying that all luxury is lacking to the primitive cults. On the contrary, we shall see that in every religion there are beliefs and practices which do not aim at strictly utilitarian ends. BK 3, ch. 5, Section 2. This luxury is indispensable to the religious life. It is at its very heart. But it is much more rudimentary in the inferior religions than in the others, so we are better able to determine its reason for existence here. 3. It is seen that we give a wholly relative sense to this word origins, just as to the word primitive. By it we do not mean an absolute beginning, but the most simple social condition that is actually known, or the beyond which we cannot go at present. When we speak of the origins or of the commencement of religious history or thought, it is in this sense that our statements should be understood. 4. We say that time and space are categories because there is no difference between the role played by these ideas in the intellectual life, and that which falls to the ideas of class or cause. On this point see Hamelin, Essay sur les éléments principaux de la représentation, pages 63, 76. 5. See the support given this assertion in Hubert and Morse, Mélanges d'histoire des religions, Travaux de l'année sociologique, chapter on la représentation du temps dans la religion. 6. Thus we see all the difference which exists between the group of sensations and images which serve to locate us in time, and the category of time. The first are the summary of individual experiences, which are of value only for the person who experienced them. But what the category of time expresses is a time common to the group, a social time, so to speak. In itself it is a veritable social institution. Also, it is peculiar to man. Animals have no representations of this sort. This distinction between the category of time and the corresponding sensations could be made equally well in regard to space or cause. Perhaps this would aid in clearing up certain confusions, which are maintained by the controversies of which these questions are the subject. We shall return to this point in the conclusion of the present work. 7. Or else it would be necessary to admit that all individuals, in virtue of their organo-physical constitution, are spontaneously affected in the same manner by the different parts of space, which is more improbable, especially as in themselves the different regions are sympathetically indifferent. Also, the divisions of space vary with different societies, which is a proof that they are not founded exclusively upon the congenital nature of man. 8. See Durkheim and Morse, de quelques formes primitives de classification, in Année sociologique, 6, pages 47 ff. 9. See Hertz, La prééminence de la main droite, Étude de polarité religieuse, in the Revue philosophique, December, 1909. On this same question of the relations between the representation of space and the form of the group, see the chapter in Ratzel, Politische Geography, entitled Der Raum im Geist der Völker. 10. We do not mean to say that mythological thought ignores it, but that it contradicts it more frequently and openly than scientific thought does. Inversely, we shall show that science cannot escape violating it, though it holds to it far more scrupulously than religion does. On this subject, as on many others, there are only differences of degree between science and religion, but if these differences should not be exaggerated, they must be noted, for they are significant. 11. This hypothesis has already been set forth by the founders of the Völker Sociology. It is especially remarked in a short article by Windelbrand entitled Die Erkenntnisselheran to dem Völkerpsychologischen Gesichtspunkt, in the ZF Völkerpsychology, 8, pages 166 ff. Cf. a note of Steinthal on the same subject, Ibid, pages 178 ff. 12. Even in the theory of Spencer, it is by individual experience that the categories are made. The only difference which there is in this regard between ordinary empiricism and evolutionary empiricism, is that according to this latter, the results of individual experience are accumulated by heredity, but this accumulation adds nothing essential to them, no element enters into their composition, which does not have its origin in the experience of the individual. According to this theory, also, the necessity with which the categories actually impose themselves upon us is the product of an illusion, and a superstitious prejudice, strongly rooted in the organism, to be sure, but without foundation in the nature of things. 13. Perhaps some will be surprised that we do not define the a priorist theory by the hypothesis of innateness, but this conception really plays a secondary part in the doctrine. It is a simple way of stating the impossibility of reducing rational knowledge to empirical data. Saying that the former is innate, is only a positive way of saying that it is not the product of experience, such as it is ordinarily conceived. 14. At least, insofar as there are any representations which are individual and hence wholly empirical, but there are in fact probably none where the two elements are not found closely united. 15. This irreducibility must not be taken in any absolute sense. We do not wish to say that there is nothing in the empirical representations which shows rational ones, nor that there is nothing in the individual which could be taken as a sign of social life. If experience were completely separated from all that is rational, reason could not operate upon it. In the same way, if the psychic nature of the individual were absolutely opposed to the social life, society would be impossible. A complete analysis of the categories should seek these germs of rationality even in the individual consciousness. We shall have occasion to come back to this point in our conclusion. All that we wish to establish here is that between these indistinct germs of reason, and the reason properly so called, there is a difference comparable to that which separates the properties of the mineral elements, out of which a living being is composed, from the characteristic attributes of life, after this has once been constituted. 16. It has frequently been remarked that social disturbances result in multiplying mental disturbances. This is one more proof that logical discipline is a special aspect of social discipline. The first gives way as the second is weakened. 17. There is an analogy between this logical necessity and moral obligation, but there is not an actual identity. Today's society treats criminals in a different fashion than subjects whose intelligence only is abnormal. That is a proof that the authority attached to logical rules, and that inherent in moral rules, are not of the same nature. In spite of certain similarities, they are two species of the same class. It would be interesting to make a study on the nature and origin of this difference, which is probably not primitive, for during a long time, the public conscience has poorly distinguished between the deranged and the delinquent. We confine ourselves to signalizing this question. By this example, one may see the number of problems which are raised by the analysis of these notions, which generally pass as being elementary and simple, but which are really of an extreme complexity. 18. This question will be treated again in the conclusion of this work. 19. The rationalism which is immanent in the sociological theory of knowledge, is thus midway between the classical empiricism and a priorism. For the first, the categories are purely artificial constructions. For the second, on the contrary, they are given by nature. For us, they are in a sense a work of art, but of an art which imitates nature with a perfection capable of increasing unlimitedly. 20. For example, that which is at the foundation of the category of time is the rhythm of social life, but if there is a rhythm in collective life, one may rest assured that there is another in the life of the individual, and more generally, in that of the universe. The first is merely more marked and apparent than the others. In the same way, we shall see that the notion of class is founded on that of the human group. But if men form natural groups, it can be assumed that among things there exists groups which are at once analogous and different. Classes and species are natural groups of things. If it seems to many minds that a social origin cannot be attributed to the categories without depriving them of all speculative value, it is because society is still too frequently regarded as something that is not natural. Hence it is concluded that the representations which express it express nothing in nature. But the conclusion is not worth more than the premise. 21. This is how it is legitimate to compare the categories to tools, for on its side, a tool is material accumulated capital. There is a close relationship between the three ideas of tool, category and institution. 22. See above, page 3. We shall say nothing more upon the necessity of these preliminary definitions, nor upon the method to be followed to attain them. That is exposed in our Règles de la méthode sociologique, pages 43 ff, cf. Le Suicide, pages 1 ff, Paris, F. Alcan, 23. This same frame of mind is also found in the scholastic period, as is witnessed by the formula with which philosophy was defined at this time, Fides Quaerens Intellectum, 24, beginning with the first edition of the Golden Bough, I, pp. 30-32, 25, notably Spencer and Gillen and even Preuss, who gives the name magic to all non-individualized religious forces, 26, Burnouf, Introduction à l'Histoire du Bouddhisme Indien, Sec edit, page 464. The last word of the text shows that Buddhism does not even admit the existence of an eternal nature. 27, Barth, page 109. In the same way, Burnouf says, I have the profound conviction that if Sakya had not found about him a pantheon already peopled with the gods just named, he would have felt no need of inventing them. Intrad, à l'Hist, du Bouddhisme Indien, page 119. 28. The belief, universally admitted in India, that great holiness is necessarily accompanied by supernatural faculties, is the only support which he, Sakya, should find in spirits. Burnouf, page 119. 29. This is what Kern expresses in the following terms: in certain regards, he is a man; in certain others, he is not a man; in others, he is neither the one nor the other. Opsit, I, page 290. 30. The conception was foreign to Buddhism that the divine head of the community is not absent from his people, but that he dwells powerfully in their midst as their lord and king, so that all cultus is nothing else but the expression of this continuing living fellowship. Buddha has entered into nirvana. If his believers desired to invoke him, he could not hear them. Oldenburg, page 369. 31. Buddhist doctrine might be in all its essentials what it actually is, even if the idea of Buddha remained completely foreign to it. Oldenburg, page 322, and whatever is said of the historic Buddha can be applied equally well to the mythological Buddhas. 32. Not to mention the sage and the saint who practice these truths, and who for that reason are sacred. 33. This is not saying that these relations cannot take a religious character, but they do not do so necessarily. 34. The conception according to which the profane is opposed to the sacred, just as the irrational is to the rational, or the intelligible is to the mysterious, is only one of the forms under which this opposition is expressed. Science being once constituted, it has taken the profane character, especially in the eyes of the Christian religions, from that it appears as though it could not be applied to sacred things. 35. See Fraser, on some ceremonies of the Central Australian Tribes in Australian Association for the Advancement of Science, 1901, pages 313 ff. This conception is also of an extreme generality. In India, the simple participation in the sacrificial act has the same effects. The sacrificer, by the mere act of entering within the circle of sacred things, changes his personality. See Hubert and Morse, Essay sur le sacrifice in the Année sociologique, 2, page 101. 36. We shall point out below how, for example, certain species of sacred things exist, between which there is an incompatibility as exclusive as the between the sacred and the profane. BK 3, ch 5, section 4. 37. This is the case with certain marriage and funeral rites. For example, 38. One turns his back to the altar, or goes around the altar commencing by the left instead of by the right. 39. Undoubtedly it is rare that a ceremony does not have some director at the moment when it is celebrated. Even in the most crudely organized societies, there are generally certain men whom the importance of their social position points out to exercise a directing influence over the religious life. For example, the chiefs of the local groups of certain Australian societies, but this attribution of functions is still very uncertain. 40. At Athens, the gods to whom the domestic cult was addressed were only specialized forms of the god of the city, Zeus Tisius, Zeus Ricius. In the same way, in the Middle Ages, the patrons of the guilds were saints of the calendar. 41. For the name church is ordinarily applied only to a group, whose common beliefs refer to a circle of more special affairs. 42. Robertson Smith has already pointed out that magic is opposed to religion, as the individual to the social, the religion of the Semites. 2 edit, pages 264–265. Also, in thus distinguishing magic from religion, we do not mean to establish a break of continuity between them. The frontiers between the two domains are frequently uncertain. 43. This is the conclusion reached by Spencer in his Ecclesiastical Institutions, chapter 16, and by Sabathia in his Outlines of a Philosophy of Religion, based on psychology and history, tr by Seed, and by all the school to which he belongs. 44. Notably among numerous Indian tribes of North America. 45. This statement of fact does not touch the question whether exterior and public religion is not merely the development of an interior and personal religion which was the primitive fact, or whether, on the contrary, the second is not the projection of the first into individual consciences. The problem will be directly attacked below. BK2, ch 5, section 2, cf. the same book, chv and 7, section 1. For the moment, we confine ourselves to remarking that the individual cult is presented to the observer as an element of, and something dependent upon, the collective cult. 46. It is by this that a present definition is connected to the one we have already proposed in the Année Sociologique. In this other work, we defined religious beliefs exclusively by their obligatory character, but, as we shall show, this obligation evidently comes from the fact that these beliefs are the possession of a group, which imposes them upon its members. The two definitions are thus in a large part the same. If we have thought it best to propose a new one, it is because the first was too formal, and neglected the contents of the religious representations too much. It will be seen, in the discussions which follow, how important it is to put this characteristic into evidence at once. Moreover, if their imperative character is really a distinctive trait of religious beliefs, it allows of an infinite number of degrees. Consequently, there are even cases where it is not easily perceptible. Hence come difficulties and embarrassments, which are avoided by substituting for this criterion the one we now employ. 47. We thus leave aside here those theories which, in whole or in part, make use of super-experimental data. This is the case with the theory which Andrew Lang exposed in his book, The Making of Religion, and which Father Schmidt has taken up again, with variations of detail, in a series of articles on the origin of the idea of God, Anthropos, 1908-1909. Lang does not set animism definitely aside, but in the last analysis, he admits a sense or intuition of the divine directly. Also, if we do not consider it necessary to expose and discuss this conception in the present chapter, we do not intend to pass it over in silence. We shall come to it again below, when we shall ourselves explain the facts upon which it is founded. BK2, Chapter 9, Section 4. 48. This is the case, for example, of Fustel de Coulanges, who accepts the two conceptions together, the ancient city, BK. And BK3, Chapter 2. 49. This is the case with Jevons, who criticizes the animism taught by Tyler, but accepts his theories on the origin of the idea of the soul, and the anthropomorphic instinct of man. Inversely, Usener, in his Götternamen, rejects certain hypotheses of Max Muller which will be described below, but admits the principal postulates of naturism. 50. This is the word used by Tyler. It has the inconvenience of seeming to imply that men, in the proper sense of the term, existed before there was a civilization. However, there is no proper term for expressing the idea, that of primitive, which we prefer to use, lacking a better, is, as we have said, far from satisfactory. 51. Of the Negroes of southern Guinea, Tyler says that their sleeping hours are characterized by almost as much intercourse with the dead as their waking are with the living. Primitive Culture, page 443. In regard to these peoples, the same author cites this remark of an observer: all their dreams are construed into visits from the spirits of their deceased friends. Ibid, page 443. This statement is certainly exaggerated, but it is one more proof of the frequency of mystic dreams among the primitives. The etymology which Strello proposes for the Arunta word or gyrerima, which means to dream, also tends to confirm this theory. This word is composed of alt gira, which Strello translates by God, and rama, which means sea. Thus a dream would be the moment when a man is in relations with sacred beings. Diaranda and Laribja Storm, I. p. 252. Andrew Lang, who also refuses to admit that the idea of the soul was suggested to men by their dream experiences, believes that he can derive it from other empirical data. These are the data of spiritualism, telepathy, distant seeing, etc. We do not consider it necessary to discuss the theory, such as it has been exposed in his book, The Making of Religion. It reposes upon the hypothesis that spiritualism is a fact of constant observation, and that distant seeing is a real faculty of men, or at least of certain men, but it is well known how much this theory is scientifically contested. What is still more contestable is that the facts of spiritualism are apparent enough, and of a sufficient frequency to have been able to serve as the basis for all the religious beliefs and practices which are connected with souls and spirits. The examination of these questions would carry us too far from what is the object of our study. It is still less necessary to engage ourselves in this examination, since the theory of Lang remains open to many of the objections which we shall address to that of Tyler in the paragraphs which follow. 53. Jevons has made a similar remark. With Tyler, he admits that the idea of the soul comes from dreams, and that after it was created, men projected it into things, but, he adds, the fact that nature has been conceived as animated like men does not explain how it became the object of a cult. The man who believes the blowing tree or the leaping flame to be a living thing like himself, does not therefore believe it to be a supernatural being. Rather, so far as it is like himself, it, like himself, is not supernatural. Introduction to the History of Religions, page 55. 54. This is the ritual and mythical theme which Fraser studies in his Golden Bough. 55. There are sometimes, as it seems, even funeral offerings. See Roth, Superstition, Magic and Medicine, in North Queensland Ethnog, Bulletin No. 5, Section 69C, and Burial Customs, in IBID, No. 10, in Records of the Australian Museum, Volume 6, No. 5, page 395. But these offerings are not periodical. 56. This is the reasoning of Westermarck, Origins of Human Marriage, page 6. 57. By sexual communism we do not mean a state of promiscuity where man knows no matrimonial rules. We believe that such a state has never existed, but it has frequently happened, that groups of men have been regularly united to one or several women. 58. However, according to Spencer, there is a germ of truth in the belief in spirits. This is the idea that the power which manifests itself inside the consciousness is a different form of power from that manifested outside the consciousness. Ecclesiastical Institutions, section 659. Spencer understands by this that the notion of force in general is the sentiment of the force which we have extended to the entire universe. This is what animism admits implicitly when it peoples nature with spirits analogous to our own. But even if this hypothesis in regard to the way in which the idea of force is formed were true, and it requires important reservations which we shall make, BK 3, Chapter 3, Section 3, it has nothing religious about it, it belongs to no cult. It thus remains that the system of religious symbols and rites, the classification of things into sacred and profane, all that which is really religious in religion, corresponds to nothing in reality. Also, this germ of truth, of which he speaks, is still more a germ of error, for if it be true that the forces of nature and those of the mind are related, they are profoundly distinct, and one exposes himself to grave misconceptions in identifying them. 59. This is undoubtedly what explains the sympathy which folklorists like Manhut have felt for animistic ideas. In popular religions as in inferior religions, these spiritual beings of a second order hold the first place. 60. In his book Hercule et Cacus, Études de mythologie comparée, Max Muller's Comparative Mythology, is there signalized as a work which marks a new epoch in the history of mythology, page 12. 61. Among others who have adopted this conception may be cited Renan. See his Nouvelles études d'histoire religieuse, 1884, page 31. 62. Aside from the comparative mythology, the works where Max Muller has exposed his general theories on religion are Hibbert Lectures, 1878, under the title The Origin and Development of Religion, Natural Religion, 1889, Physical Religion, 1890, Anthropological Religion, 1892, Theosophy, or Psychological Religion, 1893, Contributions to the Science of Mythology, 1897. Since his mythological theories are closely related to his philosophy of language, These works should be consulted in connection with the ones consecrated to language or logic, especially lectures on the science of language, and the science of thought. 63. Max Muller even goes so far as to say that until thought has passed this first stage, it has very few of the characteristics which we now attribute to religion. Physic, Rel, page 120. 64. This explanation is not as good as that of Tyler. According to Max Muller, men could not admit that life stopped with death, therefore they concluded that there were two beings within them, one of which survived the body. But it is hard to see what made them think that life continued after the body was decomposed. 65. Anthrop, Rel, page 130. This is what keeps Max Muller from considering Christianity the climax of all this development. The religion of ancestors, he says, supposes that there is something divine in man. Now is that idea not the one at the basis of the teaching of Christ? Ibid, pages 378 ff. It is useless to insist upon the strangeness of the conception, which makes Christianity the latest of the cults of the dead. 66. In this category are a large number of the maxims of popular wisdom. 67. It is true that this argument does not touch those who see in religion a code, especially of hygiene, whose provisions, though placed under the sanction of imaginary beings, are nevertheless well-founded. But we shall not delay to discuss a conception so insupportable, and which has, in fact, never been sustained in a systematic manner by persons somewhat informed upon the history of religions. It is difficult to see what good the terrible practices of the initiation bring to the health which they threaten, what good the dietetic restrictions, which generally deal with perfectly clean animals, have hygienically, how sacrifices, which take place far from a house, make it more solid, etc. Undoubtedly there are religious precepts which at the same time have a practical utility, but they are lost in the mass of others, and even the services which they render are frequently not without some drawbacks. If there is a religiously enforced cleanliness, there is also a religious filthiness which is derived from these same principles. The rule which orders a corpse to be carried away from the camp, because it is the seat of a dreaded spirit, is undoubtedly useful, but the same belief requires the relatives to anoint themselves with the liquids which issue from a corpse in putrefaction, because they are supposed to have exceptional virtues. From this point of view, magic has served a great deal more than religion. 68. Lectures on the Science of Language, 2, page 456 ff. Physic, Rel, pp. 276 ff. Also Braille, Mélanges, page 6. To bring the necessary clarity into this question of the origin of mythology, it is necessary to distinguish carefully the gods, which are the immediate product of the human intelligence, from the fables, which are its indirect and involuntary product. 69. Max Muller recognized this. See Physic, Rel, page 132, and Comparative Mythology, page 58. The gods are nomina and not noumena, names without being and not beings without name. 70. It is true that Max Muller held that for the Greeks, Zeus was, and remained, in spite of all mythological obscurations, the name of the supreme deity. Science of Language, 2, page 478. We shall not dispute this assertion, though it is historically contestable, but in any case, this conception of Zeus could never have been more than a glimmer in the midst of all the other religious beliefs of the Greeks. Besides this, in a later work, Max Muller went so far as to make even the notion of God in general the product of a wholly verbal process, and thus of a mythological elaboration. Physic, Rel, page 138. 71. Undoubtedly outside the real myths there were always fables which were not believed, or at least were not believed in the same way and to the same degree, and hence had no religious character. The line of demarcation between fables and myths is certainly floating and hard to determine. But this is no reason for making all myths stories, any more than we should dream of making all stories myths. There is at least one characteristic which in a number of cases suffices to differentiate the religious myth, that is its relation to the cult. 72. More than that, in the language of Max Muller, there is a veritable abuse of words. Sensuous experience, he says, implies, at least in certain cases, beyond the known, something unknown, something which I claim the liberty to call infinite natural, page 195, cf. page 218. The unknown is not necessarily the infinite, any more than the infinite is necessarily the unknown if it is in all points the same, and consequently like the part which we know, it would be necessary to prove that the part of it which we perceive differs in nature from that which we do not perceive. 73. Max Muller involuntarily recognizes this in certain passages. He confesses that he sees little difference between Agni, the god of fire, and the notion of ether, by which the modern physicist explains light and heat, phys. Rel. Pages 126f. Also, he connects the notion of divinity to that of agency, page 138, or of a causality which is not natural and profane. The fact that religion represents the causes thus imagined, under the form of personal agents, is not enough to explain how they got a sacred character. A personal agent can be profane, and also, many religious forces are essentially impersonal. 74. We shall see below, in speaking of the efficacy of rights and faith, how these illusions are to be explained. BK 3, Chapter 2, 75. This idea was so common that even M. Rayville continued to make America the classic land of totemism. Religion's Days Pupils Non Civilices, I, page 242, 76. This idea is found already very clearly expressed in a study by Gallatin entitled Synopsis of the Indian Tribes, Archaeologia Americana, 2, pp. 109 ff, and in a notice by Morgan in the Cambrian Journal, 1860, page 149, 77. This work had been prepared for and preceded by two others by the same author, The League of the Iroquois, 1851, and Systems of Consanguinity and Affinity of the Human Family, 1871, 78, Kamilaroi and Kearney, 1880, 79. In the very first volumes of the Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, are found the study of Powell, Wyandotte Government, I, p. 59, that of Cushing, Zuni Fetiches, 2, page 9, Smith, Myths of the Iroquois, Ibid, page 77, and the important work of Dorsey, Omaha Sociology, 3, page 211, which are also contributions to the study of totemism. 80. In his Primitive Culture, Tyler had already attempted an explanation of totemism, to which we shall return presently, but which we shall not give here, for by making totemism only a particular case of the ancestor cult, he completely misunderstood its importance. In this chapter, we mention only those theories which have contributed to the progress of the study of totemism. 81. London, 1890. A second edition in 3 volumes has since appeared, 1900, and a third in 5 volumes is already in course of publication. 82. In this connection must be mentioned the interesting work of Sidney Hartland, The Legend of Perseus, 3 volumes, 1894 to 1896. 83. We here confine ourselves to giving the names of the authors. Their works will be indicated below, when we make use of them. 84. If Spencer and Gillen have been the first to study these tribes in a scientific and thorough manner, they were not the first to talk about them. Howitt had already described the social organization of the Warramunga of Spencer and Gillen, in 1888 in his further notes on the Australian classes in the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. Hereafter, J.A.I. pages 44f. The Arunta had already been briefly studied by Schultze, the Aborigines of the Upper and Middle Finke River, in Transactions of the Royal Society of South Australia, Volume 14, Fast 2, the Organisation of the Chingalli, the Jingili of Spencer and Gillen, the Wambaya, etc., by Matthews, Wambaya Organisation of the Australian Aborigines, in American Anthropologist, New Series, Volume 2, page 494, Divisions of Some West Australian Tribes, Ibid, page 185, Proceedings Ameri. Phyllis, Soc. 37, pages 151-152, and Jeremy Roy, Soc. of N.S. Wales, 32, page 71 and 33, page 111. The first results of the study made of the Arunta had also been published already in the report on the work of the Horn Scientific Expedition to Central Australia, Pt. IV, 1896. The first part of this report is by Sterling, the second by Gillen. The entire publication was placed under the direction of Baldwin Spencer. 85. We write the Arunta, the Annular, the Jingili, etc., without adding the characteristic s of the plural. It does not seem very logical to add to these words, which are not European, a grammatical sign which would have no meaning except in our languages. Exceptions to this rule will be made when the name of the tribe has obviously been Europeanized. The Hurons, for example. 86. Strello has been in Australia since 1892. At first he lived among the Deri, and from them he went to the Arunta. 87. Die Randa and Laritja Storm in Central Australian. 4 fascicules have been published up to the present. The last appeared at the moment when the present book was finished, so it could not be used. The 2 first have to do with the myths and legends, and the third with the cult. It is only just to add to the name of Strello that of von Leonhardi, who has had a great deal to do with this publication. Not only has he charged himself with editing the manuscripts of Strello, but by his judicious questions he has led the latter to be more precise on more than one point. It would be useful also to consult an article which von Leonhardi gave the Globus, where numerous extracts from his correspondence with Strello will be found. Über einige religiöse und totemistische Vorstellungen der Aranda und Laritja in Central Australian, in Globus, XCI, page 285. Cf. an article on the same subject by N. W. Thomas in Folklore, 16, pp. 428 ff. 88. Spencer and Gillen are not ignorant of it, but they are far from possessing it as thoroughly as Strello. 89. Notably by Clarch. Sklasbericht über Memories nach Australien, in Zeitschrift Ethnology, 1907, pages 635 ff. 90. The Book of K. Langlois Parker, the Ualaidi tribe, that of the Ilman, die Ingeborenen der Kolonie Südaustralien, that of John Matthews, 2 representative tribes of Queensland, and certain recent articles of Matthews all show the influence of Spencer and Gillen. 91. A list of these publications will be found in the preface to his Nat. Tr. pages 8-9. 92. London, 1904. Hereafter we shall cite this work by the abbreviation Nat. Tr., but always mentioning the name of Howitt, to distinguish it from the first work of Spencer and Gillen, which we abbreviate in the same manner. 93. Totemism and Exogamy, 4 volumes, London, 1910. The work begins with a re-edition of Totemism, reproduced without any essential changes. 94. It is true that at the end, and at the beginning there are some general theories on Totemism, which will be described and discussed below, but these theories are relatively independent of the collection of facts which accompanies them, for they had already been published in different articles in reviews, long before this work appeared. These articles are reproduced in the first volume, pp. 89 172, 95. It should be noted that in this connection, the more recent work, Totemism and Exogamy, shows an important progress in the thought as well as the method of Fraser. Every time that he describes the religious or domestic institutions of a tribe, he sets himself to determine the geographic and social conditions in which this tribe is placed. Howsoever summary these analyses may be, they bear witness nevertheless to a rupture with the old methods of the anthropological school. 96. Undoubtedly we also consider that the principal object of the science of religions is to find out what the religious nature of man really consists in. However, as we do not regard it as a part of his constitutional make-up, but rather as the product of social causes, we consider it impossible to find it, if we leave aside his social environment. 97. We cannot repeat too frequently that the importance which we attach to totemism is absolutely independent of whether it was ever universal or not. 98. This is the case with the phratries and matrimonial classes. On this point, see Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes, Chapter 3, Howitt, Native Tribes, pages 109 and 137, 142, Thomas, Kinship and Marriage in Australia, CHV and 7. 99. It is to be understood that this is not always the case. It frequently happens, as we have already said, that the simpler forms aid to a better understanding of the more complex. On this point, there is no rule of method which is applicable to every possible case. 100. Thus the individual totemism of America will aid us in understanding the function and importance of that in Australia. As the latter is very rudimentary, it would probably have passed unobserved. 101. Besides, there is not one unique type of totemism in America, but several different species which must be distinguished. 102. We shall leave this field only very exceptionally, and when a particularly instructive comparison seems to us to impose itself. 103. This is the definition given by Cicero. Gentiles sunt qui inter se idem nomine sunt. Top 6. Those are of the same gens who have the same name among themselves. 104. It may be said in a general way that the clan is a family group, where kinship results solely from a common name. It is in this sense that the gens is a clan, but the totemic clan is a particular sort of the class thus constituted. 105. In a certain sense, these bonds of solidarity extend even beyond the frontiers of the tribe. When individuals of different tribes have the same totem, they have peculiar duties towards each other. This fact is expressly stated for certain tribes of North America. See Fraser, Totemism and Exogamy, 3, pages 57, 81, 299, 356-357. The texts relative to Australia are less explicit. However, it is probable that the prohibition of marriage between members of a single totem is international. 106. In Australia the words employed differ with the tribes. In the regions observed by Gray, they said Kobong, the Diari say Murdu, Howitt, Nat, Tr, page 91, the Niriniri, Ngatai, Taupin, in K, 2, page 244, the Warramunga, Mungai or Mungai, Nor. Tr, page 754, etc. 107. This fortune of the word is the more regrettable since we do not even know exactly how it is written. Some write totem, others todame, or dodame, or oddodam. See Fraser, Totemism, page 1. Nor is the meaning of the word determined exactly. According to the report of the first observer of the Ojibwe, J. Long, the word totem designated the protecting genius, the individual totem, of which we shall speak below, bk. 2. Chive, and not the totem of the clan, but the accounts of other explorers say exactly the contrary. On this point, see Fraser, Totemism and Exogamy, 3, pages 49-52, 108, the Buandik and the Kaabra, page 116. It is to be remarked that all the examples come from only 5 tribes. 109. Thus, out of 204 kinds of totems, collected by Spencer and Gillen out of a large number of tribes, 188 are animals or plants. The inanimate objects are the boomerang, cold weather, darkness, fire, lightning, the moon, red ochre, resin, salt water, the evening star, a stone, the sun, water, the whirlwind, the wind and hailstones. Nor. Tr. page 773. Cf. Fraser, Totemism and Exogamy, I, pages 253-254. 110. Fraser, Totemism, pages 10 and 13, cites a rather large number of cases and puts them in a special group which he calls split totems, but these are taken from tribes where totemism is greatly altered, such as in Samoa or the tribes of Bengal. 111. See the tables collected by Strello, Op. Cit. 2, pages 61-72, cf. 3, pages 13-17. It is remarkable that these fragmentary totems are taken exclusively from animal totems. 112. For example, one of these totems is a cave where an ancestor of the wild cat totem rested, another is a subterranean gallery which an ancestor of the mouse clan dug, etc. Ibid, page 72. 113. Thabala means laughing boy, according to the translation of Spencer and Gillen. The members of the clan which bear this name think they hear him laughing in the rocks which are his residence. Nor. Tr. pages 207, 215, 226. Note, according to a myth given on page 422, there was an initial group of mythical Thabala, cf. page 208, the clan of the Gatti, full-grown men, as Spencer and Gillen say, seems to be of the same sort. Nor. Tr. page 207, 114, Strello, 2, pp. 71f. He mentions a totem of the Laritja Narunta, which is very close to the serpent Wallenqua. It is the totem of a mythical water snake. 115. This is the case with Clarch. In the article already cited, see above, page 92, N3. 116. As we indicated in the preceding chapter, totemism is at the same time of interest for the question of religion, and that of the family, for the clan is a family. In the lower societies, these two problems are very closely connected, but both are so complex that it is indispensable to treat them separately. Also, the primitive family organization cannot be understood before the primitive religious beliefs are known, for the latter serve as the basis of the former. This is why it is necessary to study totemism as a religion before studying the totemic clan as a family group. 117, Nor. Tr. pages 163, 169, 170, 172. It is to be noted that in all these tribes, except the Mara and the Anua, the transmission of the totem in the paternal line is only a general rule, which has exceptions. 118. According to Spencer and Gillen, Nat. Tr. pages 123 ff, the soul of the ancestor becomes reincarnate in the body of the mother and becomes the soul of the child. According to Strelo, 2, pages 51 ff, the conception, though being the work of the ancestor, does not imply any reincarnation, but in neither interpretation does the totem of the child necessarily depend upon that of the parents. 119. It is in large part the locality where the mother believes that she conceived which determines the totem of the child. Each totem, as we shall see, has its center, and the ancestors preferably frequent the places serving as centers for their respective totems. The totem of the child is therefore that which belongs to the place where the mother believes that she conceived. As this should generally be in the vicinity of the place which serves as totemic center for her husband, the child should generally follow the totem of his father. It is undoubtedly this which explains why the greater part of the inhabitants of a given locality belong to the same totem. Nat. Tr. page 9, 120. Still other reasons could be given in support of this hypothesis, but it would be necessary to bring in considerations relative to the organization of the family, and we wish to keep these two studies separate. Also, this question is only of secondary interest to our subject. 121. For example, Mukra, which is the name of a phratry among the Bakinji, the Pirunji and the Milpalco, designates the eagle-hawk. According to Bruff Smythe, now one of the clans of this phratry has the eagle-hawk as totem. But here the animal is designated by the word Belira. Many cases of the same thing are cited by Lang, Opsit, page 162, 122, Spencer and Gillen, Nat. Tr. page 115. According to Howitt, Opsit, pages 121 and 454, among the Wotjobaluk, the clan of the Pelican is found in the two phratries equally. This fact seems doubtful to us. It is very possible that the two clans may have two varieties of pelicans as totems. Information given by Matthews on the same tribe seems to point to this. Aboriginal tribes of NS Wales and Victoria, in Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of NS Wales, 1904, pages 287 f. 123. This principle is not maintained everywhere with an equal strictness. In the central tribes of 8 classes notably, beside the class with which marriage is regularly permitted, there is another with which a sort of secondary concubinage is allowed. Spencer and Gillen, Nor. Tr. page 106. It is the same with certain tribes of 4 classes. Each class has a choice between the 2 classes of the other phratry. This is the case with the Kabi. See Matthews, in K. 3, 162, 124. Nevertheless, some tribes are cited where the matrimonial classes bear the names of animals or plants. This is the case with the Kabi. Matthew, 2 representative tribes, page 150, the tribes observed by Mrs. Bates, the marriage laws and customs of the West Australian Aborigines, in Victorian Geographical Journal, 2324, page 47, and perhaps in 2 tribes observed by Palmer. But these facts are very rare and their significance badly established. Also, it is not surprising that the classes, as well as the sexual groups, should sometimes adopt the names of animals. This exceptional extension of the totemic denominations in no way modifies a conception of totemism. 125. Perhaps the same explanation is applicable to certain other tribes of the southeast and the east where, if we are to believe the informers of Howitt, totems specially attached to each matrimonial class are to be found. This is the case among the Wiradjuri, the Wakalbura and the Buntamurra on the Bulu River. Howitt, Nat. Tr. pages 210, 221, 226. However, the evidence collected is suspect, according to his own admission. In fact, it appears from the lists which he has drawn up, that many totems are found equally in the two classes of the same phratry. The explanation which we propose, after Fraser, Totemism and Exogamy, pages 531 ff, raises one difficulty. In principle, each clan and consequently each totem, is represented equally in the two classes of a single phratry, since one of the classes is that of the children, and the other that of the parents from whom the former get their totems. So when the clans disappeared, the totemic interdictions which survived should have remained in both matrimonial classes, while in the actual cases cited, each class has its own. Whence comes this differentiation? The example of the Kalabara, a tribe of southern Queensland, allows us to see how it may have come about. In this tribe, the children have the totem of their mother, but it is particularized by some distinctive mark. If the mother has the black eagle hawk as totem, the child has the white eagle hawk. Howitt, Nat. Tr. page 229. This appears to be the beginning of a tendency for the totems to differentiate themselves according to the matrimonial classes. 126. A tribe of only a few hundred members frequently has 50 or 60 clans, or even many more. On this point, see Durkheim and Morse. De Quelques forms primitives de classification, in the Année sociologique, Volume 6, page 28, N1, 127, except among the Pueblo Indians of the Southwest, where they are more numerous. See Hodge, Pueblo Indian Clans, in American Anthropologist, First Series, Volume 9, pages 345 ff. It may always be asked whether the groups which have these totems are clans or subclans. 128. The distinction between the two clans is absolute in every respect, says Swanton, page 68. He gives the name clan to what we call phratries. The two phratries, he says elsewhere, are like two foreign nations in their relations to each other. 129. Among the Haida at least, the totem of the real clans is altered more than that of the phratries. In fact, usage permits a clan to sell or give away the right of bearing its totem, as a result of which each clan has a number of totems, some of which it has in common with other clans. See Swanton, pages 107 and 268. Since Swanton calls the phratries clans, he is obliged to give the name of family to the real clans, and of household to the regular families, but the real sense of his terminology is not to be doubted. 130. Swanton, Contributions to the Ethnology of the Haida, pages 41 ff, pl. XX and 21, Boas, The Social Organization of the Kwakiutl, page 318, Swanton, Tlingit, pl. 16 ff, in one place, outside the two ethnographic regions which we are specially studying, these tattooings are put on the animals which belong to the clan. The Bechuana of South Africa are divided into a certain number of clans. There are the people of the crocodile, the buffalo, the monkey, etc. Now the crocodile people, for example, make an incision in the ears of their cattle, whose form is like the jaws of this animal. Chrysalis, Lesbosautus, page 221. According to Robertson Smith, the same custom existed among the ancient Arabs. Kinship and marriage in early Arabia, pp. 212-214, 131. Among the Arunta, this rule has exceptions which will be explained below. 132. Spencer and Gillen, Nat. Tr. page 162, Nor. Tr. pages 179, 259, 292, 295 f. Schultze, Loxit, page 221. The thing thus represented is not always the totem itself, but one of those things which, being associated to this totem, are regarded as being in the same family of things. 133. This is the case, for example, among the Warramunga, the Walpuri, the Walmala, the Jingili, the Umbaria and the Unmatjura, Nor. Tr. 339, 348. Among the Warramunga, at the moment when the design is executed, The performers addressed the initiated with the following words: "That mark belongs to your place, do not look out along another place." This means, say Spencer and Gillen, that the young man must not interfere with ceremonies belonging to other totems than his own. It also indicates the very close association which is supposed to exist between a man and his totem, and any spot especially connected with the totem, nor, tr. page 584 and n. Among the Warramunga, the totem is transmitted from father to child, so each locality has its own. 134, it will be remembered, see above, p. 107, that in this tribe, the child may have a different totem than his father, his mother, or his relatives in general. Now the relatives on both sides are the performers designated for the ceremonies of initiation. Consequently, since in principle a man can have the quality of performer or officiant only for the ceremonies of his own totem, it follows that in certain cases the rites by which the young man is initiated must be in connection with a totem that is not his own. That is why the paintings made on the body of the novice do not necessarily represent his own totem. Cases of this sort will be found in Spencer and Gillen, Nat. Tr. page 229. That there is an anomaly here is well shown by the fact that the circumcision falls to the totem which predominates in the local group of the initiate, that is to say, to the one which would be the totem of the initiate himself. If the totemic organization were not disturbed, if among the Arunta it were what it is among the Warramunga, see Spencer and Gillen, Ibid, page 219, the same disturbance has had another consequence. In a general way, its effect is to extend a little the bonds attaching each totem to a special group, since each totem may have members in all the local groups possible, and even in the two phratries. The idea that these ceremonies of a totem might be celebrated by an individual of another totem, an idea which is contrary to the very principles of totemism, as we shall see better after a while, has thus been accepted without too much resistance. It has been admitted that a man to whom a spirit revealed the formula for a ceremony had the right of presiding over it, even when he was not of the totem in question himself, Nat. Tr. page 519, but that this is an exception to the rule, and the product of a sort of toleration, is proved by the fact that the beneficiary of the formula does not have the free disposition of it, if he transmits it, and these transmissions are frequent. It can be only to a member of the totem which the right concerns, Nat. Tr. Ibid. 135, Nat. Tr. page 140. In this case, the novice keeps the decoration with which he has thus been adorned, until it disappears of itself by the effect of time. 136. There are also some among the Warramunga, but in smaller numbers than among the Arunta. They do not figure in the totemic ceremonies, though they do have a place in the myths, nor, tr. page 163, 137, other names are used by other tribes. We give a generic sense to the Arunta term because it is in this tribe that the Churinga have the most important place, and have been studied the best. 138, Strelo, who writes Churunga, gives a slightly different translation to the word. This word, he says, means that which is secret and personal. Darigin Jehim, tju is an old word which means hidden or secret, and runga means that which is my own. But Kemp, who has more authority than Strelo in this matter, translates tju by great, powerful, sacred. Kemp, vocabulary of the tribes inhabiting McDonnell Ranges, S versus tju, in Transactions of the R. Society of Victoria, Volume 13. At bottom, the translation of Strelo is not so different from the other as might appear at first glance, for what is secret is hidden from the knowledge of the profane, that is, it is sacred. As for the meaning given to runga, it appears to us very doubtful. The ceremonies of the emu belong to all the members of that clan, or may participate in them, therefore they are not personal to any one of them. 139, Nat. Tr. pages 130-132, Strelo, 2, p. 78. A woman who has seen a Churinga, or a man who has shown one to her are both put to death. 140. Strelo calls this place, defined in exactly the same terms as by Spencer and Gillen, Arknanuga instead of Ertnachilunga, Strelo, 2, page 78. 141. Strelo, 2, page 78. However, Strello says that if a murderer takes refuge near an Erdnachilunga, he is unpityingly pursued there and put to death. We find some difficulty in conciliating this fact with the privilege enjoyed by animals, and ask ourselves if the rigor with which a criminal is treated is not something recent and should not be attributed to a weakening of the taboo, which originally protected the Erdnachilunga. 142, Ibid, pages 545f. Strello, 2, page 79. For example, the dust detached by rubbing a chiringa with a stone, when dissolved in water, forms a potion which restores health to sick persons. 143, for example, the chiringa of the yam totem, if placed in the soil, make the yams grow. Nor, tr, page 275. It has the same power over animals. Strello, 2, pp. 76, 78. 3, pages 3, 7. 144. One group borrows the chiringa of another with the idea that these latter will communicate some of the virtues which are in them, and that their presence will quicken the vitality of the individuals and of the group. Nat. Tr. pages 158 ff. 145. Each individual is united by a particular bond to a special chiringa which assures him his life, and also to those which he has received as a heritage from his parents. 146. Nat. Tr. page 154, nor, tr. page 193. The chiringa are so thoroughly collective, that they take the place of the message sticks with which the messengers of other tribes are provided, when they are sent to summon foreign groups to a ceremony. Nat. Tr. pages 141f. 147, Ibid, page 326. It should be remarked that the bull roarers are used in the same way. Matthews, Aboriginal tribes of NS Wales and Victoria, in Jor. Offroy, Soc of NS Wales, 38, pages 307f. 148. When a child has just been born, the mother shows the father the spot where she believes that the soul of the ancestor entered her. The father, accompanied by a few relatives, goes to this spot and looks for the chiringa which the ancestor is believed to have left at the moment that he reincarnated himself. If it is found there, some old man of the group undoubtedly put it there. This is the hypothesis of Spencer and Gillen. If they do not find it, a new chiringa is made in a determined manner. Nat. Tr. page 132, cf. Strello, 2, page 80. 149. This is the case among the Warramunga, the Yurubunna, the Wurjaya, the Umbaya, the Jingili and the Gwangi. Nor. Tr. pages 258, 275f. Then, say Spencer and Gillen, they were regarded as of especial value because of their association with a totem. Ibid, page 276. There are examples of the same fact among the Arunta. Nat. Tr. 156. 150. The Katish, the Ilpira, the Unmatjra, but it is rare among the latter. 151. The pole is sometimes replaced by a very long chiringa, placed end to end. 152. Sometimes another smaller one is hung from the top of the nurchunja. In other cases, the nurchunja is in the form of a cross or a T. More rarely, the central support is lacking. Nat. Tr. pages 298 300, 360, 364, 627, 153. Sometimes there are even 3 of these crossbars. 154. Nat. Tr. pages 231, 234, 306, 310, 627. In addition to the nurchunja and the waninga, Spencer and Gillen distinguish a third sort of sacred post or flag, called the kanana. Nat. Tr. pages 364, 370, 629, whose functions they admit they have been unable to determine. They merely note that it is regarded as something common to the members of all the totems. According to Strello, 2, page 23, N2, the kanana of which Spencer and Gillen speak, is merely the nurchunja of the wildcat totem. As this animal is the object of a tribal cult, the veneration of which it is the object might easily be common to all the clans. 155. Nat. Tr. page 346. It is true that some say that the nurchunja represents the lance of the ancestor, who was at the head of each clan, in Outringa times. but it is only a symbolic representation of it. It is not a sort of relic, like the chiringa, which is believed to come from the ancestor himself. Here the secondary character of the explanation is very noticeable. 156. See the examples given in Spencer and Gillen, Nat. Tr. Figure 131. Here are designs, many of which evidently have the object of representing animals, plants, the heads of men, etc., though of course all are very conventional. 157. It cannot be doubted that these designs and paintings also have an aesthetic character. Here is the first form of art. Since they are also, and even above all, a written language, it follows that the origins of design and those of writing are one. It even becomes clear that men commenced designing, not so much to fix upon wood or stone beautiful forms which charm the senses, as to translate his thought into matter. Cf. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, I, page 405, Dorsey, Sci-Island Cults, pages 394 ff. 158, for example, among the Warramunga, the Yurubana, the Wangiban, the Yun, the Watjobaluk, the Buandik, Njumba, etc. 159, among the Katish, if a man of the clan eats too much of his totem, the members of the other phratry have recourse to a magic operation which is expected to kill him, nor. Tr. page 284, cf. Nat. Tr. page 204, Langlaw Parker, the Ualabi tribe, page 20. 160. It should also be borne in mind that in these myths, the ancestors are never represented as nourishing themselves regularly with their totem. Consumption of this sort is, on the contrary, the exception. Their ordinary food, according to Strello, was the same as that of the corresponding animal. See Strello, I, page 4. 161. Also, this whole theory rests upon an entirely arbitrary hypothesis. Spencer and Gillen, as well as Fraser, admit that the tribes of Central Australia, and especially the Arunta, represent the most archaic and consequently the purest form of totemism. We shall presently say why this conjecture seems to us to be contrary to all probability. It is even probable that these authors would not have accepted their thesis so readily if they had not refused to regard totemism as a religion, and if they had not consequently misunderstood the sacred character of the totem. 162, nor. Tr. pages 160, 167. It is not enough that the intermediary be of another totem. As we shall see, every totem of a phratry is forbidden in a certain measure for the members of the phratry, who are of a different totem. 163, nor. Tr. page 167. We can now explain more easily how it happens that when an interdiction is not observed, it is the other phratry which revenges this sacrilege. See above, page 129, N2. It is because it has an interest in seeing that the rule is observed. In fact, they believe that when the rule is broken, the totemic species may not reproduce abundantly. Now the members of the other phratry consume it regularly, therefore it is they who are affected. That is why they revenge themselves. 164. This is the case among the Lirikja, Strello, 2, pages 60, 61, the Wurjaya, the Warramunga, the Walpuri, the Mara, the Annular and the Bindinga, nor. Tr. pages 166, 167, 171, 173. It may be eaten by a Warramunga or a Walpuri, but only when offered by a member of the other phratry. Spencer and Gillen remark, page 167, n, that in this regard the paternal and the maternal totems appear to be under different rules. It is true that in both cases the offer must come from the other phratry. But when it is a question of the paternal totem, or the totem properly so called, this phratry is the one to which the totem does not belong. For the maternal totem, the contrary is the case. Probably the principle was first established for the former, then mechanically extended to the other, though the situation was different. When the rule had once become established that the prohibition protecting the totem could be neglected only on the invitation of the other phratry, it was applied also to the maternal totem. 165, for example, among the Warramunga, nor. Tr. page 166, the Watjobaluk, the Buandik, the Kearney, Howitt, pages 146 f, and the Neriniri, Taplin, the Nerinari, p. 63, 166. Even this is not always the case. An erranta of the mosquito totem must not kill this insect. Even when it bothers him, he must confine himself to driving it away. Strello, 2, page 58, cf. Taplin, page 63, 167. Among the Katish and the Unmatjura, Nor. Tr. page 160. It even happens that in certain cases an old man gives a young one of a different totem, one of his Chiringa, so that he may kill the donor's totem more easily. Ibid. p. 272, 168. Even among the Omaha, it is not certain that the interdictions of contact, certain examples of which we have just cited, are really of a totemic nature, for many of them have no direct connection with the animal that serves as totem of the clan. Thus in the subclan of the eagle, the characteristic interdiction is against touching the head of a buffalo, Dorsey, opposite, page 239. In another subclan with the same totem, they must not touch verdigris, charcoal, etc. Ibid. page 245. We do not mention other interdictions mentioned by Fraser, such as those of naming or looking at the animal or plant, for it is still less certain that they are of totemic origin, except perhaps for certain facts observed among the Bechuana. Totemism, pages 12-13. Fraser admits too readily, and in this regard, he has imitators that the prohibitions against eating or touching an animal depend upon totemic beliefs. However, there is one case in Australia, where the sight of the animal seems to be forbidden. According to Strello, 2, page 59, among the Arunta and the Larictia, a man who has the moon as totem must not look at it very long, or he would be likely to die at the hand of an enemy. But we believe that this is a unique case. We must not forget, also, that astronomical totems were probably not primitive in Australia, so this prohibition may be the product of a complex elaboration. This hypothesis is confirmed by the fact that among the Ualavi, looking at the moon is forbidden to all mothers and children, no matter what their totems may be. L. Parker, the Ualavi, page 53. 169. Perhaps there is no religion which makes man an exclusively profane being. For the Christian, the soul which each of us has within him, and which constitutes the very essence of our being, has something sacred about it. We shall see that this conception of the soul is as old as religious thought itself. The place of man in the hierarchy of sacred things is more or less elevated. 170. Among the Urubana, Nor. Tr. page 147. Even when they tell us that the first beings were men, these are really only semi-human, and have an animal nature at the same time. This is the case with certain Unmatjura, Ibid, pages 153-154. Here we find ways of thought whose confusion disconcerts us, but which must be accepted as they are. We would denature them if we tried to introduce a clarity that is foreign to them. Cf. Nat. Tr. page 119, 171, Nat. Tr. page 389, Strello, I, pages 2ff. Undoubtedly there is an echo of the initiation rites in this mythical theme. The initiation also has the object of making the young man into a complete man, and on the other hand, it also implies actual surgical operations, circumcision, subincision, the extraction of teeth, etc. The processes which served to form the first man would naturally be conceived on the same model. 172. This the case with the 9 clans of the Moqui, Schoolcraft, Indian tribes, IV, page 86, the Crane clan among the Ojibwe Morgan, Ancient Society, page 180, and the Nootka clans, Boas, VI Rep on the NW Tribes of Canada, p. 43, etc. 173. It is thus that the Turtle clan of the Iroquois took form. A group of turtles had been forced to leave the lake where they dwelt and seek another home. One of them, which was larger than the others, stood this exercise very badly owing to the heat. It made such violent efforts that it got out of its shell. The process of transformation, being once commenced, went on by itself, and the turtle finally became a man who was the ancestor of the clan. Omni A. Smith, The Myths of the Iroquois, IND Report, p. 77. The Crab clan of the Choctaw was formed in a similar manner. Some men surprised a certain number of crabs that lived in the neighborhood, took them home with them, taught them to talk and to walk, and finally adopted them into their society. Catlin, North American Indians, 2, page 128, 174. For example, here is a legend of the Tsimshian. In the course of a hunt, an Indian met a black bear which took him to its home, and taught him to catch salmon and build canoes. The man stayed with the bear for 2 years, and then returned to his native village, but the people were afraid of him, because he was just like a bear. He could not talk or eat anything except raw food. Then he was rubbed with magic herbs and gradually regained his original form. After that, whenever he was in trouble, he called upon his bear friends, who came to aid him. He built a house and painted a bear on the foundation. His sister made a blanket for the dance, upon which a bear was designed. That is why the descendants of this sister had the bear as their emblem. Boas, Kwakiutl, page 323, cf. VTH Rep on the NW. Tribes of Canada, pages 23, 29 ff. Hill-Tout, Report on the Ethnology of the Statlama, British Columbia, in JAI, 1905, 35, page 150. Thus we see the inconveniences in making this mystical relationship between the man and the animal the distinctive characteristic of totemism, as M. van Gennep proposes, Totemisme et méthode comparative, in Revue de l'Histoire des Religions, Volume 58, July, 1908, page 55. This relationship is a mythical representation of otherwise profound facts, but it may be omitted without causing the disappearance of the essential traits of totemism. Undoubtedly there are always close bonds between the people of the clan and the totemic animal, but these are not necessarily bonds of blood relationship, though they are frequently conceived in this form. 175. There are also some Tlingit myths in which the relationship of descent between the man and the animal is still more carefully stated. It is said that the clan is descended from a mixed union, if we may so speak, that is to say, one where either the husband or the wife was an animal of the species whose name the clan bears. See Swanton, Social Condition, Beliefs, etc., of the Tlingit Indians, XXVITH Rep, pages 415-418, 176. Among the Warramunga, the blood from the circumcision is drunk by the mother, nor, tr, page 352. Among the Binbinga, the blood on the knife which was used in the subincision must be licked off by the initiate, Ibid, page 368. In general, the blood coming from the genital organs is regarded as especially sacred, Nat. Tr, page 464, nor, tr, page 598. 177. After the foreskin has been detached by circumcision, it is sometimes hidden. Just like the blood, it has special virtues. For example, it assures the fecundity of certain animal and vegetable species. Nor, tr, pages 353 f. The whiskers are mixed with the hair, and treated as such. Ibid, pages 604, 544. They also play a part in the myths. Ibid, page 158. As for the fat, its sacred character is shown by the use made of it in certain funeral rites. 178. This is not saying that the woman is absolutely profane. In the myths, at least among the Arunta,